morning, everyone. On behalf of my co-chairs, Jochen Sokoli and Sean Roberts, I want to once again extend a warm welcome to our speakers and attendees. Two quick announcements. If you don't already have one, please pick up a badge and program from the registration table outside by the front door. The badge also doubles as a bookmark. And in the interest of keeping to the time limits of each session today, I request assistance from all panel chairs and speakers, please. This morning, we begin with the panel Transoceanic Movement, Muslim-Centered Design and Architecture in the 20th and 21st Centuries. It is my great pleasure to introduce Angela Anderson, the panel's chair, who in conceiving this panel has truly allowed for the intellectual dimension of the symposium to be pushed into exploring the contemporary built environment. Angela is a fellow at the Center for Studies in Religion and Society at the University of Victoria. Her research focuses on the architecture of minority Muslim groups in the Islamic world. Her recent scholarship includes work with the Alevi Muslim communities in Turkey and in the European diaspora regarding the role of their ceremonial sites known as cemevis. She completed a postdoctoral fellowship with the Aga Khan Program for Islamic Architecture at MIT in 2017 and is currently a fellow at the Center for Studies in Religion and Society at the University of Victoria.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for powering through to another day. It's my pleasure to be here, and I will again thank everybody involved with organizing and herding the participants in the conference. It has been great so far. So architecture commissioned by, created for, impacted by, or altered for Muslim communities is often studied under the umbrella of quote-unquote Islamic architecture. And in the 20th and 21st centuries, conflict, the move from empires to nation states, the end of colonial rule and shifting sources of employment and international financing have created heretofore unknown categories for people in motion and their architectures. It's not always clear how to use the toolkit of Islamic art history to analyze the settings and spaces that are built in our own time, yet emerge from historic dynamics and typologies. New issues arise because rather than studying, for example, the foundations of long dispersed guilds or religious orders or the commissions of historic rulers, these sites are associated with living people and their immediate descendants. And these people are actually impacted by our research and interventions into their stories. Such analyses are not simply responsible, therefore, to structure and patronage, and must engage some of the basic relationships that both move us physically from place to place and as scholars move us internally, emotionally, intellectually, as we try to understand these spaces as part of our rights as humans, as part of our globality, and as part of as yet incomplete cycles and events. Displacement, social issues, political shifts, neoliberal policies, transnational design questions, these are all at the forefront of the contemporary built environment. And this is why scholar architects like Esra Akcan, architect geographers like Sarah Moser, and architects/community planners, advocates, and educators like Noha Nasser must really be part of the scholarly dialogue on erstwhile quote-unquote Islamic architecture as it relates to Muslim communities. The term Islamic can be used to regulate and to restrict design projects, a strategy that is increasingly emerging as states with Muslim governments are reacting against international policies, perceived negativity from Western influences, and other factors that determine their decision-making. The movement of money and trade partnerships shift populations and priorities, as well as the movement of art and design. And money coming in through different trade relationships is shifting the choices that states make about their architecture. In 2019, the Republican Turkish government, which is increasing its relationships with countries like Qatar, opened the Çamlıca Mosque, which is a massive structure that holds a reported 63,000 people at prayer. The historic Istanbul neighborhood of international traders and embassies and the site of the 2013 Gezi Park protests is home to the new Taksim Mosque. Meanwhile, the Turkish Alevi Muslim minority, facing government restrictions, attempts to fund its own sites through money brought in from people living in diaspora. We are interested in addressing such definitions of the Islamic context through architectural case studies from the Aegean, Malaysia, Indonesia, Morocco, and the United Kingdom, presented by the women on our panel. Have the constant crossings of the seas removed or enhanced the need for such signifiers? How have they shaped architectural design from both thoughtful and superficial vernacular references to Middle Eastern iterations of international modernism or postmodernism, to the use of public spaces by the newest members of communities as well as the longest settled? This architectural continuum is neither distinct from historical circumstances nor totally beholden to the past. Identity and questions of settlement, investment, and governance reflect the unceasing circulation of people and ideas that our panel explores today through the fixed properties of buildings. Esra Akcan, Associate Professor in the Department of Architecture at Cornell University and currently a Fellow at Harvard's Radcliffe Institute for Advanced Study in the United States, will present Convictions about Untranslatability, Abandonment and Resettlement Across the Aegean Sea. Using photographs and architecture, Akcan examines the visual record in order to revisit the forced population exchanges between Greece and Turkey following an annex to the signing of the Lausanne Peace Treaty in 1923. Sarah Moser, Associate Professor in the Department of Geography and Director of the Urban Studies Program at McGill University in Canada, as well as self-appointed timekeeper for the introduction, will share her research on Islam, heritage revival, and policy mobility in new master plan cities, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Morocco. Moser's work on new cities investigates the role of perceptions of Muslim heritage as a force in the creation of master plan cities that have emerged in North Africa, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Noah Nasser, head of Mela Social Enterprise, which works to diversify public spaces through events and urban design education in the United Kingdom, including their ongoing annual street iftar, will speak about migrating heritage, transoceanic architectural dialogues across the habitus of the Muslim diaspora. Nasser elucidates how an increasing Muslim population in post-colonial Britain has shaped Islamic architecture in what she calls urban areas of cultural distinctiveness. The insights of our speakers position buildings as placemaking and markers of identity, and architecture as a matter of identity politics within the context of sweeping international movements. This work is fundamentally tied to the users, forced and willing, of sites and structures.
Thank you so much, Angela, Marisa, and organizers for inviting me. I'll just jump in to keep with the time. So this year's theme, Season Mobility of Islamic Art, evoked in my mind my grandmother's story of a grand aunt who used to live on a distant island on the Danube River, an island so small that it was forgotten in the international treatises and remained accidentally part of the Ottoman Empire until it sank under waters. As a child, I thought this story of a small sunken island that grown-ups did not care enough to remember was one of those fantastic myths. I realized only later that it used to be a real place. Adakale was indeed forgotten in the Berlin Treaty of 1878, and it indeed sank under waters due to a hydraulic plant that forced its inhabitants to emigrate in 1967. As a historian, I also realized that such stories of displacement were hardly unique across the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. Today, I'll talk about another international treaty, the so-called Exchange of Populations, that was signed as an annex to the Lausanne Peace Treaty of the League of Nations in 1923. In the aftermath of World War I, and as a record of international recognition of the new nation states that came out of the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire, this treaty mandated the compulsory migration of all Christian Greeks in Turkey to Greece and all Muslim Turks in Greece to Turkey. And it also legitimized the refugee status of those who had already moved in between these places due to wars before 1923. This treaty affected close to 2 million people. Greece's Muslim population decreased from 20 to 6% as a result, and Turkey's non-Muslim population decreased from 20 to 2.5% due to the sum of wars, massacres, and population transfers. Reading the accounts about this event written between the time it happened and the present, one would notice that this population exchange is called either a repatriation or a displacement. It's characterized either as a cure to a problem or a cause of countless traumas, either as an agreement that brought stability and peace or one that unjustifiably ripped people apart for years to come, either as the end or the beginning of a story about conflict and healing. While this shift in perception is a historical turn that culminated in the 2000s, one can find hints about both receptions at all times. Some scholars of our time define this international law decision as a necessary evil, the most humanitarian of logistically viable options. Others as a segregation justified through racialized discourses of incommensurable differences. In this paper, I will attempt to make a catalog of visual culture connected to this event. I will use photographs and architectural drawings in Greece and Turkey in order to tell a long story that may still be unfolding. The unifying theme of the different episodes in the series is the series of contrasts and oppositions between the declarations and the experiences of those involved. And let me say a few words about the booking process that this research is part of. I will be drawing the terminology connected to translation theory from my previous book, Architecture and Translation, that Nancy generously referred to yesterday. But this research itself is part of a new book that I just started. In the book Right to Heal, Architecture After Conflict and Disaster, I intend to explore architecture's role in transitional justice and reconstitution of societies after intense upheavals and internal conflicts, such as state violence, in this case, international law violence, environmental disasters, civil wars, and so on. I intend not only to critically expose architecture's complicit role in conflicts, but also demonstrates its creative potential after socio-economically, ethico-politically, and environmentally linked disasters. A lot has been said about reconstruction after war that blames external enemies, but our discipline has hardly confronted the trauma inflicted by internal conflicts, by rulers, sciences, and institutions that are meant to protect the individuals on whom they impose conflict and disaster. So the term right to heal does not signify a tall order, because healing really never happens, but the history of struggles toward healing, which are themselves not free of contradictions. And this topic requires historians to look at long stretches of time rather than concentrate on shorter periods, hence the overview today. So in the catalog of visual culture about the population transfer, the first type of photographs are the ones taken during the League of Nations meetings. A group of men in ironed official attire with a mixture of proud, tired, happy, or melancholic faces look at the camera to declare the new international order that would regulate territories in Europe and Anatolia after the World War. As the entitled looks on the photograph confirm, the peace treaty was perceived as a resolution to a long overdue problem. The chief negotiator, the head of the League of Nations High Commissioner of Refugees, Nansen, won the Nobel Peace Prize for his work to, quote, resettle, repatriate, and provide aid to foreigners, end of quote. This treaty served as a model for other mass displacements as well, such as the partition of India and Pakistan. So rather than employing the existing international laws of minority protection that were in effect in Europe at the time, or rather than regulating voluntary transfers and giving individuals the right to self-determination, as it was the case for other borders of Europe at the time, the International Committee legalized the absolute and compulsory mass population displacement of unprecedented magnitude based on two purified categories. These categories assumed the alignment of religion and territory, regardless of the actual diversity of peoples and whether there were hostile or peaceful relations on the ground. The languages, cultures, social norms, and individual attributes of those two religiously identified groups must have been considered so untranslatable between each other that the international powers deemed these communities could only continue their livelihood after total separation. The participating diplomats thought demographic engineering was intrinsically necessary for the inauguration of nation-states that they simultaneously solidified as an international norm of the 20th century. So the second type of photographs portrays scenes from the actual transportation between lands. 1 million Greeks had already moved before 1923 to escape war, and they were living in public buildings temporarily converted to refugee arrival spaces such as the Athens Opera House. These photographs depicting the existing dire conditions before the convention make a case for the necessity of the exchange and secures this perception as a resolution to urgent problems. In addition to mandating the population transfer, the treaty also gave refugee status to the previously displaced individuals so that they could make use of international financial aid and technical aid. Here we see a photograph where a child holds a can of milk written in English, which signifies the international refugee aid. So the dislocation, transportation, temporary accommodation, and relocation of hundreds of thousands of people who came from countless cities, towns, and small villages was a massive management challenge. An international committee and special government offices were instituted in both countries to oversee the biopolitical intervention and to regulate the categorization of human bodies. For instance, the officers made systematic collections of full-body photographs of the displaced individuals in their attires, using the camera to register, regulate, and control human bodies. In an eerily similar way, photography was used for the disciplinary purposes under Abdülhamid's regime, among other imperial and colonial contexts. So this map shows the transportation routes and illustrates that the exchange shaped the entire lands and islands of today's Turkey and Greece. It made migration a common inaugural experience of living in a nation state. For instance, the Turkish-speaking Orthodox Jews left Prokopi, or Ürgüp in his Turkish name, walked to Ulukışla, took the train to Mersin, and then they took the ship all the way to Piraeus in a journey that lasted for a month. After staying in quarantine for days, they lived in tents between 1925 and 1927, when 60 of them died of malaria, to be eventually relocated in New Prokopi, where they were given farmlands that were fertile for crops they did not know to cultivate. So in the catalog of visual culture, photographs depicting the actual transportation in several port cities and military ships taken by administrative officers hold a special place. These photographs that show masses of bodies being regulated between lands are in sharp contrast to the ones that came out of the slick spaces in Lausanne, but they do not necessarily serve a different purpose. They imply the magnitude of the event and its technical difficulty, but they do not necessarily portray the death or the loss of property. They must have been intended to present the exchange as a solution to a problem, a necessity, a repatriation carrying masses to their new healing homes after conflict and a tough journey. But photographs always have the power to subvert their captions or the intentions of their commissioners. For instance, imagine saying goodbye to your neighbors on the last day, and look more closely at the two mothers sitting on the ship deck, forced to carry their newborn babies. Or when the camera looks more closely and zooms into the faces among the masses of bodies, the resulting photographs show trauma and anger rather than enthusiasm for a peaceful and stable life with fellow nationals. They indeed put a human face to international law and nation formation. Architecture holds a particularly probing place in this population transfer because the Lausanne Treaty made a clear distinction between the movables and the immovables. Immigrants were free to carry or transport their movable property, but the immovable property had to be liquidated. The rest of the treaty regulated how such a liquidification of immovables were to be made, which was prone to countless messy transactions. For instance, here you see a photograph of a market for the sale of unattended properties. No wonder the whole enterprise was called an exchange, and no wonder Nansen considered the negotiations as a technical problem about the economic aspect of immovables. Architecture had to be commodified so that its exchange value could be transported as a prerequisite of nation building. Another set of photographs show what was left behind in the immediate aftermath: the immovables, abandoned houses, churches, and mosques, some of which were in complete ruins. A common myth, at least in Turkey, was that the houses were intentionally destroyed by their departing residents, which blamed war damage and looting on the perceived ethnic hostility to defend the decision about forced migration. So, speaking about architecture that was left behind, nothing documents the soon-to-be abandoned buildings and offers a counter-narrative to the official visual history as intensely as a photo album prepared by Serapim Rizos in 1924. Just before he departed, Rizos decided to make an album with photographs of 5 Orthodox neighborhoods, churches, schools, council of elders, wealthy houses, fountains and bridges of his village, Sinasos, or Mustafa Pasha in his Turkish name, in Cappadocia, the same community whose transportation details I exemplified earlier. Cappadocia, the most attractive tourist destination in contemporary Turkey, is of course a very special place, with its rock-cut houses and chapels. And who can blame Rizos with nostalgia for wanting to capture it in his last remaining days? Not owning a camera himself, he asked the wealthier Pantasiz's sons from the neighboring village for help, and they photographed the villages in June and July 1924. As you continue looking at the pages of this album, let me read from Rizos' memories, narrated as a Greek citizen in the 1950s, to give you one retrospective view from the ground to compare it to official legitimizations. Quote, "The Turks in our area showed no joy in our exchange. Even the most fanatical Turks did not express openly that they were pleased about their exchange. The profound reasons why Muslim people did not want us leave were, in my view, these. Our same everyday needs of life, the same sorrows and the same joys, brought us closer to one another. Our Turkish friends were so used to us that they no longer regarded us as a foreigner, even though they used to call us gevur or infidel. And the Greeks saw in the face of the Turkish villager a quiet and honest, and at the same time, pitiable neighbor. We saw his poverty, his ignorance, his joyless life," end of quote. So I'm sure this audience also notices the text push and pull of Orientalism and counter-Orientalism. But continuing with the visual catalog, a series of photographs of and architectural drawings show the resettlement process. As a result of the arrival of 1.2 million exchanged individuals, 1 in every 4 people in Greece was an immigrant waiting for a resettlement. War-torn Turkey had received immigrants from other lands as well, as a result of which 1.5 million people were homeless. All over the land, in both countries, immigrants were settled in the remaining abandoned houses. Additionally, in Greece, the Foreign Aided Refugee Settlement Committee constructed houses in both rural and urban contexts. By 1928, they had created 2,000 rural settlements. The immigrant neighborhoods emerged in Athens, where these refugee-built houses were modified significantly by their residents later. In Turkey, the rural law came into effect in March 1924, with regulations on the city square, paved streets, separation of living spaces and stables, in-house and public toilets, infrastructure, council of elders, and a masjid. A few number of model villages were built with gridiron settlement plans well into the 1940s. The Construction Office and the Exchange Settlement and Housing Ministry produced standardized plans for affordable housing with single-story, 2-roomed units, and slightly more luxurious village housing with an additional kitchen and sofa. The architects at the time were obsessed with the problem of modern settlement and affordable housing. In their attempt to participate in the contemporary international discourse on residential modernism, to which they had a uniquely direct access because most of the key names of collective and modern housing, theory and practice, had escaped from Nazism and were exiled in Turkey at the time, including Bruno Taut, Margareta Schüttelowski, and Martin Wagner. As part of this housing debate, many Turkish architects produced paper projects about ideal villages and model rural houses. Some, like Behçet Ünsal and Burhan Arif, repeated the gridiron settlement plans, but with much more emphasis on larger farmlands, gardens, and public buildings. Others, like Kazım Dirlik and Abidin Mortaj, suggested non-ordinary schemes, turning garden city diagram into an actual circular city, or suggested houses with large courtyards. All translated and collaborated with the international garden city and modern housing debates in unique ways. However, these projects did not move beyond the narrow circles of the professional discipline. The editor of the Architect magazine, Zeki Sayar, criticized the lack of architectural intelligence in the government's immigrant settlement programs. But still, however, the architects themselves folded the issue of model villages and affordable houses into their nationalist and often paternalistic concerns about becoming modern, Western, and Turkish. One would look in vain for projects and articles that confront the trauma of compulsory mass population transfer. A similar deprofessionalization took place in Greece as well. The town planning and refugee settlement offices were separated, the town planning and refugee settlement, and because of the urgency and sheer number of houses that needed to be built. As a result, it is questionable whether the displacement improved the quality of life of a majority of immigrants. For instance, Serapim Rizos community, who made the 1924 photo album that I showed you, left Sinassos in Cappadocia and settled in New Sinassos in standardized and efficient houses placed on a grid. The community of photographers, Pandazidis' sons, left Prokopi or Ürgüp and settled in New Prokopi. So I picked several special examples, but later scholars have also identified the overall results as turning the modern Greek city into a homeowner refugee settlement, which scars the Greek landscape up to the present day. But the national authorities and international community seems content with the results of the time. Professor Jacques Ancel from École des Études Haute Études said, quote, "Those miserable Turkish hamlets are now replaced by large, cheerful villages. What a miracle," end of quote. In a similar propagandistic tone on the other side of the sea, the Turkish government's official publication, La Turquie Kemaliste, introduced the rural immigrant settlements with large, possibly staged, photographs of smiling and happy women. So did the repatriation claims of the Lausanne Treaty heal the conflict? And did architecture help, even if we assume it partially could? Not to trivialize the immense challenge of settling millions, but I came to the conclusion that the authorities in both countries treated permanent resettlement as nothing but a technical problem in a post-disaster setting and a top-down procedure, failing to notice the trauma of enforced mass population displacement, or refusing to confront the cultural complexity of their task. The standardized and typified housing units placed in equally homogenized gridiron settlement plans were meant to serve the Turkification and Hellenization policies of their respective governments. Both countries drew from the debate over standardization and industrialization that was becoming a universalizing phenomenon at the time. As a result, ironically, housing types in both countries were very similar to each other, regardless of the climatic or historical differences, and despite the fact that their residents were separated because of a conviction about the untranslatability of their religions. The treaty dislocated people from their houses with diverse architectures and relocated them in standardized international housing on the opposite sides of the sea. And before finishing, let me fast forward and name the 4 additional types in the visual culture catalog that I discuss in more depth in the complete story. While the actual population transfer can be named as a denial of translatability, its later reception can be characterized as denial by repression till the 2000s and denial by disavowal since then. The event was named the Asia Minor catastrophe in the official Greek history, implying the end of the Hellenistic dream in settling in Anatolia, and it was repressed in the Turkish one. For much of the rest of the 20th century, the photographs of resettled towns circulated without any hint of state or international law violence that had recently acted on them. Even the abandoned towns, such as Levisi or Kayaköy in its Turkish name, where this story is self-evident, has continued to attract architectural education programs and tourist development that are aesthetically drawn to the formal and geometric qualities of the towns and its unique relation to topography. Till the recent memory boom, the compulsory population transfer was like a secret everybody knew, but stayed silent, as if it was an ordinary day of travel. The individual testimonies of immigrants revealed a completely different picture than the homogenized official histories. The Center for Asia Minor Studies in Greece collected stories from 5,000 immigrants under the directorship of Melpo Merlier between 1948 and 70, but no publication came out at this time. And the center's activity was perceived as a biased, unscientific collecting, or the quote, amateur pastime of an educated lady of leisure. The archive started drawing public attention only in 2000s. Numerous books with individual testimonies and literary stories came out in Turkey in the 2000s and diversified the official narrative in conjunction with the memory and apology boom. The memory boom has also crystallized as an influx of exhibitions, museums, and house museums, such as the Relics of the Past exhibition at the Benaki Museum and the inauguration of Population Exchange Museum in the outskirts of Istanbul. The exhibitions display the everyday and iconic objects, furniture, kitchenware, textiles, and jewelry that have been carried across the sea with the immigrants, namely what the Lausanne Treaty named as the Movables. But they put these movable objects in a vacuum to disavow the violence and trauma that they were museumified for. Finally, one can also speak about a reunion. Architects and art historians have launched a couple of solidarity networks to study, protect, and restore what they now called common cultural heritage in Cappadocia and Kayaköy that I exemplified before. And linked to Turkey's bid for the EU membership, even governmental symposia have been organized. However, in the context of the recent decline of democracy and the rise of nationalism in Turkey, these initiatives are being reversed and all stereotypical hostilities are being reawakened. So due to the scope of this short presentation, I will not explain why I consider most of the post-2000 visual phenomena as good-willed but uncosmopolitan and non-transformative struggles toward healing, with a few exceptions. But let me draw one policy conclusion for the topic of this conference. At a time when the increasing number of political and climate refugees necessitates the rethinking of current international laws and definitions of citizenship, the historical exchange of Christians and Muslims of the former Ottoman Empire provides a cautionary tale about our own categories. There's a lot in a name, and I wonder if the frozen institutionalization of the Islamic as an art historical category perpetuates rather than opens possibility to subvert the division that racialized people by centering their identity on religion and thereby cause the traumas that societies are still trying to heal from. Thank you.
Thanks very much to Marissa and the VCU team for organizing this, and to Angela for inviting me to the session, and 3 cheers for oil and gas and Qatar's generosity for making it possible for all of us to enjoy this intellectual exchange in such luxury. It's also a special privilege to be in Qatar, to have a front row seat to the massive circulations of people, capital, materials, and ideas that are happening in front of our eyes, almost faster than we're able to study and theorize them. At the moment in Qatar, there are 400,000 Bangladeshis, 700,000 Indians, 400,000 Nepalis, 300,000 Egyptians, 240,000 Filipinos, etc., all laboring to create the spectacles of international starchitects, stadiums for the FIFA World Cup, and new cities and districts built on the desert and in the ocean. So I'm an urban and cultural geographer. I'm not an art historian or historian at all. I work on contemporary new city projects, and part of my research is examining the politics behind how builders of new cities selectively revive historical architecture. So the theme of the conference, the seas and the mobility of Islamic art, I would actually rename for my presentation the airports and the mobility of Islamic imagery. I do research on the current wave of new cities being built from scratch since the 1990s. Over the past few years, I've built a database of new cities for a forthcoming atlas of new cities, and I've identified around 150 new cities underway in over 40 countries, just started in the past 20 years or so. New cities are a hot global trend, and this map is perpetually out of date as new city projects are announced regularly, and I've actually run out of room on many regions of this map. Morocco's building 20 new cities, Tanzania is building 11, Indonesia is building 10, Kuwait is building 9, Saudi Arabia is building 5, and so on. By my estimate, there is several $1 trillion of investment allocated to the construction of new cities. So new cities are being built for a number of reasons, including political capital, seats of power, as laboratories to experiment with green and smart technologies and to rebrand countries. For example, Masdar was to be the first carbon neutral city and was intended to transform Abu Dhabi's reputation for oil wealth and excess to one of sustainability and restraint. So that's a work in progress. Saudi Arabia has 5 new cities underway, and these are part of a national strategy to diversify the economy away from oil and develop other industries. Yachai City of Knowledge and a number of other new city projects are intended to replicate the success of Silicon Valley and become regional high-tech and R&D hubs. In Ecuador's case, Yachai is meant to leapfrog the economy from the production of bananas and shrimp straight into a digital economy. Sabah Al Ahmed Sea City in Kuwait is like many new cities. They're intended to provide housing and satisfy growing demands for real estate as a vehicle for investment. This particular project has tunneled 10 kilometers inland in the democratic pursuit of creating waterfront property for all. This is a real photo from a drone. This is not a computer-generated model. And finally, new cities are being built as geopolitical strategies to normalize contested land claims in places like Palestine and Western Sahara. And new cities are a key strategy for China to advance its expansionist agenda. Forest City is the largest investment outside of China and is a private gated city being built in the ocean off the coast of Malaysia to accommodate 700,000 Chinese nationals and is strategically located at a choke point in one of the world's busiest shipping channels. Okay, back to the map. Over the past few years, I've been compiling a database with 6 graduate students, all working on new cities, and I'm starting to see particular patterns emerging. My students and I have conducted hundreds of interviews with CEOs of new cities. New cities have CEOs. They don't have mayors or elected city councils. We've conducted interviews with planners, architects, consultants, and others involved in new cities. And we've also combed through all sorts of documents, plans, official visioning documents, etc. And I've started to realize how international these projects are and how many international influences they have, and the new networks emerging through which ideas and urban policies are circulating. For example, a South Korean firm has created the master plan for Yachai in Ecuador. A Russian company is building a dozen new cities in sub-Saharan Africa. Lavasa in India is an imitation of Portofino in Italy, complete with an artificial lake in a flooded valley to represent the Italian Riviera. And a very interesting result of interviews we've conducted is that Malaysia has come up again and again as a model and a source of inspiration. And Malaysia now sells city building expertise to other new city projects, particularly in places where Muslims are the majority or the politically dominant group. So my research questions for this, driving this particular project are as follows. Why is Malaysia being looked to by builders of new city projects globally? What aspects of Malaysian urbanization are circulating? What are the agents, both human and non-human, through which urban policies and ideas are circulating? What new South-South networks of urban policy mobility are emerging, and what factors are contributing to their recent emergence? How are social power hierarchies challenged or sustained in new city projects? And what sorts of Islamic imagery is being reproduced and why? My work draws on recent urban geography scholarship that examines how urban policies circulate transnationally. Policy mobility scholarship emerged first in political science and has become an interdisciplinary approach adopted and modified by geographers, planners, sociologists, and anthropologists, working from a variety of theoretical traditions, including post-structuralism, post-colonialism, and political economy. Urban geographers have argued in recent years that scholarship in various disciplines departs in several significant ways from the orthodox conventional political science conceptualization of urban policy transfer. First is the multidisciplinary approach that investigates policy assemblages, mobilities, and mutations. Second, rather than viewing policy transfer as a rational and voluntaristic adherence to best practices, recent scholarship investigates how mobility happens through less logically coherent operations. It's structured by institutions and cultural contexts, which have an assortment of path dependencies, power hierarchies, and embedded assumptions. Third, scholars are now interested in how urban policies are learned, translated, and mobilized, rather than imagining fully formed, complete policy packages traveling around unchanged. Urban policies transform as they circulate and arrive not as neat replicas of imported policies, but as policies in transformation. One of the key emergent understandings is that urban policy mobility is not a linear route between discrete entities, but a nonlinear process in which policies get reproduced and reinterpreted along what can be very indirect meandering toward eventual implementation. Various agents escort them through diverse institutional contexts as they are all the while mutating and evolving. So agents that circulate urban policy can include both non-human actors like plans, models, texts, images, and cities themselves, and human actors such as government officials on study trips, intergovernmental associations, property developers and consultants, architecture and planning firms, and so on. So as Bruno Latour's actor network theory proposes, an array of human and non-human actors shape networks. Thus, both need to be considered in any study of urban policy mobilities. I'm also drawing on geographical scholarship that examines cultural politics in the built environment and recent scholarship that investigates new cities as a manifestation of ethno and religio-nationalism. That's a lot of self-citation, to be honest. My grad students and I are the only ones really working on this. So Putrajaya is my first case study. Putrajaya is the earliest in the current wave of new cities and was started in the early 1990s to be the administrative capital of Malaysia, replacing the federal government functions of Kuala Lumpur. Putrajaya is an assemblage of influences. It mimics Singapore's housing towers. It has a Beaux-Arts inspired city plan, and you can see the contrast with the other new city images I just showed you. The civic buildings and bridges are topped with fantastical domes, and public spaces are designed in an overtly Islamic style that reproduces aspects of iconic buildings from the great Islamic civilizations. Despite the many rich design traditions, wood carvings, and building methods from the region, Southeast Asian region, and the tiered pagoda-like massing of Southeast Asian mosques, as explained in Imran bin Tajuddin's presentation, very little of this heritage has been integrated into Putrajaya. Instead, it is domes and arches and minarets that dominate Putrajaya's skyline, and geometrical Islamic motifs embellish government buildings, shopping centers, bridges, sidewalks, and parks. So we can see Putrajaya's civic buildings reference very recognizable features derived from various classic sources of Islamic architecture, including Arab, Ottoman, Mughal, Moorish, Central Asian, Iraqi, Persian, and so on. Putrajaya is a fascinating public statement in the context of a country that officially prides itself as multicultural, multi-religious, and multi-ethnic. Only about 60% of the Malaysian population is Muslim, the rest being Buddhist, Hindu, Christian, and animists, meaning that ethnic and religious minorities are both physically and symbolically excluded from their national capital. So while Putrajaya has been widely dismissed in the media and among many scholars who feel the city is the tacky expression of a megalomaniac leader, it's become a highly influential model for other new city projects, particularly those in which Muslims are the majority. Yeah, this bridge is a supersized version of the Kaju Bridge in Isfahan. And then all sorts of bridges are topped with domes and whatnot. The second case study is Dompak. It's the new capital city of the Riau Islands province, which was formed in 2004 in Indonesia, which has similar ethnic and religious demographics as Malaysia. It's being built on a remote island covered in mangroves with several villages of fisher folk totaling about 3,000 people. The island's mangroves are being destroyed and villages are being relocated to make make way for a grand formal capital similar to Putrajaya. Dompak looks to three main places for inspiration: Singapore, which is the nearest major city and a 2-hour ferry ride away; Putrajaya, which is perceived as a modern and prosperous city, yet one that has maintained traditional Islamic values in the face of a large non-Muslim population. And it's looking to Saudi Arabia, where Riau Island officials believe the purest form of Islam is practiced. Ideas from these three places traveled back to the Riau Islands through a variety of modes that I'll discuss later. To many Riau Islanders, Putrajaya is perceived as too Arab, as the city embodies a total rejection of local culture and local architectural expressions of Islam. So designers in Dompak have tried to integrate aspects of local Malay design, often fused with generic Arab motifs. Yet, like Putrajaya, builders of Dompak are also inspired by great Islamic civilizations, and civic buildings mimic Putrajaya's generic Islamic architecture and also reproduce key architecture from the Arab world. So this is the new provincial mosque in Dompak, which is a very modest reproduction of the Nabawi Mosque in Medina. Like Putrajaya, Dompak demonstrates a persistent belief that real Islam exists elsewhere and reaffirms the insecurity and sense of inferiority that many Southeast Asians feel at what is broadly perceived to be the periphery of the Muslim world. Okay, final case study is looking at a few cities in Morocco. Morocco's in the midst of a massive building boom with over 20 new city projects underway as part of a Ville Nouvelle program, a national strategy to develop the economy, address housing shortages, and stave off Arab Spring-related social unrest through mass urbanization. While officials are looking to a variety of sources for inspiration, Putrajaya has emerged again and again in interviews as a key source of inspiration and a source of formal guidance. This is illustrated through two new city projects in particular, Zenata Eco City and Bengurir Green City. Morocco is looking at Southeast Asia specifically Malaysia as a living laboratory that's more than a decade ahead of Morocco in terms of development. Recent development in Malaysia is seen as retaining a connection to the past rather than simply adopting a Western idiom. In the context of fears of growing fundamentalism in Morocco, these new cities position Morocco as the liberal face of Islam and adopt either a secular high-tech image, like you see in this image, or one inspired by historical Moroccan cities such as Marrakesh, in stark contrast to Putrajaya and Dompak. So various aspects of the Malaysian model have been referenced, including special economic zones, neoliberal policies, the attraction of global investment, as well as the connection to the past to legitimize the projects. And now that Morocco has started some of their 20 cities, they're now selling their expertise to sub-Saharan African countries who also want to start building new cities, and the urban policies continue to circulate from place to place. Okay. In my research, I've found that urban ideas and policies are circulating between countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia, and Morocco in a number of key ways. First, through mobility events, such as this photo. This is a conference for CEOs of new cities that's held annually in King Abdullah Economic City in Saudi Arabia. So the CEOs gather to swap tips and tricks about constructing new cities, and they establish mentor-mentee relationships between CEOs of far more advanced new city projects and CEOs of projects at the early stages. So Malaysia is a key mentor in this particular event. Other ways in which urban ideas and policies are circulating are through city models, computer renderings, slick graphics and reports, which circulate online or at such mobility events. International consulting firms such as McKinsey are involved in many of these projects and circulating ideas. Various government study tours have circulated ideas between Putrajaya, Dompak, and Morocco. Art history textbooks and planning and architecture texts are also a key source of ideas and inspiration. And then new city projects like Morocco that are going and selling their expertise to other emerging new city projects. And then finally, travel for leisure, official state visits, and religious pilgrimages are also a way that ideas are circulated. So to conclude, I've come to 5 main conclusions in this work. I'm trying to boil it down to 5. So these are the 5 I've come up with so far. First, builders of new cities are no longer looking exclusively to experts in the global north. There are now consultancies and architecture and planning firms in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa who are selling expertise on constructing new cities to other countries in the global south. Suddenly, and creating new types of global circuits of knowledge and new transnational circulations of urban policy and ideas. Second, Malaysia, as well as other countries such as South Korea, China, Singapore, and Dubai, have unexpectedly emerged as both an important source of inspiration for other countries aspiring to build a new city and as agents in the circulation of urban policy. Third, culture increasingly matters in the design of new cities. While many new cities look like office parks or are built in a generic kind of global corporate style, a growing number of new city projects strategically reference an interpretation of local culture or religion to broadcast a sense of authenticity and to sustain local power hierarchies. Fourth, authentic and overtly Islamic imagery is often used to mask elitist and neoliberal urban development strategies driven by ethno and religio nationalism that enrich the wealthy and powerful and legitimize their political agendas. And then 5, I guess, is the most relevant for this particular group. My experience studying Muslim-centered architecture in new cities makes me realize that art history really matters. Go figure. And it has a significant role in shaping how people view themselves in some kind of global pecking order. So as you all well know, the vast majority of art history textbooks do not mention the words Malaysia or Indonesia at all. And many Southeast Asians interpret this to mean that they are unworthy of study and that authentic Islam is located elsewhere. Scholars, funding agencies, universities, museums, and conferences have a tremendous responsibility to avoid unintentionally perpetuating and entrenching colonial-era racial and cultural hierarchies that privilege the so-called great civilizations at the center and contribute to the marginalization and sense of inferiority of the periphery. Thank you. That's all I have.
Good morning. So now I'll take you to the UK, where we're going to be looking at minority Muslim settlers. The increasing presence of Muslim settlers in the towns and cities of Europe from the second half of the 20th century has been accompanied by an emergence of cosmopolitan urban areas of cultural distinctiveness. This phenomenon has received scant attention, despite extensive sociological debates around questions of global mobilization, post-colonization, and multiculturalism. This talk attempts to address this gap by exploring how post-colonial context in Britain shapes decisions on architectural expression of Muslim buildings of faith. The premise is that post-colonialism is an ideology employed on the basis of an imperialist social construction of otherness that serves as a pretext to define hierarchies of power and the uneven relationships among people. In the contemporary British context, much of the post-colonial discourse has been centered on the concept of multiculturalism that's modeled on Britain's colonial experience and built on the notion of cultural difference. Multiculturalism attempts to subsume the plurality of cultures within a framework of a national identity. As we will see in this talk, over the past 5 decades, British multiculturalism has had to come to terms with the failure of state-directed projects to assimilate ethnically marked settlers who are expected to erase their identities and histories as a price of admission into the host society. It became increasingly obvious that these policies were no longer tenable in a world in which notions of white superiority were becoming difficult to sustain. Indeed, intense racial unrest in the 1970s led to a marked shift in attitudes to a more pluralistic model of welfare provision and a move towards integration rather than assimilation. Over this period, three phases of multiculturalism have emerged, and to some extent overlap and continue as discrimination still persists. They form the political context for understanding of Muslim architectural expression and cultural production. I propose to explore three case studies of British faith buildings that exemplify these three phases from the perspective of one, the decisions of the Mosque Committee, two, the architects and their architectural response, and third, the resistance of Muslim architectural expression by the wider society. As you can see, there are three particular forms of multiculturalism I've identified. One is, the first one from the 1950s to 1980s was the assimilationist model, following by the 1990s to pluralism, and then from 2010 to today, what I call integration or intercultural. The perception of Muslims throughout this period has changed. Firstly, they were considered foreigners, imposers upon a white British exclusive and homogeneous identity. To Muslims as settlers that had various cultural needs, and then what's been coined recently as more a British Muslim identity. However, the political response has changed accordingly. So from what was initially quite hostile and violent with civil unrest, to a more celebratory acceptance that Muslims were here to stay. But of course, because of their various cultural needs, many of the state resources were being used as a way of creating a sort of competitive atmosphere between the various groups and their various identities. And then more recently, you have this kind of more indigenous form of expression, but of course, within a context of rising Islamophobia and far-right ideologies. So within that context, I'm going to continue with my various case studies. But before I do that, I'd like to introduce Pierre Bourdieu's understanding of cultural reproduction that can further support a reading of architectural expression in the post-colonial context. Bourdieu challenges older notions of culture as static and territorially rooted. He introduces the power of human agency and subjectivity into the understanding of culture that is in a constant state of transformation, in which everyday practice, social processes, relationships, experiences, and understandings are continually negotiated in new contexts. He terms this a system of dispositions as habitus, conceived as a practice of reclaiming and reinscribing meaning on place according to social relationships. He goes on to further describe the habitus as being acquired through imitation or mimesis, that groups and individuals create those social relationships by engaging with the new context, but also by habits, social processes, and experiences from historical collective understandings. The premise in this talk is that Muslims in Britain have created their own habitus that weaves historical memory with a negotiated new context in resistance to homogenizing tendencies that results in the distinctive interpretations of what Muslim architecture means in Britain. The first case study, Brick Lane Mosque, is situated in the east of London, an area renowned for waves of immigrant settlement. The Brick Lane Mosque has a rich and diverse history, built in 1742 as a chapel for the Protestant French Huguenots. The building has been used as a place of worship by Methodists, ultra-Orthodox Jews, and more recently, Bangladeshi Muslims. Listed for conservation to reflect the changing ethnic and religious character of this part of East London in 1950, the exterior has retained its original Georgian style. However, the interior has received much more controversy. When the Mosque Committee bought the abandoned premises in 1970, like many other congregations across the country, worship was undertaken in private accommodation or empty industrial and ecclesiastical buildings. The assimilation phase of multiculturalism during this period was marked by the ineffectiveness of the state and the local police in safeguarding the new communities against discrimination. Hence, external signs of the faith were rare. However, internally, there was requirement for ablution and orientation of prayer to Mecca. Architectural conservation has been an integral part of the ongoing discussion about what it means to belong to the nation, whether defined as England or Britain. When the Bangladeshi government and the High Commission in London funded a new floor to accommodate an additional 600 worshippers, and the removal of the dilapidated gallery and wall panelling, it proved offensive to the local conservation lobby. The lobbyists' argument was that modifications were undertaken brutally, with little regard for the past. Both sides agreed on the importance of conservation of historical sites, but they differed over standards and procedures. Clearly, these were fears of the perceived Islamization of this part of London at a time when foreign Bangladeshis were threatening the exclusiveness of what had been white British identity up until this point, as signified by the acceptable modifications undertaken by the Jewish occupants in the late 19th century. Over the years, the onset of gentrification to the area has been evident. The town hall's drive to transform the street into London's curry capital and Bangladown cultural trail has further exoticized the area for external consumption. In 2004, as part of a nearby regeneration project, £2.5 million of public money were put forward for public art in the erection of new arches along Brick Lane and a minaret-like structure by the Brick Lane Mosque. The architect, David Gallagher, said, quote, "We were briefed to design something that celebrates the demographic changes of the area," unquote. Huge opposition arose against the legitimacy of a minaret and its religious connotations. They claimed its architectural symbolism was incongruent with the building that served multiple faiths and was at odds with the tradition of tolerance and adaptability of this building to changing local needs and migration. The council argued, quote, "The minaret is very much a cultural symbol, providing a strong cultural clue to the area and endorsing our belief that the local Muslim community is now an integral part, not just of Tower Hamlets, but London and further afield. The Brick Lane Cultural Trail will draw visitors into the area, helping to boost local business." What is significant about this case study is that although there was no outwardly obvious signification of a Muslim faith building at first, opposition of the Islamization of space through what Bourdieu describes as the reclaiming and reinscribing of meaning on place by Muslims has drawn objection and opposition. Initially, the objection was assigned to interior modification to suit modern Muslim worship, but more recently to the erection of the minaret-like sculpture. These objections go beyond simple rejection of architectural change. They are far more ideological in nature. The Mosque Committee and the Council have played to the ideological tune, making the case for a cultural trail aimed at outsiders while obscuring the minaret's true essence in its sculptural public art language. The second case study, the London Central Mosque and Islamic Cultural Centre, overlaps in time with the Brick Lane Mosque. However, the architectural response is different due to the political prominence of the mosque's supporters. Lord Lloyd of Dollebrand, chairman of the British Council and later Secretary of State for the Colonies in the 1940s, on behalf of leading Muslims and ambassadors in London, put forward a memo to the Prime Minister of the time, Sir Winston Churchill, stating, quote, "Our empire, which actually contains more Muslims than Christians, it is anomalous and inappropriate that there should be no central place of worship for Muslims. The gift, moreover, of a site for a mosque would serve as a tribute to the loyalty of Muslims of the British Empire and would have a good effect in Arab countries in the Middle East." This high-level political pressure resulted in the presentation of a 2.3-acre site on the edge of the distinguished Regent's Park for £100,000. Between 1954 and 1967, several designs were put forward for planning, but approval was never granted. In 1969, an open international competition was held. The architectural brief was the need to respect the early 19th century John Nash Georgian terraces that border the park and the character of the park itself, whilst consciously expressing itself as a mosque and the centre point for Muslim religious observance in London. The top 4 winning entries ranged from modernist reductionism of key architectural idioms such as the dome minaret and the minaret to more historicist interpretations borrowed from Moroccan architectural language and Mughal exemplars. The winner was Sir Frederick Gibbard, influenced by the European international style and considered one of the fathers of modernism in Britain. His entry is criticized for being confused between his modernist approach to using concrete, glazed facades and no decorative elements with the inaccurate so-called historicist elements of minaret, dome and arch. Gibbet's design was considered historically inaccurate as he did not imitate any particular style. Rather, he referenced the four-centered Gothic arch in his fenestrations and a modular proportion based on his internal concrete construction system. Gibbet utilized the same four-centered arch system to generate the shape of the dome with no clear association to Muslim architecture. The dome is clad in a distinctive bronze sheeting evoking the memory of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. His minaret is purely symbolic, borrowing from the Ottoman pencil minaret and the balconies of the Mamluk style, yet from neither. His design attracted architectural criticism from the establishment. Quote, "It is not the fact that the mosque is decorated that upsets us, or even that it is recognizably traditional in appearance, but the fact that there is no internal logic which ties the decor to the structure behind it." Unquote. Even Gibbet himself admits he lost his nerve. He said, quote, "The London Mosque poses in a special way the problem of language. In linguistic terms, it had two things to do: to be the spiritual home to Muslims living in this country and to represent Islam and the Islamic culture to everyone else. Because of the different relationship which Muslim and Christian traditions hold towards culture and thence towards architecture, the first of these programs is easier to fulfill than the second." Nonetheless, in 2018, very recently, the building was given Grade 2 listed status for its architectural interest in combining the architectural traditions of British modernism and historic Islamic form, and for its historic interest as a symbolic role landmark of the Muslim faith in Britain, which reflected the acceptance of the Muslim faith in Britain by the establishment. The London Central Mosque has been at the forefront of a wave of landmark mosque building in Britain, employing historicist architectural semiotics to represent a growing presence of Muslims as permanent settlers in a pluralistic Britain. Visible and prestigious sites, grand in scale and massing, and celebratory in communication, mark a growing confidence within Muslim communities to demonstrate their presence and permanence to wider society. The architectural language they choose heavily references the shorthand idioms of arch, dome, and minaret. In most cases, proportion, style, and materiality are not precise replicas. However, what appears to be most significant is emphasis on memory and recognizable forms and ornamentation to Muslims and non-Muslims alike. The third and final case study is the Cambridge Central Mosque. Following assimilation and pluralism, it's what I refer to as part of the integration phase. In this phase, the Muslim habitus is influenced by competing claims to legitimacy. On the one hand, several generations of British-born Muslims have greater allegiance to British society and a sense of belonging over things like, imagined memories of a homeland that their parents and grandparents may have had. But on the other hand, Muslims are increasingly embroiled in far-right movements and Islamophobic sentiment. Within this context, architecture as a practice of habitus or dispositions is torn between a desire to create an authentic British mosque that fits in, while at the same time defending Islam's legitimate presence against accusations of an Islamization of Britain and terrorism. In 2009, the Cambridge Central Mosque Committee held an international competition to design a mosque that would hold 1,000 men and women and announce Islam's presence in Cambridge as a spiritual and cultural asset, not only to Muslims, but also to the wider community. Their intention was to create a beautiful place of worship, a high-quality development which would fit in with this environment and at the same time stand out as a new and distinctive focus. The brief called for a design with focus on environmental sustainability and with a significant element of public art integrated with the architecture. The winners were Marks Barfield, designers of the London Eye. David Marks said, quote, "We didn't want to create a replica or pastiche of something that existed elsewhere. The opportunity to do something English, British, excited us. Now that there is a significant Muslim community in the UK, it's time to work out what it means to have an English mosque. Our intention was to develop a strongly contemporary design of its place and time, yet reflecting both the Islamic and British sacred traditions. The design team had a number of inspirational sources, for example, the concept of a calm oasis of contemplation within a grove of trees, inspired by the image of the Garden of Paradise with its water fountain, symbolizing the source of life. They were also inspired by elements from mosques in Andalusian Spain, Algeria and Turkey, as well as innovative English vaulting in King's College in Cambridge and Westminster Abbey. The design also seeks to incorporate the application of geometry, inspired by natural form and Islamic principles, guided by Professor Keith Critchlow, an expert in sacred architecture and Islamic geometry. The focus on nature informs other aspects of the building's design values. A minimal carbon footprint. The building is energy efficient, with heat pumps, water recycling, and strategic use of glass and other materials to gain and conserve heat. The great domes culminate in glass oculi, which bathe the interior in natural light. Significant attention is placed on the garden and its landscaping species and layout. The case of the Cambridge Central Mosque exemplifies an emerging genre of architectural mosque designs that aims to fit in. Reference to Islamic traditional elements is still prevalent, but its interpretation into built form and ornamentation is based on deeper and meaningful engagement with what a British mosque is as an experience, as the design is intended for worshippers to experience a gradual transition from garden to prayer hall. At each transition, the use of nature, geometry, and materiality together communicate Islamic symbolism as a state of being. The link with the local and Islamic is expressed through the natural world. Once again, the Cambridge Mosque attracted controversy, with the English Defence League holding a march and rally to oppose its construction. Over 500 protesters signed a petition, circulated amongst neighbours anonymously, to block the mosque being built, claiming it is a front for terrorism. More controversial is the Cambridge County Court injunction by Stop Islamization of Europe and Sikhs Against Sharia, claiming that the planning consultation was conducted unlawfully. The recurring pattern in the three cases being examined in this paper is one in which the post-colonial context has become a contested site of imperial relationships, destabilized by the presence of competing ideologies and situated discourses. Islam and Muslims in Britain continue to reclaim and reinscribe meaning on places, expressing their presence using several strategies. The first, less visible covert strategies, such as adaptive reuse of abandoned buildings or co-opting consumer-based programs, as in the case of the Brick Lane Cultural Trail, also relies on public art, which abstracts Muslim architectural elements. Another strategy is much more extrovert and employs a mix and match of modern and facsimile historicist elements, but with little relationship to the original as a means of political representation and a familiar repertoire of Islamic architecture to Muslims and non-Muslims alike. The third strategy is one focused on fitting in, whereby Islamic tradition is not replicated as a form of political representation, as in the second strategy, but more of an informed adaptation of deeper sacred meaning in a new context while upholding universal values, such as being green. So that brings me to the end of the paper. I'd just also like to thank VCU Arts Qatar, the Qatar Foundation, Angela for the panel, and all the panelists who I've shared a platform with. Thank you.
So thank you so much for such a wonderful panel of presentations. I'm so pleased that you could all participate in the conference and introduce some very important discussions to a very excited audience. I think I heard lots of murmuring at different points, and you've inspired a lot of, I'm sure, a lot of questions and a lot of ideas. And these topics are particularly important because many of us, although we may work with material culture that comes from the distant past, we're working in communities that are subjected to a lot of these dynamics: colonialism, post-colonialism, population shifts, changing neoliberal policies and economic developments. And because art history is in large part a discipline that regards things that have already been made, things that are essentially complete, I was wondering if each of you could maybe comment on how your work individually is an opportunity to reflect and perhaps inform some of the things that are happening. For example,
how art historians in general, but also people in other disciplines, and then yourselves personally, participate in the communities with which you are conducting your research, and how that has an impact on these groups of people.
I mean, I guess compared to the other two speakers, mine is still more historical. I mean, I'm looking at the processes that started in the 1923, even though my paper was about how the story is still unfolding. But to answer your question, one thing that I might say is the way this demographic engineering considered to be a solution still today in the case of the Syrian conflict. And it looks like similar projects to resettle the refugees in the border zone and making new cities in the border and so on. These are considered as, to me, frightening, but apparently plausible scenarios in the current political situation. So in that sense, the topic that I'm working on is a cautionary tale to the demographic engineering that is still being done. And maybe one more thing, these massive compulsory population transfer is considered illegal today in the international law. I mean, it was illegal during the time that I'm looking at, but international law always finds a way to make it happen. So it sometimes is frightening to me how the top-down decision makers always find a way to violate human rights through legalization, through processes that are that are deemed legal. So I think, some of these topics are relevant today in that sense.
So I came up with two examples. One, I'm doing a research project on Hindus in Putrajaya, which are 1% of the population. And they've been trying for 15 years to get a Hindu temple, like a national level Hindu temple. And they've hit red tape all the way. They don't have a cemetery. They are not represented in the city at all. So I'm trying to draw attention to this and give maybe a platform to their plight, because no one studied it so far. And then the second one is another new city, Forest City, which I showed a slide of, is expropriating land and from an indigenous community, and they're currently fighting a lawsuit to stay where they are and not be moved to less valuable land inland. And I'm trying to draw attention to that, but that's all I could think of.
I'm quite fortunate in that I have both the academic side, but also with Mela Social Enterprise, I'm dealing directly with the grassroots communities. I think, and that kind of helps me bridge between the local authorities and governments, like Ministry of Housing, or we have the Mayor of London now is very interested in integration, and to influence policymakers in taking more of an active role in engaging with these communities, not from a place of critique, but more of a place of understanding what it is that they need in order to bring their spaces into being. So a lot of this work is also connected with the Council of Europe has an intercultural cities program. And on that program, they work with local authorities with 3 pillars, which I think is really critical. One is called the diversity advantage, where you're actually recognizing these people as people with knowledge and skills and ideas. It also includes equality, so recognizing that they have rights to express themselves in any shape or form. And the third one is to encourage intercultural encounters, to break down myths and therefore to break down the kind of Islamophobic sentiment that we get circulating in the media and so forth. So there's a lot of that kind of work that I think local authorities are benefiting from. But on the grassroots level, with my social enterprise, I do a lot of the bridging cultures work. For example, working with Muslim communities at the moment, as Angela mentioned, the street iftar is a part of Ramadan, the sacred month of fasting, where we're sharing a meal with people from outside the community to build those relationships, to break down myths, but also to claim public space in ways that are more acceptable and more tolerant of different communities. And for the first time this year, we've gotten the go-ahead from Birmingham City Council in the UK to hold it in the city centre in the most visible and public space. So we're very pleased that that's actually something the council's agreed to. This is the first time.
Thank you so much for such an incredibly thought-provoking and dynamic panel. I really learned so much and was so inspired by all of your papers. My question/comment in some ways could be addressed by all or one, depending on who chooses. But I was really struck by the important ending of Ezra's comment that it's perhaps, and of course we've heard this from other scholars before, that the reductive way of naming complex cultural histories and framing them as Islamic over and over is, of course, in some ways an Orientalist and colonialist way of always reducing something to the notion that it's somehow essential to a religion or an expression of a religion. And of course, Islamicists have grappled with that, and some Islamicists prefer Islamicate as a term to talking about the art histories of particular regions. But really was inspired and saw by all of your papers is that the politics of naming matters so much, right? That the choice of, calling in certain forms, and these ethnic terms like Arab versus English or Islamic versus English. I mean, that those are still sort of the politics of naming things that are actually incommensurate. Why is something called it by a national form or by a national identity English, but then certain things are all lumped together as Islamic, right? And that we, of course, have normalized talking in that language, but that language, of course, in some ways has a genealogy. And of course, in some ways, it's all return also to tropical modernism, right? That in some ways, these practices that you're all mentioning are still in some ways mired in high modernism, where one form is universal and the other thing you add to is the indigenous or local. Thank you.
For Sarah, thank you all, though, for an amazing panel. This was super fascinating. So I was curious, the pictures that you put up seem to suggest that the majority, if not all of these CEOs are men. And I'm wondering about kind of construction of spaces for women in these environments. And then also as another question to that, it seems that the way you've kind of determined success is largely on aesthetic grounds. And I'm wondering also about economic grounds of success within these cities, of what is the desired outcome that these CEOs are hoping for from these cities?
Good questions. I don't know. In terms of space for women in the new cities, it's not really explicitly talked about at all. Like, nobody's talked about it. So they're meant to be more modern banking, commerce, government centers. Determining success, yeah, I think that's part of crafting some of these new cities. And I think actually Putrajaya is one of the best examples of that. Putrajaya is kind of a statement of rejection against the West and against the British occupation, and an embrace towards a new set of allies in the Middle East. And at the time, in the 90s, it was always thought that the money's going to come from the Arabs in terms of investment for development. And they've since, after the economic crisis, they packed up and went home, and now it's the Chinese. So it's really an interesting kind of set of dynamics, but what success means is attracting FDI, and it's all coming from different places now. So the kind of reason that Putrajaya was built in some senses no longer really exists. To court the Arab dollar isn't happening.
You were talking, I kind of thought that this phenomena has a historical precedent, which is very similar to the era that I was talking about, the inauguration of nation states and how new cities were built, including Ankara, Chandigarh, Islamabad, Brasilia, you name it. And, the logic is a little similar to leaving the city, old city, which obviously developed historically and is very messy, complex, and so on, and this top-down, a bunch of men basically making a master plan to start a new city from scratch. But in all cases, including the historical cases and the contemporary cases that you look at, I mean, when you actually go and look from the ground, you know, what we see in the advertisement images is not really what is on the ground. And speaking of the places for women and immigrants, I mean, the city is always, even when it is built from scratch, is always much more complex. You know, the women and the immigrants and those who are not actually in the master planning board do shape the city in an ad hoc way. So I feel even the new cities are much more layered and complex than what these advertisement images want us to believe.
I just want to respond to that quickly. I think you're right, but I think there are some key differences between the wave of post-World War II cities and the ones that are being constructed today. And one key component of this is that the labor is not domestic anymore. The labor is the same as the people building cities in this region. So, you know, it's famously Brasilia's population exceeded the target by the time Brasilia was finished, because all the construction workers brought their families and filled up the place before. So, you know, the population was double what it was intended to be just 10 years after completion. This can never happen in the contemporary wave of new cities, because when a Bangladeshi comes to a place like Malaysia or Qatar, they surrender their passport to their employer, and there's no pathway to citizenship. And so it's a very much more tightly controlled situation than Brasilia, where you have, you know, migrants and immigrants and all sorts of different people. It's a very different regime today.
These are such interesting points, because it suggests, even though the panel in some sense is about people using and responding to and altering and making interventions into space, it implies that if we study these cities in the future, there will be no record of all of these construction workers and migrants and you know, newly arrived peoples who are making interventions that are not structurally based. They're interventions into space. And so that's something important for, certainly for architectural historians to consider. There are a few more questions out there. It's hard to see. Yes.
Thank you so much for this very interesting panel. My question is for Sarah and Noha. It seems to me from your presentations that the ideas and representations of Islam that are represented through this architecture are very conservative. And my question is about whether other more progressive ideas, I'm thinking about the more and more mosques that are run by female imams in Europe, such ideas are represented in new architecture. Thank you.
The example I chose, the Cambridge Central Mosque, is actually the most radical to date. There aren't any female imams that I know of, certainly operating in the UK, run by converts, or reverts, as some people would refer to them. And they're the ones who are trying to bridge between what is considered to be more contextual and British versus historicist and traditional. And that's, for me, that's the most radical that I could find as a case study to share with you. So that's, you know, the example that I found.
And in my case, you know, Indonesia and Malaysia have really internalized the fact that they're on the periphery and that they're sort of inferior, less pure Muslims. So when I was in Putrajaya, I went to the architecture office and I was asking people, where do you get all your ideas from? And they showed me a stack of art history textbooks, like Blair and Bloom, which literally doesn't have the word Malaysia and Indonesia in them. And they just flip through and say, I like that dome, I like these arches, and it's this sort of simple process. But it's already sort of predetermined what they can select from based on what's available in these art history textbooks. And so I guess just to elaborate a little bit more, there's a tension right now between that approach, which is perceived as the creeping Arabization of Southeast Asian Islam. And then on the other hand, you have people who are advocating for using vernacular mosques as the source of inspiration. So what Imran bin Tajuddin was showing yesterday, now you're seeing some mosques come up that are the tiered pagoda-style mosques used for, state mosques. So there is this very deep tension right now in Southeast Asia.
Esra used a really interesting phrase that I think is significant. She called it there's the complicity of architecture in some of these things, and I think that's a very apt description for the phenomena that all three of you have been talking about. We tend to see architecture maybe as something that is neutral or predetermined in establishing meaning and identity of groups of people in some cases, and it is very complicit in some of these dynamics and movements
and
across the sea
as well.
and stories. Yeah, thank you all so much.
It is a great pleasure to get to introduce our next panel chair, Anne Dunlop. I almost never get to introduce friends and Renaissance scholars here in Doha, so I'm pleased and excited to be able to do that. Anne Dunlop holds the Herald Chair in Fine Arts at the University of Melbourne. She is and has been a specialist of 14th and 15th century Italian art with a particular expertise in early secular art. Her book, Painted Palaces, which was published by Penn State University Press in 2009, is a hugely important study of the phenomenon of the rise of secular art in late medieval and early modern Europe. I think that those of us who study the period, there was a moment where I think we were all feeling fed up with just nothing but a certain form of religious art, Christian religious art, that was seen as the dominant mode for studying late medieval and the beginning of Renaissance art. And Anne's book was a really important part of kind of moving us past that and into a different paradigm. So all of us in the field are hugely remain grateful to that. Her more recent books include her book, Andrea del Castagno and the Limits of Painting, published by Harvey Miller in 2015, and then edited with Christy Anderson and Pam Smith, The Matter of Art, Materials, Practices, Cultural Logics, circa 1250 to 1750, which was also published, I guess originally in 2014, right? But then reissued in 2015. Anne is currently working on a number of projects, including a project on sort of synthesizing the global Renaissance and global approaches to the Renaissance, for which she held a visiting professorship at Villa Itati in the fall of 2016. She's also working a lot now on what she's going to be talking to us a little bit about this morning to get started, which is on links between Italy and Mongol Eurasia. She is chairing, as you can see, this morning she'll be chairing the panel, The Ilkhanate and Its Neighbors, Artistic Exchange, Overland Routes, and Maritime Trade between 1250 and 1400. Please join me in welcoming Anne Dunlop.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks also for that extraordinary introduction. It's always surprising when people go back to earlier work that you've done. I was very, very pleased. I wanted to start, as most of our panel chairs have done, as most of our speakers have done, just by saying how honored and happy I am to be part of this amazing occasion. How exciting it is to see so many people brought together, and how grateful I am for the extraordinary organization that has marked this event and continues to mark it. When I saw the subject matter for the proposed topic for the meeting that we are having over these 2 days, there was a kind of perverse moment, I have to say, in my own response to it. The Mongols need to be there somewhere But they are, of course, a sort of problematic formation to be brought into this. I'm not going to speak very long, actually. I just want to sort of explain a little bit of the thinking that has gone into the reason for this panel, and then why we have two speakers, and then finally how I'll introduce our speakers to us. So, just to remind you, I don't think anybody in this audience needs any sort of reminder of the historical ilkhanat, but when I first heard this idea of the seas of mobility, the focus on sort of cultural exchange, artistic agency created by, through, and in spite of travel, cultural encounter, and distance, and this focus in particular on the seas and mobility, I thought the ilkhanat is an interesting example of that, because of course it is and occupied a sort of territory at the very center of the kind of early Eurasian worlds. But the Mongols are obviously notoriously best known for their failure with boats, I guess is what we could say. Their absolute inability, as it was certainly constructed at the time and continues to be constructed, to make any sort of headway in conquests that involved, as their attempted conquests of Japan did, ship and seafaring activities. So I show you a detail of one of the illustrated scrolls that marked this event. And, this was even discussed back in Europe, my own area of interest, where Marco Polo's book and others recorded this event, that the sort of limits, one of the limits, the few things that the Mongols were not good at was anything involving seafaring. So it seemed like there was a kind of provocation in thinking about the Mongol ilkhanat in this notion of the seas and mobility, but it also felt to me like it absolutely needed to be there because it has become a kind of, in some ways almost, I don't know, proverbial, but certainly very, very commonly taken as one of the sort of hinges, one of those absolute moments when there's a kind of acceleration, a kind of change in the ways in which contact, mobility, and exchange are occurring. This is a diagram that I think is going to be familiar to everyone in this audience, based ultimately on Abu Lugod, but now, showing up in European and world civilization courses. You get it very, very commonly. It's about as common, I think it's probably the closest thing to a kind of internet meme that the early modern period might be marked by. So, there's a way in which if we're thinking about the sort of mobility of things, the ilkhanat needs to be there. It was the sort of center, as it was set up, of this idea that around this moment, 1250, 1300, with the Mongol advent, something fundamental changes. And in fact, a lot of the discussion of early modern, even the ideas of the roots of modernity comes back to this as a kind of pivotal or hinge moment when something fundamental is shifting, accelerating, changing. Now, part of the reason for this, obviously, and part of the reason for the interest of looking at the ilkhanat in this forum is that the Mongols they would be an example of something that Jessica mentioned yesterday in her sort of thinking of how cultural exchange, technologies, transfers, images move, in that they actually very systematically moved creators, artisans, and makers, enslaved them and moved them in some cases very, very great distances, with the results that there's a kind of markedness, the period is kind of marked by a whole series of what seem to be images or visual languages drawing on technologies or visual forms taken from other places. So, for instance, this ultimately Chinese weaving form being used in sort of the Persian world with Persian imagery, or something like this, which is a little cloisonné incense burner using a very old Chinese form, but it's been argued, a rather new technology, this cloisonné enamel, partly possibly coming into the sort of Chinese cultural sphere as a result of the mass enslavements of workers from the sort of Persian world being moved into what's the sort of now the sort of Yunnan territories. Or, for instance, back in the sort of European sphere that I work in, that I'm interested in, European images and patterns picking up and trying to engage with Ilkhanate visual languages. And because I am an art historian, I'm going to show you what those three look like more broadly. So the idea of this panel, as I was thinking about it, was to take three specialists, a specialist of the sort of Ilkhanate itself, a specialist of East Asian images in engagement with the Persianate world, and a specialist of the sort of European world, and bring them into conversation. This has been a little bit complicated by the fact that one of our speakers, ironically the Ilkhanate specialist, Stefano Carboni, is unable to join us. It's a happy reason. Just about 3 weeks ago, he was offered a new job, a new position, and in fact, he'll be starting work tomorrow morning bright and early in Riyadh. So he was unable to come to us today. For this reason, in our questions, in our discussions, because many of the sort of specialists of this, world specialists of this moment, and these visual languages are here in this audience, I'm going to appeal to you to engage very actively with our speakers who are coming. Good, so I'll introduce, as Angela did, I'll introduce our two speakers and then turn the floor over to them. Our first speaker is Dr. Heather Coffey, who's Assistant Professor of Art History at OCAD University in Toronto. Dr. Coffey, Heather is a specialist of European encounters with the Muslim world and has held a number of prestigious fellowships in that area, including, for instance, at the Kunsthistorisches Institute in Florence, between 2009 and 11, and a project that was looking at visual and textual representations of Muhammad. She's published a number of important articles, including Encountering the Body of Muhammad, Intersections between Mirage Narratives, the Divine Comedy Before the Era of Print, published 2013 in the book Constructing the Image of Muhammad in Europe, edited by Abinoam Shalem and Gerhard Wolf, or more recently, the article Diminutive Divination and the Implications of Scale, a miniature Quran Faraheh of the Safavid period in the volume Miniature Books, which came out this year. Our second speaker, Shay McCausland, is Percival David Professor of History and Art and the head of the Department of History of Art and Archaeology at SOAS in London. He's a prolific writer on many different aspects of Chinese art, but most germane for his work to do with us here is a series of publications, including the book The Mongol Century, Visual Cultures of Yuan China, 1271 to 1368, which came out in 2014, or more recently, an article he co-wrote with Sheila Blair, Visual Sources for the Mongol Empire, in the volume edited by Michal Biran and Kim Ho-do in the Cambridge History of the Mongol Empire. So I'll open the floor, turn it over to them, and thank you for your attention.
So like almost all of the speakers before me, I would like to thank Anne so incredibly for inviting me to speak at this esteemed conference. And I would like to thank the conference organizers for their tireless efforts in mounting this elaborate conference, which is such a creative nexus of exchange. And I'd also like to thank, again, both Marissa and Desiree for ensuring our smooth travel to attend the conference and the near flawless execution of the conference itself, where there is no detail too small to be attended to by either one of them. For decades, art historical research concerning 14th to 15th century Italian painting has emphasized the centrality of ultramarine as the most desired and expensive pigment available to Renaissance artists. Extracted from lapis lazuli, ultramarine's very name, over the sea, emphasized its fabled importation from the Sar al-Sang mines in Badakhshan and across interlinked land-based and seafaring trade routes to Italy. In a quest to magnify Renaissance studies and to lure it to embrace globalized contexts, recent research has emphasized the geographical sources of pigments and materials most persuasively during the ease of passage ensured by the Pax Mongolica after the expansion of the Mongol Empire and its subdivision into Khanates. Although portable, pigments are geological or botanical vestiges of another place, even if pulverized and transformed, imbricating and collapsing geographical reference, or even geological reference, onto a new tectonic surface of illusionism. Yet, was lapis lazuli and its constituent blue colorant lazurite equally prized in the Ilkhanid ateliers along these same trade routes, given that its most famous quarries at Badakhshan were now under Ilkhanid control? Although ultramarine was indeed used in Ilkhanid manuscript painting, it is the category of Ilkhanid ceramics known as lajvardina, its name derived from the Persian for lajvard, which is most often translated as a direct reference to lapis or lapis lazuli, that suggests Ilkhanid esteem of the pigment through its evocation of a dark blue glaze. Yet, like many color terms, lajvardina is slightly inexact, and it enacts an obvious but commonly overlooked falsehood. Ilkhanid ceramics use cobalt blue as colorants and not lazurite. Given these complexities, this paper, which represents an initial effort into a new research direction, investigates a circuit of shared value and esteem for blue, or a chromosphere, one could say, and specifically of lapis lazuli between the Italian peninsula and Ilkhanid Persia in the 14th century. In so doing, it will argue that while lazurite has been deeply fetishized by art historians of Italian painting, a modest initial bidirectional analysis of blue pigments in these two interlinked realms undercuts ultramarine's Italianate hegemonic position, but not of the color blue itself. Now, overemphasis on ultramarine in Italian art history cannot be understated. And this overemphasis on ultramarine is perhaps best enshrined by Baxendale's 1972 Painting and Experience in 15th Century Italy, a primer in the social history of pictorial style, reissued in 1985. Baxendale's review of artists' contracts across the 15th century traces a shift in preoccupation from the use of precious materials, and specifically the purity and amount of ultramarine, towards, instead, the skillful working of those same materials, wherein artistic ability and painterly prowess is itself commodified and consumed by artistic contracts or commissions by mid-century, so around 1450 to 1500. Exacting stipulations about the grades of ultramarine to be used in commissions, Baxendale said, captures a sophistication about blues and a capacity to discriminate between one and another, which our own culture does not equip us, but which was encoded in the period eye of the 15th century Italian viewer. Baxendale's scholarship cemented an explicit chromatic hierarchy of pigments in the Renaissance atelier, with ultramarine at the apex of the entire palette, and I would argue it is still there. Ultramarine was treasured in Italy not only for its legendary Eastern origins, but also for its innate preciosity, its variation in quality, its arduous exportation, its vulnerability to interruption to supply, its elevated price, and its laborious process of extraction and purification. The geological and geochemical conditions necessary for the petrological genesis of lapis lazuli ensures that only a small number of deposits have been identified around the globe. While the quarries in Sar al-Sang in Badakhshan, Afghanistan, were indeed the predominant source for lapis lazuli for occidental or westward trade in the Ilkhanid period, quarries in the Pamir Mountains in Tajikistan and in the Chagai Hills in Pakistan have also been active since antiquity. And to quote Friesen and Brun, despite the eminence of the Badakhshan mines, available chemical data refutes the hypothesis of a single mining supply source for archaeological findings of lapis lazuli in the ancient and medieval world. Regardless of geographic source, lapis lazuli itself is not a homogeneous gemstone, but an aggregate compound composed of up to 9 minerals, mainly lazurite, hyenite, sodalite, nosolite, calcite, and pyrite. And the coveted blue pigment derives from lazurite. And although lapis lazuli may well bring to mind a deeply blue-colored stone with shimmering gold inclusions of pyrite smudged with calcite veins or inclusions, it is noteworthy that lazurite formations from Sar al-Sang specifically commonly bear an isometric crystal structure resembling cubic geodes protruding from a white calcite crystalline base, as you can see here. Certainly, multiple Italian texts, of which Cennini's Il Libro dell'Arte, describe the process of pulverizing the lapis stone into pine resin, gum mastic, or beeswax, kneading it for several weeks, placing it in a solution of potassium carbonate, and decanting it multiple times to extract the lazurite. Ultramarine was a favored pigment in works by Guido da Siena, Simone Martini, Ambrogio Lorenzetti, and countless others. And at the risk of utter and complete predictability, we have only to think of Duccio's momentous Maestà altarpiece for the high altar of Siena Cathedral, which uses ultramarine for the entirety of its multi-paneled surface, wherever blue appears. The central figure of the enthroned Virgin wears a mantle of an intensely saturated ultramarine blue, as do all of the subsidiary figures. Yet, pigment samples from the Metropolitan Museum of Art's infamous and newly acquired Duccio, if you agree with that attribution, newly acquired Duccio panel, reveals that the blue of the Virgin's mantle is composed of striations of azurite or copper carbonate mixed with lead white in its uppermost layer only. The underlying azurite has simply darkened over time to mimic lazurite rather well. In these two details, it clearly demonstrates how these two rival pigments within the Italian peninsular ateliers for blue, azurite, and then lazurite, cannot reliably be distinguished by the eye. As a common alternative to ultramarine, azurite was, of course, similarly imported, most often from across the Alps, and rendered suitable for panel painting by purifying the ground mineral and retaining a relatively large particulate, lest the intensity of the desired blue be marred by an unwanted gray tinge. And ultramarine was far more esteemed than azurite precisely because of its tonal richness and, in its highest purities, its purplish blue tinge. Of course, in Italian panel painting and manuscript painting, both pigments can be used independently in a single composition or layered over top one another. Confusing matters even further, indigo can also provide a possible third blue tint when not mixed with orpiment to create green, although unto itself indigo appears black when not diluted, and was quite often substituted for carbon black to delineate very fine details, such as the outline of halos. The interdependence of these two pigments, ultramarine and azurite, is seen in this depiction of Christ's Ascension from the 1340 Lodario of the Florentine Compagnia or Confraternity di Sant'Agnese, executed by Pacino di Buonaguida and the master of the Dominican effigies in around 1340. The dark blue robe of the Virgin below combines layers of ultramarine executed over layers of azurite, while the robe of the Apostle at the left margin uses azurite highlighted with lead white throughout. Lazurite was not the only material ferried to peninsular ateliers along entangled trade routes, whether overland or oversea. As Dunlop, Pisseri, and Goran have shown, gold is one obvious counterpart. This fatimid granulated biconical bead attests to the long-standing migration of gold from Ghana to North African courts. And by the 1230s, privileged trading relations between Pisa, Venice, Genoa, Sicily, and Hafsid Tunis, as a northern nexus of trans-Saharan trade, facilitated the minting of gold as much as the beating of gold leaf for painting, reinstituting a gold standard for trade currency by Genoa and Florence in 1252. In actively contextualizing other artistic materials along global mercantile networks, these scholars confront a conditioned mental stain or chronophilia, or even overt chromofetishism for ultramarine that, I would argue, still elevates the deepest of blues. Of course, historical color terms are notoriously tricky in origin and shades of meaning, pun intended. And the blue from Badakhshan is no exception. The term lapis lazuli is the result of complex linguistic migrations and has been heavily romanticized. Whether the Latin term lazuli is derived from the Persian lajoard or vice versa remains debated. Margules argues that the old Persian word is instead kasakena, while the Middle Persian word was kasken and was not transmitted into New Persian. A similar word, lazaward, was transmitted into Arabic and thence into medieval Latin as lazulum or azurum, ultimately entering French as azur and into Italian and English and other languages. But the term ultramarine is something different. It earns its name from the Latin translation of ultramarinus, or over the sea, and the French term for the Crusader states, outre-mer, which refers to an eastward expansion and colony rather than any westward journey of trade or migration. Of course, I'm going to acknowledge the limits of my own comparative framework, because obviously the prominent use of lapis or lazurite is not confined to the 14th century, nor is the preferential use of blue pigment confined to a single historical period or geographical region. For the Islamic world, one only has to think of the blue Quran's chrysographic lettering on richly blue-colored sheepskin. And Cheryl Porter has recently shown in a 2018 publication that its blue color derives from indigotin-bearing plant materials, namely indigo or woad, evenly distributed either by dyeing the sheepskin or, more likely, by painting the blue color mixed with a binder atop the parchment with a brush or cloth. In the interest of pursuing a blue-tinged Italian Ilhanid chromosphere of shared materiality and signification of color, let me simply ask, was lazurite prominently used in Ilhanid painting? As we all know, the years 1280 to 1336 witnessed a well-documented surge in Ilhanid illustrated manuscripts in tandem with the endowment of multiple mosques and architectural complexes devoted to papermaking, the preparation of pens and ink, calligraphers, bookbinders, leatherworkers, illuminators, and so on. And approximately 36 Ilhanid manuscripts survive from this period in full or partial form. Lazurite, and I'm specifically using the term lazurite rather than ultramarine for the Ilhanid realm, because ultramarine is associated more with a European context of use. Lazurite is repeatedly used and is a dominant pigment for opulent large-scale commissions, especially for Shahnamahs, such as the 57 surviving paintings of Technicolor impact from the great Mongol Shahnamah produced in Tabriz between around 1330 to 1340. And if I showed Duccio, I had to show this folio from the great Mongol Shahnamah. In this famous folio, the Sasanian king Bahram Gur plunges his sword into the belly of the dragon. And the king's clothing is painted using jewel-toned or enamel-like lazurite pigment and gold leaf for his lamellar weaponry. The application of blue and gold hues differs from the Chinese-inspired writhing form of the dragon and surrounding landscape, which employs gradations of color, colored washes, contoured edges, and finely drawn details in ink. I would just like to say, and as a side, that I would do anything for technological studies of Ahmed Musa's fragmentary Miraj Namaz from around 1317, and I would also do anything for a technological study of Rashid al-Din's Jami al-Tawarik, which I have not been able to find a definitive answer to the blue used throughout that manuscript. I've also asked 4 specialists at this conference. If anyone knows, do please tell me. Yet, however much a single folio in a polyscenic Persian manuscript bears the sophisticated application of ultramarine, that folio was historically viewed in succession, even if the manuscript is now unbound and its folios orphaned across multiple museums or private collections. That is to say, within this Italian Ilhanid framework, on a purely practical level, the juxtaposition of purplish-blue ultramarine for the mantle of the Virgin as the dominant or isolated figure against reddish-tinged gold leaf on a single painted panel arguably facilitates Italian scholarly preoccupation with lazurite simply because of the visual emphasis granted to the pigment through the overarching scale of the figure, the absence of calligraphic written text, and the consumption of a single image in totality. Where lazurite is seemingly prized is in the category of Ilhanid ceramics known as Lajvardina ware. Lajvardina is distinctly associated with the Ilhanid period, as I'm sure everyone here knows, and its potters alone, and especially the lavish tile decoration of the seasonal palace Takhti Suleiman in Azerbaijan, built in the 1270s. Indeed, Lajvardina was somewhat abandoned after Ilhanid rule, with some exceptions, such as select tiles from the mausoleums of the Timurid Shah-i Zinda in Samarkand. As a first example of a Lajvardina ware, here is an 8-pointed Fritware tile. The tile received its first firing after the application of a dark monochrome blue glaze, either by dipping, ladling, or brushing a glaze slurry onto the surface. The tile was fired a second time to vitrify overglaze painted details, including trimmed pieces of gold leaf adjacent or underneath them. A flowering spray of Chinese-inspired lotus and peony blossoms occupies the surface, which undoubtedly formed one piece of an interlocking sheet of ceramic revetment inside an Ilhanid palace, mosque, or mausoleum. And here's another view. This second example of Lajvardina dates to somewhere between about 1250 to 1400. And here, the deep blue color of the jar is complemented by a design comprised of small squares of gold leaf, carefully inserted into quatrefoils, framed by delicate red and white overpainting. Yet, despite its seemingly straightforward nature, Lajvardina is arguably a modern categorization and not a historically valid term. The appropriation of the word lajvar as its root implies the presence of lapis lazuli, and thus lazurite, but the term Lajvardina, or Lajvardina ware, at least when repeated in exhibition catalogs and museum websites, is a reductive construction that reiterates the objectification of a precious stone and the saturated blue it produces. It is, however, the wrong stone. I'd also point out that the term Lajvardina is also applied to Ilhanid ceramics with a turquoise blue glaze, despite the obvious color variation. Lajvardina therefore refers to ceramics that do not contain any lazurite whatsoever. Lazurite cannot be used for ceramic glazes because of its lower temperature resistance, meaning that the colorant would burn away when fired. Whenever the term was first used, the motivations for its genesis include at least 4 possibilities. 1, the term Lajvardina simply reflects the richest and most opulent blue glazes achieved on the very best examples of the pottery so named, which in their saturation visually paralleled lazurite deposits at Badakhshan. 2, It derives from a sort of chromatic nostalgia enabled by ongoing fabulation, wherein the legendary properties of lapis lazuli were grafted onto this ceramic technology through the word lajvard as a conduit. 3, the Arabic word lazaward and or the Persian words lajvard or lajavard at its root merely signaled the optical perception of the color blue only, regardless of the chemical composition of the pigment itself. Or 4, lazaward and or lajvard at one time primarily referred to cobalt ore and has been continuously and improperly translated thereafter. While lazurite was frequently used in Ilkhanid painting for protagonists in narrative illustrations or for the complex illumination of Qurans, its dominance in ceramic production is technically impossible. Indeed, the geographical source of Lajvardina's defining blue pigment was not the lapis mines in Badakhshan, but the cobalt mines in and near Kashan. The most famous reference to the mining of Lajvard is in Abu al-Hasan Kashani's treatise on the manufacture of ceramic. Kashani's treatise appears as an appendix to the virtues of jewels and the delicacies of perfumes, surviving in at least 3 manuscripts dated 1301, 1507, and 1583. Kashani writes, and I'm sure this is quite familiar to some of you, "The 6th is the stone Lajvard. It is like white silver shining in the sheath of a hard black stone. From it comes Lajvard color, like that of Lajvard colored glaze. Another type comes from Varangistan and is ash-colored and soft. And there is a red kind found in the mine, which is a deposit on the outside of the stone and is like the red shell of pistachios. Matan and Pollard postulate that the white silver in a black encasement is either asbolite or cobaltite. The second mineral, ash-colored and soft, they argue is also asbolite, and that the red kind must be erythrite. Kessler disputes the first identification. Nevertheless, Kashani's phrase, another type of cobalt, comes from Varangistan, which is best translated literally as the land of the Franks, and typically associated with Europe, is evocative, displaying Kashani's knowledge of global networks of available pigments and circuits of exchange. Of course, if we take the mineralogical or geological source of the pigment out of the equation, the color blue was deeply esteemed across media in Ilkhanid Persia, but as we heard yesterday, its ideological basis was directly informed by its relations with the Yuan dynasty. At the same time, it is noteworthy that Persian cobalt, with a high manganese and low iron content, was exported from Hamsar near Kashan to Jingdezhun in the pre-Ming era for use in Yuan blue and white ceramics. In conclusion, by asking the question of whether a pigment can be orientalized and whether ultramarine has been orientalized, I'd argue yes, and that I am complicit in sustaining this bias, even as I pursue its utilization and signification at its source of importation. The circulation and use of ultramarine along these 2 poles of 14th century Italy and Ilkhanid Persia was therefore not a circuitous chromosphere or chromozone, but rather an eastward cascade of reference and consumption in Italian awareness of ultramarines' origins in Badakhshan, the use of ultramarine in Ilkhanid manuscript painting, localized reliance on cobalt for ceramics, and exportation of Persian cobalt for Chinese ceramic production in Jingdezhun. Thank you very much.
Let me add my thanks to our hosts and their sponsors, and especially all our wonderful organizers for this, for their very gracious welcome in the VCU space, where they've taken care of all of our needs, including with the exhibition, which has a wonderful VR work that helps us to visualize the future of migration and mobility off Earth in some kind of Anthropocene future. So my paper is concerned with the framework for artistic relations between the late Ilkhan period and the mid-Yuan. Now, typically these relations proceed through the lens of China as the Middle Kingdom rather than China as part of the Yeke Mongol Ulus, or the Mongol Great State. And Tim Brooke has recently argued that we shouldn't be talking about the Mongol Empire at all, but be thinking of it in terms of a great state, which is something quite distinct, but that's a topic for another day. So let me just give you an example of how the current framework works. So recent excavations of early blue and white porcelain from the porcelain capital of the world, Jingdezhen, in Jiangxi province in South China, show that these objects were almost certainly inscribed by Persian, which are inscribed with Persian poetry, were inscribed by Persian potters. So I'm referring to this area up here. Very likely working in collaboration with the local Chinese potters, and obviously under Mongol intercarnate patronage. Now, most likely this dates to around the 1330s, i.e. the period of Abu Sa'id, or the period of the legacy of Abu Sa'id. And Mongol enterprise like this is definitely at odds with the understanding of say, Chinese art history through the narrative or the political mythology of either late imperial China or even the modern nation state. But yet, objects like this really are material facts, and they appear to evidence blue and white as a venture of the Mongol Great State, that is, in a strategic intercarnate context, as Priscilla Soucek even imagined some 20 years ago. And what I'm really wondering about in this paper is how I could test this a little bit further by starting to look at fine arts or elite arts and practices where art and government and art history all collide. So, for example, if we look at some of the broader patterns of patronage across the Mongol Great State in the Yuan and the Ilkhanate, we can see that the citing of cities, whether we're talking about Tabriz, and I'm thinking back to Anne's map a moment ago, both these cities of Beijing, or Dadu, and Tabriz, both sit on intersections of the two, of the loops of areas of influence. So both are strategic choices about where to site cities and how to go about rebuilding them. And there's definitely, as we sort of expand the sense of a framework for looking at this kind of evidence, there's definitely no want of evidence of lots of back and forth between the Khanates, particularly in terms of the iconography of the Mongols themselves as warriors and hunters. This is the great era of the horse, as I think George said yesterday. The Mongols are typically imagined as masters of equestrian arts, whether it's in Rashid ad-Din's Jami al-Tawarik or else in the Shilin Guangji, or Forest of Affairs, printed in the 1320s in South China. Or, oh, sorry, you missed the comparison there. That's the Shilin Guangji below. Or here, another of these comparisons. This is, again, Shilin Guangji on the left, showing high-status Mongols playing backgammon. The pieces are called, you guessed it, horses. And on the right, the Codex Manesse, produced in Zurich in the early 14th century, which showed people also playing backgammon in very, very similar postures and gestures, both their hands and their feet. But I want to get beyond just chasing these kinds of comparisons. My real interest is to look at more distinctive Mongol creative strategies, things that are perhaps a bit more intellectually or historically complex, or made complex through processes of recursion or tropes or allegory, at the nexus of visual art, literature, and antiquity in this Mongol Great State context. So on the Ilkhanid side here, my example is this one from a Shahnameh from the period of the reign of Abu Sa'id, where we see the Persian literary figure, seen here, of Mihran Sitad, choosing a bride for the Khan. That's what he did in 6th century Persian literature. The Ilkhans seemingly here instrumentalized the tale, an ancient Persian tale of Mihran Sitad, as a discerning judge of brides for kings by placing him in a completely contemporary context. So he has quite literally gone to the Kagan's palace in Beijing, in Dadu, and you can see that from the architecture and the material culture, to select one of the palace women to bring back to the Ilkhanate. So through Mongol Ilkhan patronage, the culture of ancient Persia gets inscribed into the contemporary reality of the Mongol great state, momentarily capturing an image of the great state's royal networks and relationships through the literary and material cultures of the Mongols' eastern and western domains. Agency of art at the mid-Yuan court, contemporary with the period of Abu Sa'id. So let me take a first image here, which is my point here is to talk about, first of all, a very powerful affective realism in the representation that we see in images at the Yuan court, something that goes, I would argue, beyond mere symbolism. So the Inner Asian court physicians in Yuan Dadu produced a woodblock printed manual for better living by the royal family in 1330, with this, in Chinese, Yinshan Zheng Yao, wonderful English title, A Soup for the Khan. And in the scene here, a pregnant woman is being shown beneficent images. And on one side, she's been shown carp, and on the other side, a peacock, which are called, in quotes, efficacious paintings. In other words, the illustration of a carp is not an illustration of a carp, but it is a carp. The illustration of a peacock is not an illustration of a peacock, but a peacock, in the sense that the symbolism here is that the carp is going to transform into a dragon and come first in the civil service exams, i.e. the child in her belly is a son, and that's what will happen. And the peacock is a fancy bird. We saw it in the scene behind here. It's appropriate in that it signals very high male official rank. Now, peacocks and fancy birds appear all over the place in Yuan visual culture. You see it in the encyclopedias, in cookbooks. You also see it in some of the very fine painting. This is late Yuan painting by an artist, Wang Yuan. And so you could even then go about and just drop the images in and imagine from the paintings that survive what she was actually looking at. If we think about what's actually behind her as well, that's not so that these fine birds and fish are not the only story. There are also hounds pursuing geese behind, and elsewhere in A Soup for the Khan, there's another scene that illustrates the point that in pregnancy it's beneficial for women, pregnant women that is, to gaze upon flying geese and coursing hounds. So if any of you ladies are pregnant today, of course, please have a good look at these images. They'll be very good for your, presumably, sons. So what we get here is a kind of phenomenological view. The images are functionally real, belying their materiality as representations, and they stand in for the real thing, whether it's peacock, carp, or mounted hunters. Of course, they're much handier as images because they can be rolled up and brought out as transformed, and they can also be densely assembled into the field of vision where they can really enrich it beyond reality itself almost. One last comparison. Images of the Mongols hunting are, of course, ubiquitous in the Mongol Empire. Here's the court-old bag, a truly intercultural object from Mosul in the early 14th century, which I think here we can compare with the image of the huntsman carrying his falcon, his enormous falcon, much bigger than any of the falcons I've seen in the souk, actually. But you could say here we are comparing East and West Asia, but my argument would actually be that we're not really comparing anything at all. We're looking at a single Mongol royal culture. What I would be interested to know from the Ilkhanists among us is whether or not the image on the court-old bag falls into the same category as the Yuan one, as being an efficacious image. I would assume it is, because it's going to be on the handbag of a fashionable and childbearing Mongol palace woman in the Ilkhanate. Let me keep with that idea of the agency of realism as we look at some more specific individuals. And there are two individuals I really wanted to pick out from this period at the UN court. One of them is Princess Sanga Lagyi, 1284 to 1332. So she fits into the royal family tree here. So she was a sister of two Khans and the great-granddaughter of Kublai. And the other one is her nephew and son-in-law here. So he married his cousin, so it was nephew and son-in-law, Tugh Timur. Now, Tugh Timur, probably because of being a man, has been very well studied, and is especially well known because of his famous Pavilion of the Star of Literature Academy, which was a kind of cabinet government, which also met to view the very finest Old Master Chinese artworks in the royal collection, like this 10th century masterpiece, Going Upriver in Early Snow. And we know from the colophons that were written, viewing colophons that were written to these objects, that the courtiers in the group included Mongol, Inner Asian, and Chinese courtiers. Now, to our 21st century eye and ear, the idea of a connection between art appreciation and cabinet government is something truly puzzling. Hard to imagine any of the presidents of the current world governing it in this way. But that's late capitalism. I would say, put it to you, 1320s China, this was actually pretty much a given. Now, Tugh Timur's cabinet come art forum of government owed, to an extent that I really want to understand a lot more about, owed in large part to his aunt and mother-in-law, partly because she was one of the most, if not the most, prominent collectors and patrons of Chinese fine art in the early 14th century. And I'm going to focus on her from now on, and how she could have been formative for her nephew. So she had her own collection comprised both collected and new works, and I'm going to look at examples of both. Here is an example of a collected work, an old master painting of butterflies attributed to an early 11th century artist, which she gave her standard treatment to as a collector. So I've blotted out the later seals and illustrate here the seal top right, her own seal that she added, which reads Guangjie Tu Shu, which means from the library of the emperor's elder sister. She also had various colophons added by courtier connoisseurs, one called Feng Zizhen, another called Zhao Yan. The second one by Zhao Yan, which I'm going to pull up on the screen for you, alludes to a story about an ancient Chinese Taoist philosopher called Zhuangzi, who dreamt that he was a butterfly. It's a well-known story, but when he woke up, he couldn't be sure if he was the person in his dream of a butterfly, or if he was himself the philosopher Zhuangzi. So we end up in a slightly unexpected place here, where we've got a Mongolian princess studying paintings, mediated through a Chinese classic of Taoist philosophy. The second colophon, which is by Feng Zizhen, does something slightly different. The referencing going on here is to the work of painting butterflies. He alludes to a son of the great Tang Dynasty Emperor Gaozong, who famously in his holidays spent his time deep inside the palace painting butterflies. And this is not the idea here is he wasn't just amusing himself, he was actually really working hard at painting. And the implication is that the emperor's collecting this is royal work. This is what royals do. Now, helping us to test the rhetoric of all of this against the views of others at court is, helpfully, some sources that have to do with a very important gathering that the princess hosted in Beijing, in Dadu, in 1323, which was the subject of a very fine exhibition in Taipei several years ago. Now, at the end of her banquet, she had 41 of her own works brought out Chinese calligraphy and painting works, that is, brought out for viewing and inscribing by some of the guests who were able to do this kind of thing. And so there are two sources attached for this event. One is the text written by one of the scholars who was there by the name of Yuan Jue, and the other one is one of the artworks, one of the actual artworks, which survives in Taiwan. And you can see this is the actual piece of the artwork, and then all along here are the inscriptions that people wrote. And unfortunately, it's the only one of these surviving works. But we can at least see from this is the colophon of Yuan Jue, who wrote the record. And it strikes me that his calligraphy is very taut, is very upright, that he was certainly one of the more sober scholars at the end of this rather drunken banquet, as far as I can tell. Now, Yuan Jue does some interesting things in his list. He enables us to have a look at what the empress's taste was, lots of animals in there, but also what he says. Now, clearly, his preface and his list are very carefully crafted texts, and he lavishes praise upon the empress and on the royal house, where he could hardly do otherwise. But clearly, he was also sympathetic to the princess's agenda, and he confirms her commitment to the diligence of the work of art collecting. So in one quote from his text, he says, "Among those who work diligently examining the times and discerning change from dawn to dusk, none do more so than members of the palace household." And then he likens this to the work of tilling in the fields, which I'm sure came as some surprise to Mongol pastoralist nomads, but I think we can see what he's trying to do. The point here is that collecting and curating an art collection is exemplary, and it's expected of royalty. And individual paintings are far more than just decorative images. So elsewhere in his text, it's very long, but I'm just going to pick out a couple of things. He says that in his conclusion, so I'm at the bottom down here, he describes the princess as what's called a court instructress or a female historian, which is an important figure from Chinese antiquity. And he ascribes to paintings the power when they are wielded correctly by such a person of authority as a female historian or a nushi. The ability to, quote, regulate people's vision and hearing to perfect their aspirations and thoughts. That's no small claim for painting, for art. And the second point I would make here concerns something he picks out at the top, which is paintings of grasses, insects, trees, and fish. Now, we know that paintings of lotus ponds and all of those other flora and fauna is something that thrived in the Mongol period, and some absolutely supremely beautiful examples survive, more typically in Japan than in China, as a subgenre, in large part due to Mongol patronage. So we see here the lotus pond with these lovely birds in it. Now, Yuan Jue's argument is that these objects were not just being appreciated for their own sake, but that, and then in another quote he says here, for example, that the kings in antiquity collected folk songs, but also these kinds of paintings, and then according to what each thing was, they realized its figurative meaning. So this is some high praise on a Mongol princess in the sense that she's governing, she's trying to govern in the way that the ancients did in China. Now, he also gives this wonderful list, which is obviously a kind of encoded story. This is the list of the first 12 of the 41 paintings. And maybe I was amusing myself in trying to kind of decode it and retell it in my own words. So this is how I would read it. 1, this is a royal occasion and fine art is on display. 2, it's an auspicious anniversary of a great past event. 3, in the context of the Mongol great state. 4, where Mongols avail of the beauties of Chinese culture. 5, but there are shared elements like horses. And then he kind of goes on to say, Mongols like Chinese painting, we indulge in gardens, We avail of talented artists. We pay homage to the Buddha. We tolerate other religions. We like Chinese calligraphy too. Now, I think this must have been very, very instructive on the young Tug Timur. I want to finish with a sequence of slides, which I hope can try to tie this together, which is a kind of case study where I'm going to look at a newly commissioned work by the princess, which offers a parallel to going back to where I started with the image of Migrant Sittard. So this is a work by Wang Zhenpeng, who was at the banquet and inscribed the calligraphy scroll, who was the empress's favorite Chinese court painter. And the title of the painting is Boya playing the qin, playing the zither. So here's another. It's difficult to get a good photograph of it, so I've played around with different images. In the story, which is an ancient Chinese tale from the Confucian classics, a lofty musician called Yu Boya, who you see on the left playing his instrument, only played his instrument for one other person in the world, the one person he believed truly understood his music, who happened to be a woodcutter, the man on the right, called Zhong Ziqi. In the story, in the classics, the woodcutter died and the musician destroyed his lute, declaring that no one could truly appreciate him. Now, obviously, Wang Zhenpeng's painting from, let's say, 1320s clearly was reprising an ancient composition, possibly an 18th century one, but again, that's another avenue and not one I want to go down today. What I really want to pick out is the extraordinary level of realism that the artist has applied to this ancient story, presumably with the idea of trying to completely dissolve the distance of antiquity, to make antiquity real. This artist is an absolutely consummate draftsman. If you look at, there's an incredibly subtle seam running down the middle of this man's back, and if you look at the way this tassel of his hat gives you the profile of his back and shoulder, and how this one also defines the space of his back in space. Have a look also at the very intimate portrait of his face. Here's a detail of the musician himself. It's also it's a very sensuous image with fingers plucking strings, with servants holding things to drink, with incense swirling all around, and clearly with sound emanating all around the place is incredibly rich. So if I bring back the slide of Migrant Sittard, we end up with a kind of parallel here with the Ilkhanid instrumentalization of the story of Migrant Sittard. And here we have a Yuan iteration of an ancient Chinese story in which a great Chinese artist who believed that he had only a limited audience of one gets realistically painted into the Yuan moment by a southern Chinese master in the service of a Mongolian princess, a woman who understands and is prominently seen to and publicly seen to understand the figurative and allegorical power of art. I wonder what better way could she, through her own patronage, effectively be saying something like this: "We are the Mongol overlords of the known world. You Chinese in our capital are not the only ones who value and appreciate your ancient Chinese art and culture. We too are a worthy audience. You know it, you've said so, and in this painting, one of your very finest artists has also demonstrated it." There, I'll finish. Thank you.
We're grappling a little bit with the distribution of seats, given the depleted numbers. I would have a couple of questions, but given that we've got sort of 5-7 minutes maybe for a discussion, I'll maybe throw the floor open first.
Eleanor, thank you all of you for really fascinating morning discussion in which it's very nice as an Islamic art historian to see people from other parts, east and west of our area, dealing with what I'd like to call our stuff. Thank you both. And here I have a comment briefly for Shane and really several more for Heather. You're right, you're absolutely right to talk about Islamic, the Ilkhanid painting, particularly of the great Mongol Shahnameh. We have very few of those pictures, as you rightly say, 57 surviving, but we have also an extraordinary piece of illumination It was on view in Paris this summer and is well published, I think, known to specialists, and I can give you more details. I'd like to make this further plea. If you're interested in Ilkhanid painting and the use of painting, meaning the application of pigment on paper, let us not forget Qurans. There are perhaps very few surviving manuscripts of the quality of the great Mongol Shahnameh, but there are infinite numbers of Ilkhanid Qurans which are illuminated so generously in lapis, whatever we're going to call it. I like some of your other phrases, linguistic migration, the things I'm going to remember. These things are available, I'm sure, much more available than is either the Edinburgh section of the Jamia Tavoriq or the Khalili part. I've actually spent a lot of time with the Khalili part recently, looking as well at its illumination, and it's primarily lapis and gold and a little bit more. That's not so easily available. I've been using Sheila's monograph, but there's a section, remember, in the Edinburgh University Library. It's part of the same manuscript, and it too has large, if unfinished, shamses, which could be and should be looked at. Yes, I wanted to make a plea for illumination. Oh yes, one more, just a general comment, because I've also been looking at the way some of these extraordinary things came to Europe in the very early 20th century. I think Sheila would agree with me, that we ever had anything more that came to Europe than about a third of the great Mongol Shahnameh. Wasn't disbound then. I think that what came to Paris early in the 20th century was the 58 folios and the other stuff that had been messed around with, because nobody has ever come up with any other unillustrated folios. Correct me, any of our colleagues, but I haven't ever come across any others. Comment for Shane was iconography, the falconer, particularly on the courtauld bag. Again, colleagues, correct me, but I think that's part of ancient Iranian royal prerogative. I don't think that the lady's bag has a falconer on it prominently because she was supposed to be gazing efficaciously upon it. I think it's part of a much more ancient Persian prerogative of royalty. Stefano could add more. We wish him well, and I'm sure others will have comments.
And could I just respond to that? So, I mean, I would imagine then, isn't this part of the argument, though, that the let's say, appropriation of ancient imagery and recontextualizing it into an Ilkhanate situation? I mean, this is essentially where the argument is. Do you go with the kind of deep diachronic model, or are you prepared to accept a kind of horizontal sort of refashioning of the meaning?
With all due respect, I think it's a whole lot older in Iran, and you can take it back so much further back. With all due respect to the things you're proposing,
don't be respectful. Be critical.
It's intriguing, but I think I wouldn't agree myself. This humble slave wouldn't.
Can I ask a question, Shane? You brought up the term realism several times, and I wondered, there seemed to be a kind of implication that that was something specific, that was something new, different, but you didn't get as far as saying that that had come. Could you talk a little further about why you see that as part of a panel like this?
Why realism is relevant? I mean, it's relevant in the sense that it is something that is clearly being defined and made important within a UN context as a way to dissolve distinctions between past and present. It's sort of getting around the idea of representation and just trying to make it direct. I mean, there are other devices at work doing that as well. For example, framing devices in which the slides that I didn't show actually often show how if you're like if someone was painting us on this stage, they might cut the carpet off at the edge of the frame as if to say that that impinges into the space of the viewer, or how you see figures actually stepping out of the frame. I mean, this seems to me another device that's being used. It's used very clearly in Western Asia. It's not used so clearly in East Asia, but it's sometimes implied. But it doesn't, I mean, and in the work of Wang Zhenpeng, the same artist we're talking about, which is another way of kind of pressing realism by calling attention to the surface of the image as not being really the surface of an image, but actually something that doesn't divide viewer from viewed. And yeah, so I think there's a larger argument to be made there, if it's going to be convincing, I think.
Thank you very much for this fascinating panel. I really enjoyed both talks. I have a comment and a question for Heather. So exactly for the reasons you discussed, lapis lazuli was not used in ceramic glazes. But we know, I mean, this is results of recent analysis, that it was used on some of the enamels on Persian minai wares. And there are lots of comparisons, I mean, visual comparisons with contemporary manuscript. So I think this might be interesting, and also in terms of comparison with European enamel at the time. Now, the other question is about the term lajvard in Persian. So as far as I know, and I mean, I've been wondering about this, lajvard means associated to the village of Laj. Now, I've been trying to find any mentions of this village in Persian texts, but I haven't found anything. Do you know anything about this?
No, I do not, and I'm so very sorry because it's so very frustrating. And I was sort of hoping that somewhere enrobed in your question, you could help me pinpoint like the exact genesis of the term lajvardina, because well, for reasons that I've already mentioned. And in terms of your point about lapis being used in Persian minaiware, I mean, you're absolutely right. And a point of good comparison would be with European enamels. And there's the question of whether really there is a distinction between lajvardina versus minai, and how to make that distinction itself would be a comment that I would make. I mean, with lajvard, there are so many associations. There's the geographical origin of the term that you mentioned that I've found. Obviously, I've found it in English sources, but not in Persian, that it comes from Laj. Then, of course, you have the association of lajvard as like a meaning blue, or does it mean lapis? You know, and then of course you have other associations with the celestial as well. So I wish I could solve your scholarly dilemma in an instantaneous answer, but maybe we can share some sources to help you out, and myself, of course.
Thank you both speakers, and the great introduction by the panel chair. My question is for Shane. I couldn't help but notice that most of your talk, you know, really centered around this woman and her patronage. And I'm curious if, looking at your title, it didn't sort of suggest it was going to sort of move in that direction. So I was wondering if you could talk about your process, and if this is really new work that not a lot of people are aware of, and you sort of found that this woman was sort of central to the argument, or if this is sort of an established sort of research line with female patronage in the period.
She is well known, and that's why there was that exhibition in Taiwan. But in many ways, that exhibition was groundbreaking, because as Craig Clunas has said many times, there are two types of people that are extra invisible in Chinese art history. One is royalty, and the other is women. So she's doubly invisible. And it really wasn't until, 3 years ago that somewhere like a Taiwan National Palace Museum could organize an exhibition about a woman who was also a Mongolian, who was also a princess. So a foreigner as well, so 3 times invisible, as it were. But I'm not aware that any kind of major publications came out of that, unfortunately. The texts we're talking about, Yuan Jue, his record of that I mean, it exists in Chinese. I mean, anyone who reads Chinese, it's there. Whether or not I don't think it's been translated into English. It just struck me that I was actually going to be talking a bit more about her nephew / son-in-law, but I realized that, actually, although in Chinese, books had been written about him, and nothing really had been done on her, and she came before him, and it seemed to me, was very instrumental. So that's why I actually posed it as a question. I would actually like to know more about what the specific connection is and how influential she was on him. Maybe there's room for a monograph there, maybe.
I now have the great pleasure of welcoming Julia Gonella, who actually needs no introduction, but I'm nevertheless going to introduce her. She is the director of the Museum of Islamic Art here in Doha, where she's been now for 2 years. And she studied at the School of Oriental and African Studies and received a PhD in... No dates. I know. But you received your PhD in Tübingen. And it's after a long time that we met, actually, in Kuwait in 2001. Julia was previously curator at the Museum of Islamic Art in Berlin, where she organized several exhibitions. Years of the Persian books, a Book of Kings, an exhibition and also publication on Samarra, Center of the World in 2012, and How Islamic Art Came to Berlin, the collector and museum director Friedrich Sarre. Julia is an archaeologist with a background in social anthropology and Islamic studies, and she's done field work in Bahnasa in Egypt and also in Raqqa in Syria, and Syria is her great passion. She has published extensively on Syria and has been spearheading various projects, particularly a German-Syrian effort to excavate the medieval citadel of Aleppo between 1996 and 2011, and that is a considerable amount of time that you've invested. And a book was published on your findings. Here in Doha, she's also done an exhibition at MIA that was quite groundbreaking. Syria Matters, bringing in history into the contemporary. And she's also edited many volumes, such as the Dietz albums and a conference that happened in Berlin. Her knowledge and breadth of interest is diverse and spans architecture, objects, and in a sense, this is represented in this afternoon's panels, entitled The South Asian Nexus, Objects, Motifs, and Materials in Transit. And please welcome Julia Gonella.
Thank you very much, Jochen, for this nice, extensive introduction. And this is not holding here. How will you manage? Good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the whole VCUQ team. So thank you very much to our neighbors in Education City for hosting this wonderful symposium here on the seas and the mobilities. And we are extremely pleased as MIA team to participate. And I'm very happy that this panel, which was actually not really put together by me, it was put together by the curators. We were here able to contribute with this. In a way, it is a variation of a lot of things we've been discussing today and yesterday. We just had a little talk and we were wondering, why did we actually choose India? And well, maybe because of the Year of Culture, India, and or Indian Ocean, but actually the Seas of Mobility of Islamic Art doesn't really mention India, but part of it is, of course, since two of the curators are Indian specialists, so this is part of this. And then we felt that India, from all places, is the giver of, normally, everything comes from India. Diamonds come from India, steel comes from India. spices come from India, laborers come from India, and that we felt that we should contribute a more diverse view on the giving and taking. And we have now very different times, very different object types, from the very courtly of Marika with the emeralds to the sort of more normal glass. We have textiles, and we have the religious side, so everything is included in this talk. It's not really object biographies, but we will start from mere objects and then elaborate. Nicoletta Fazio is our assistant curator in MIA. And of course, I know her from Berlin, where she's been a junior curator. She studied art history in Genoa at the Warburg Institute, and in Heidelberg, where she is finishing her PhD next month. And she is very interested normally in manuscripts and literary compositions. Today, she will feature a silken path, Trans-Himalayan textile, very interesting about its circulation. We then continue to Marika Sadar, who unfortunately is not a MIA curator anymore, but she traveled as well. She moved to the Aga Khan Museum, where she's curator now there, which is not so bad, actually. We can have common projects. She has been traveling a lot as well. She studied in New York at the Institute of Fine Arts. She was working for the Metropolitan Museum, and I think Marika, very many know from the big Deccan exhibition. She co-curated at the Metropolitan Museum several years ago. She is currently, well, she's actually finishing, or it has been finished. She's been publishing a very beautiful manuscript, the Ramayana, from the MIA collection, together with Professor Saylor, which should have been out now, but hopefully next year will be out. And anyway, so this is Marika, and then I'd like to introduce Tara Desjardins. She will talk about the emeralds. She's our luxury lady. Then we go to the next luxury lady, which will not show in the talk because she's talking about glass. Which is her PhD, is Dr. Tara Desjardins. She has followed Marika in the position of curator of South Asia, and she completed her PhD on Mughal glass in SOAS in London. She also holds a master's degree in art business from the Sotheby's Institute of Art, London, and she previously worked for Tajan and Christie's in Paris. She worked for the San Diego Museums and for the Victoria and Albert Museum, and is actually the curator of the beautiful jewel exhibition, which is on now, which she did in 4 months only. So if you haven't seen it until now, you should definitely not miss this. And then I would like to conclude with Dr. Munya Shihab Abudaya, who is here longest, since 2012. She's the official curator for North Africa and Iberia, and for so many other things too. She completed her PhD in Islamic art history and archaeology in Paris at the Sorbonne, and is specialized on Western Mediterranean, on manuscripts and pilgrimage-related devotional materials. It was her who put on the show on the Hajj exhibition show from the British Museum, which came to Doha in the cultural year with the UK. And I think it was the most successful show we had here in Doha at all, because of course everyone was really interested in this. And since then, it has definitely intensified her love with everything to do with pilgrimage from then. But she did also many other exhibitions. And in fact, she is just preparing our next exhibition, which opens end of March next year, and that's of course an occasion for you to come back on Sheikh Saud and the collection of Sheikh Saud together with Bavari. I think I'll leave it up to here, and I would like now to ask Nicoletta Fazio to come up here and speak about the Himalayan textile circulation.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, thank you, Julia, for this generous introduction that put absolutely no pressure on my PhD plans. And I want to thank also the organizer of the conference. It's a rather terrifying honor to be here presenting in front of you all, esteemed scholars and colleagues. So thank you very much indeed. We have been extensively traveled across seas and on boats, ships, following shipwrecks. And now I want to drag you back overland to cross a sea made mostly of stones and snow, the Trans-Himalaya region. So, a geographically challenging land of formidable altitudes and perennial snow, the Trans-Himalaya was anything but a dead zone. For centuries, it has been a thriving area of exchange and a nexus for the circulation and transmission of goods and ideas. Among and across the Indian subcontinent, Central Asia, Tibet, and China, via the southern and the northern branches of the Silk Road, to which we should add a number of subsidiary mountain passes and routes. It is from this vast region that previously unrecorded ancient textile fragments attributed to India began to emerge around the 1990s. TE-24 was among this group of rather enigmatic textiles before landing at MIA in 1997. The discovery of these textiles has represented an invaluable yet still puzzling source of information for the history of South Asian material culture for the pre-Mughal period, our knowledge of which is largely based on numismatic, archaeological, and manuscript findings. In today's talk, I will discuss part of the TE-24 history and context of use, starting from what the textile can tell us. But first of all, what do we actually know about this textile? Indeed, I must say very, very little. The sparse publication available suggests that TE-24 was once preserved in a now ruined or abandoned Tibetan Buddhist monastery whose possession went dispersed. We unfortunately know nothing about the location of this monastery, let alone its history. So what we are left with today is what we actually see. A small silk fragment of maximum 24.5 per 80 centimeter, probably much larger in the origin. Its entire surface is decorated with 8 alternating rows of interlocking birds, a visually arresting yet otherwise undocumented pattern. The only comparable example known in a public collection, at least to the best of my knowledge, is a fragment of roughly similar size in the De Young Museum in San Francisco. The same museum also holds a couple of other interesting silk fragments with similar color palette and arrangement, and I will come back to them in a bit. This textile have been attributed to Delhi Sultanate, India, and dated to the 13th, 15th century CE, as per radiocarbon dating analysis conducted also in the 1990s. How did they reach the Trans-Himalaya? It's a question I will try to answer also in the second part of my paper. First of all, a few clarification on the structure of this textile. Technically speaking, this is a silk samite, which means it is a compound twill web-faced weave, which present 2 rows of warp, inner and binding, and a 6-color weft, which is like the horizontal structure. It is a complex textile, which would have required the use of a draw loom. And here you see the drawing actually is a print from a Sino-Japanese draw loom, on which the Central Asian Iranian draw loom was partly modeled, and this is the same for the Indian draw loom, which still has some differences and improvement. In terms of structure, I want to show you very quickly some macro photos taken by our textile conservator. These are elements from the warp, as you can see, and we can talk about them later if you are interested. And these are macro details of the weft. And as you can see, the silk yarn has been barely, if not at all, twisted, and this gives the textile a very glossy and supple feeling at touch. So you have to imagine this textile being extremely light and flexible. Unusual pattern and technical details make TE24 and its sister fragment in San Francisco stand out among few other textiles that were presented at the 8th International Conference of Carpets in Philadelphia in 1997, which is basically 1 year before our textile arrived in Doha. These fragments were part of the George and Mary Asher collections, New York, and now are all stored in the De Young Museum. Among others are 2 textiles, most probably from an originally much larger bolt of fabric with a decoration of soldier, horse, and elephant rider, and a standard bearer in rose. Comparison with sculpted decoration from early Deccani and Gujarati architecture indicates that such iconography had a long tradition in the Indian subcontinent, while the use of an analogous yet not one-to-one identical polychrome silk might perhaps indicate a similar area of production for TE24 at Mia. Considering that this fragment has been associated with later Lampas silk connected to either Gujarati and Bengali weaving traditions, this might better locate, so to say, this fragment as well as our TE24. The paucity of material evidence for the Delhi Sultanate period does not allow direct comparison, unfortunately. However, sources from the reign of Muhammad ibn Tughlaq, reigning 1325 to 1352 CE, informs us that the royal Karkhana in Delhi once employed, and I quote, 4,000 silk workers who weave and embroider different kinds of cloth for robes of honor, kilat, and garments. And this returns a rather rich picture of an otherwise lost word. The supposedly long permanence on either the Trans-Himalaya or the Tibetan plateau has permitted the preservation of TE24 and other fragments in surprisingly good condition due to dry climate. But how did Sultanate Indian textile end up in some remote mountain monasteries? As a busy area of transit and exchange, the Trans-Himalayan region had strong roots connections with northern and central India, such through a system of so-called salt routes for trading of subsistence goods, exotica, and luxury products. The advent of the Ghurid domination on part of nowadays northern India was an exciting time, as it allowed the ample mobility and circulation of artworks and their reception in areas which were previously placed at the very limits of the Islamic world, if not outside. The process continued and expanded also in the face of the Mongol advance during the Sultanate period under Turco-Afghan independent dynasties that held control of India until the sack of Delhi by Timur in 1398. To understand the scale of luxury silks across this vast area and individuate possible trajectory of movement, we needed to turn to a small town in Ladakh, Western Himalaya, at the very northern tip of Indian territory. A center of Buddhist devotion, its temple complex is rightly famous for the extensive pictorial cycle dated from the 12th century onwards. And you can see that it can be rather overwhelming, and it looks very much like a true cloth warehouse in painting. Finbanbury flood has extensively discussed about the implication of some of the figurative cycles, and especially some of the complex, some of the buildings in Alchi, so I won't delve further. What is concerning here is that a custom survey based on the last photographic campaign conducted in Alchi in 2018, so basically yesterday, has unfortunately brought no result for our TE24, for no motif resembling the interlocking birds can be found on the painted robes worn by both secular, as here, and religious figures in Alchi, as here. However, both the Dukhan, the congregational hall, and in particular the Sumsek, the three-tier temple, reserve some surprise when we turn our nose up. As for the wall, ceiling elements, beams, rafter, and planks have been covered with paintings. These reproduce a wide variety of textile pattern and are dated circa 13th century. The paintings represent the most comprehensive stage of an artistic tradition documented in other Buddhist complexes, such as Tabo and Nako, both in Himachal Pradesh, which means India-wise quite close. Among them, one pattern replicated in different areas of the ceiling seems the closest possible example to our TE24, and I thank Pramod Kumar Eka New Delhi for confirming my initial hunch. It shows a series of bands in alternated colors with a motif of running creatures in reserved. Might it be a painted evidence for textile production or tradition to which TE24 could have been related? It's a question I'm posing to you. The most puzzling, and here these are other details of similar patterns that you can find through all the structures that compose the Algae complex. The most puzzling element in TE24 remains its peculiar pattern that resembles no other example of textile production in the Islamic world at large. It has been proposed to identify the interlocking birds as parrots, or more precisely parakeets. And here are a couple of pictures of specifically the Alexandrine and the rose-ringed parakeet, both common in South Asia and appreciated widely by ruling elite since antiquity. And you can see that there is slight resemblance. So if Algae paintings do not provide us with close enough examples, a painting from a plank on the ceiling of the Translation Temple in Nako, Himachal Pradesh, may assist us better. It shows two pairs of swirling green birds, perhaps parrots, dated early 12th century. Might this motif possibly hint to a formal tradition of which TE24 represented a later, very accomplished textile version, or even coeval? This is another question I'm throwing to you instead of answering it myself. Described as animal walls, these figurative patterns are constructed along a circular line, and indeed appeared in both Central Asian textile and Western Tibetan paintings in different combinations. They derive from an original blending of Sasanian elements and Chinese artistic modes, in which circular composition are well attested and apply in different media throughout centuries. And here we see also one example that was brought by Wen yesterday up. This is mostly formal comparison. Circular composition in a suggestive yin-yang shape, as in TE24, began to circulate in royal kitabkhana in Islamic Central Asia in the 15th century, when diplomatic channels were open and gifts were exchanged between the Timurid court of Shah Rukh in Herat and the Ming emperors in Beijing. The most representative specimen of this sort, and I think some of you are familiar with these images, Chinese originals and copies or adaptations by Timurid painters, are today preserved in the Istanbul albums Hazine 2153 and Hazine 2160, containing paintings of interwoven animals, fantastic creatures, and human figures within circles. The dating of these paintings partially overlaps with the chronology proposed for TE24, showing that for a certain period of time, this kind of formal composition were popular terrain of artistic experimentation by painters in the Islamicate and the Persianate world. How this motif traveled from Iran and Central Asia to reach possibly Western India, where maybe TE24 was woven, remains a matter of debate. But still, we know that there have been a circulation between manuscripts from the Timurid court to Sultanate India, and this is a relatively new field of investigation, which mainly concern manuscripts, but hopefully can open new alleys for other artifacts. Despite a question about its origin, TE24 obviously ended up somewhere across the Trans-Himalaya. perhaps no longer after its completion, as the colors still maintain a rather vivid aspect if you see it in real life. Actual textile, as well as textile-like paintings in Tibetan Buddhist temples, recreating the effect of actual hanging textiles, banners, or baldachin, played an important role in the construction and experience of the sacred space and religious decorative programs. They testify of the textile-conscious culture that permeated both secular and religious aspects of Tibetan elites' life and popular devotion, to which Indian silks would have added an element of status and prestige. Religious texts indicate donation of precious cloth as commendable acts, and all costume and fabrics displayed on altars were regularly removed for retearing of the temple, cut into pieces and distributed among devotees to be treasured as powerful amulets in families. This would have caused the consequential dispersal of the original bolt of fabrics and possibly also explain the relatively small size of these textile fragments. As for TE24, stitching marks along the side edges seem to suggest that, and this is an image actually of a Buddhist temple today in Tibet. Sorry, I forgot to flip it. So, as I said, as for TE24, stitching marks along the side edges seems to suggest that the cloth be sewn and stretched on a support of some sort, for which we unfortunately have no information. Again, to conclude, we might never be able to uncover the full story behind TE24, its production place, and the path that led to the Himalaya. However, this highly mobile object can still teach us some lessons. Having traveled far and wide, they ended up clothing individuals and decorating buildings in rather unexpected places. They were used to define bodies and spaces according to notion of power, authority, and identity that relied more on cultural and material prestige rather than on ethnic curiosity and religion. As for many cases we have been seeing in the last 2 days, they tell stories of times which were by no means less violent, but to some extent, not as prejudicial and culturally biased as our somber present days. Thank you.
I'll just add my thanks to everyone else's, to the organizers of the symposium, and just say how nice it is to be back in Doha. I really miss the museum, my colleagues, and the collections here. But the paper was also a nice chance to stay in touch with the Mia objects, and it was very much inspired by the collection here, in which there is an impressive concentration of emerald objects, more so than we see in other collections of South Asian art. Here we have a real focus on gems and jewelry, and these items, this is just a selection of what we have, are liberally sprinkled throughout the Mia galleries. On the labels, the emeralds in them are given a production date between the 17th and 18th centuries, and their carving is attributed to India, and specifically the Mughal court. However, the diversity of these objects, both in the working of the emeralds themselves and in their settings, seems to represent a much greater variety than this would indicate. And when we started planning a reorganization of the galleries, it seemed important to indicate this to the visitors and really emphasize the different modes of production and reuse that they in fact represented. For while some of the emerald jewels might still appear as they first did, other stones have certainly been reset to create new objects quite different from anything the Mughals might have owned. In imagining this representation of the Mia emeralds, the prevailing theme of mobility, both in terms of the objects themselves and their meanings, seemed to be the central, if not the most compelling, part of their story. This was the inspiration for this talk, which aims to trace the various movements of the emeralds, as well as the desire to ascribe them different identities, depending on the moment in which they were, so to speak, being cataloged. So I started my paper at the very beginning with the formation of the emeralds, but I'm going to try and move through this part a little quickly. It was hard to get rid of it altogether, though, because it's so much a part of the story of the movement of the objects. And prior to the 1500s, emeralds were mined or were surface finds in Egypt, Austria, or Pakistan, from where they were traded in small numbers across Europe and Asia. Another source was Colombia, from where they traveled to other parts of South America, but no further than that in the 16th century. And then it was when the Spanish discovered this source that we see the even more widespread movement of the Colombian emeralds. And these were the two main mines, one called Chivor and one called Muso, where they were operating from. And just to say a word, prior to this time, most emeralds were used locally in jewelry, but they were often left uncut or carved into beads, and less often were set into gold objects. This is just one example to give you an idea of what those objects might look like. And it is said that the emeralds were considered to have medicinal properties, but actually not much is known about how the local peoples at the time viewed the stones. From the mines, the emeralds were taken to the Spanish-controlled ports of Cartagena and Colombia, or Portobello and Panama. And here is just a view of how they were probably mined at the time, and this is where the ports are. And this leads us to the next movement of the emeralds, from sea to land and from sea to land again. At the South American ports, they were loaded onto Spanish ships organized into annual fleets that set sail first northwards to Havana and then eastwards to Seville. To give a sense of the volume of the trade, one ship alone that wrecked in 1622 was carrying some 6,000 emeralds, a selection of which are shown on the screen. In Europe, the emeralds proved popular, and jewelry like this started being made, incorporating both emeralds and pearls from the New World. Writing today about this kind of jewelry emphasizes the novelty of the gem's sources as the reason for their appeal to the European aristocracy. More investigation would be helpful to understand if this was how their wearers also valued these pieces, but it's apparent that the significance of the emeralds had already shifted once. From Seville, a portion of the emeralds made their way to India on Portuguese fleets, as the Portuguese controlled the shipping routes to Asia at this time. The first Colombian emeralds started to reach India in the late 1500s, arriving with other New World marvels such as tobacco and pineapples. This leads us to movement 3, which follows the transport of the stones from Goa to the Mughal court, which we'll focus on today. For the most part, the gems moved northward with agents from the court who traveled down to Goa to procure the gems from the European traders on behalf of the emperors. A few hardy souls, such as Jacques de Coudre and Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, however, took the initiative of going to the courts in person. The impact of this trade is apparent in the expanded prominence of emeralds in writings, in paintings, and in surviving objects from the late 16th century on, and there is no doubt that these two phenomena can be linked. Oxygen isotope testing has proved that the emeralds in at least one set of Indian jewels came from a Colombian source, and it's presumed that further testing would furnish the same provenance for most of the emeralds associated with India from this time on. In comparison to the very seldom references to emerald jewelry in the chronicles of the emperors Babur or Humayun, and their absence from the jewelry depicted in paintings of that time, the chronicles of Emperor Akbar and his successors make increasingly frequent reference to emeralds being worn and presented as gifts. Paintings depicting jewelry expand our information on the use of emeralds. From emeralds depicted in the borders of paintings to the portraits of the Mughal emperors, emerald jewelry is much more prominent than ever before. This was especially the case during the reign of Shah Jahan, most notably as indicated by 3 portraits of this emperor, in which emerald set jewelry is conspicuously displayed. The fact that these paintings were made to commemorate significant events, such as when he received his regnal title and when he took the throne, would seem to indicate that the emerald was reserved for special, politically significant moments. The surviving emerald objects of the period provide yet another set of data. Some of these objects match what we know from other contexts, such as the carved beads and pendants now mounted in modern settings, that were once used in women's jewelry, as seen on the left, as well as in the rosaries and necklaces used by men. There are also more elaborate versions of pendants, such as these three, carved in relief with flowering plant motifs and executed with a great sense of voluptuousness. There are a number of flat hexagonal plaques, also decorated with floral motifs, of the kind originally set in armbands and bracelets. And there's this sizable emerald, now in the collection of the crown jewels of Iran, that is said to have been captured in India and that can possibly be identified as the heart-shaped emerald that the Emperor Jahangir wore in his turban that was described by Thomas Roe, representative of the English East India Company at his court. Aside from wearable items, there's a small set of cups whose bowls have been made from solid emerald pieces and a box with emerald plaques set into a gold lid and base. These might correspond to descriptions by European observers of drinking cups that Jahangir owned made from single pieces of spinel, jade, and emerald, or to representations of such vessels in Jahangir period paintings, such as the small green cup depicted on the tray of precious objects distributed at the time of a royal birthday. In addition, there are types of emerald objects not accounted for in any of the other sources. One would not know, for instance, that based on the surviving written accounts or paintings, that Jahangir had inscribed no fewer than 3 emeralds with his name, 2 in the year 1018 Hijra, while spinels carved with similar formulas, passed down from Timurid hands through the Mughal dynastic line, are known by the dozen. The practice of inscribing emeralds has not been noted, and once again points to the significance of this particular stone at the Mughal court. And if you're wondering why you can't see the emerald on the bottom right too well, that's because it was set into this globe made fully of gems at the Qatar court in the 19th century. What could have been the reason for the shift in Mughal tastes and newfound desire for emeralds? A simple tautology often repeated is that the emeralds were popular at Muslim courts because, it said, there's an association in Islam between the color green, the color of paradise, and the color preferred by the Prophet. While there are many examples in centuries-old Persian poetry of the words for green and emerald being used to describe the dome of heaven, I'm still looking at the historicity of this association between green and the Prophet, and in any case, this doesn't seem to capture the full valence of meanings at the Mughal court. For sure, the use of emeralds for drinking cups, for royal inscriptions, or for jewelry worn or gifted at politically significant occasions would not be appropriate if this was the sole association. There might not even be one association that fits all of the uses we see evidence for. We might look to the belief in India that the emerald was one of the 9 powerful gemstones, Navaratna, that when placed together in an ornament, gave the wearer the benefit of their protection. We might equally look to Hafez, whose verse, "I drink ruby-colored wine from the emerald goblet," might have inspired in particular the creation of the drinking cup. However, I believe the source of the emeralds, the understanding that they came from what was called in the Persian sources of the time the Alamino, the New World, was a major part of their appeal. As one example of this, Jahangir describes an emerald that he received from his son, captured from the Sultan of Bijapur, saying that, quote, "It is from a new mine, and it is of extremely good color and valuable. Until now, nothing like it has been seen." And certainly their origin in South America was something known to the gem sellers of the court, such as Tavernier, who wrote about it extensively in his memoirs, and who was likely to have shared this information with his buyers. If nothing else, all of this evidence would indicate that emeralds were an important part of the Mughal artistic repertoire and indicative of tastes of the period, and therefore worthy of museum representation in museum displays. But I believe that a majority of what appears in collections now represents another set of movements in the life of these emerald objects, movements 4 and 5, from India to Europe, Iran, and eventually to the art market and museums. Since the 1700s, emeralds set and or worked in India have been on the move. One major transfer of Indian emeralds took place after the sack of Delhi by Nader Shah Afshar in the mid-18th century, and when many emeralds were taken to Iran. Their source remained a significant part of their cataloging there, and there are even several emeralds inscribed with notations that Nadir Shah had chosen them from the Delhi treasury in 1739. Gems acquired in India by resident Europeans also started to travel back to Europe, where they were reset in jewelry of the style of the period. For example, one of the pendants we looked at earlier is, as you see in the Mia galleries now, part of a brooch made for Lady Charlotte Florentia, incorporating a stone presumed to have been acquired by her grandfather, Lord Clive, in India. It was reset by Rundell's of London in 1829 and was worn by her descendants, as possibly depicted in this portrait of Helen Percy, Duchess of Northumberland in the mid-20th century. At the same time, great exhibitions staged in Europe, as well as special exhibition of Indian jewelry at the South Kensington Museum, inspired an appetite for Indian-style jewelry, and many London jewelers started offering their own Indian-inspired creations, as did Tiffany in the United States and jewelers such as Malario and Feliz in Paris. And in Russia, at least 2 Fabergé boxes with Indian-style emeralds were made, which I mention again in relation to the Mia collection. Other connections were forged when Jacques Cartier traveled to India in 1911, at the time of the Delhi Darbar, in order to make contacts among the Indian royalty and aristocracy. Soon, the firm started making Indian-style jewelry, including this magnificent composition, a shoulder brooch designed for the American heiress, Marjorie Merriweather Post, who also happens to have owned another likely Indian emerald, which we looked at earlier, that was set for her in diamonds and platinum by an American firm. While some of these examples were marketed as Indian style, many others are said to incorporate genuine 17th or 18th century Indian gems, as this has now become the emerald's defining feature, as piece after piece appears on the art market. Their association with romantic visions of India, and specifically the Mughal court, is what is foregrounded in breathless auction catalog text. Today, that has morphed into the attribution of nearly all emeralds coming on the market, or in private and museum collections, being called Mughal, glossing over the fact that emeralds were circulating at any number of Indian courts, and that they remained popular elements of jewelry through the 19th and 20th centuries. This also glosses over the obvious differences in the gems identified as Mughal 17th century. A comparison of these 2 examples in the Mia collection, and thanks to Stefan Masarovich, who helped me with these photos, Mia conservator, shows the great variation in terms of surface treatment between relief carving and incising, between the cutting flat of the stone versus the creation of a rounded surface, which in turn refracts the light differently, and that must represent regionally or chronologically diverse moments of production. The emerald on the right can be favorably compared to dozens of examples in museums and at auction today, possibly reflecting European or Iranian manufacture, proposals I'm still pursuing. There are also seemingly divergent objects that share surprising similarities, such as these 2, whose surfaces are treated so differently, but have the same enameling on their bases. The object on the left, which sparked this paper in the first place, has a rather unusual construction, and its authenticity has been questioned by some, but this intriguing bit of evidence may lead us to identifying an as yet unconsidered court as its source, rather than the rather aspirational cataloging that wants to place it in the hands of Jahangir in the 1620s. Overall, though, and what would be most interesting to their putative Mughal owners would be the association of this vast range of objects with their court, when they themselves viewed these emeralds as novel items coming from a distant and unknown land. When, for so many parts of their journey, their foreign source was a part of the emerald's appeal, they are now displayed in halls dedicated to Indian art as emblems of a national taste.
Thank you. And thank you, Julia, for the wonderful introduction, colleagues and other speakers here today and yesterday. This paper will examine a cobalt blue and gilded glass spittoon currently in the Museum of Islamic Art, Doha.
Made in India of imported European glass, this object is but one fine example of Indian glass produced during the early modern period. This paper will begin with a historical overview of the Indian glass industry, looking at foreign imports, chemical analyses conducted on 18th century Indian glass, and East India Office records. It will then examine this spittoon in relation to others, contextualizing its production within the history of Indian glass. A long tradition of glass manufacture exists in the Indian subcontinent, historically in the form of beads, small vitreous objects, and tile glazes. Both archaeological studies and chemical analyses of glass gathered from sites across India, ranging from the 5th century BCE to the 16th century, attest to a primary glass industry existing. Such studies have furthermore confirmed that, for centuries, Indian glass has remained compositionally unchanged. Its characteristic profile is unique. Yet in the early modern period, a distinct and definite change occurred in Indian glass. Late 16th century Mughal chronicles mention glass in various forms and contexts. Abul Fazl's Ain-i-Akbari, the Constitution of Akbar, remaining perhaps the most famous, citing numerous provinces where glass is found or made, Awadh and Bihar, respectively, being two. Such records support the continued use of glass in India. However, with the advent of European visitors arriving to the Mughal court in the 17th century, coupled with the Mughal emperor's penchant for exotic and rare luxuries, a different market for luxury glass emerged, one based largely on foreign imports from Italy, the Netherlands, and England. These European arrivals coincided with new experimentations in glass recipes in England. Which in the late 17th century saw the development of lead crystal glass, a mixture comprised of up to 30% lead. Patented by the English glassmaker George Ravenscroft in 1674, this mixture became associated with late 17th and 18th century English glass. Already by the late 17th century, English hegemony in India was strengthening. Driven by the economic prospects attainable from India's vast natural resources, the Honorable English East India Company set up a series of strategic trading posts along India's coastal shores. Saltpeter represented just one of India's rich minerals, which in the late 17th century was mined predominantly in Patna, Bihar. Previously, saltpeter was primarily used in gunpowder. However, during the third quarter of the 17th century, it was introduced into glass-making mixtures in England. Considered a natural fluxing agent, saltpeter helped to purify the glass, making it cleaner and clearer. By the time of Ravenscroft's death in 1681, the use of both lead and Indian saltpeter within glass mixtures seems to have been widely adopted in England, a practice his followers continued well into the 18th century. Since the early 17th century, the English imported glass into India. Yet prior to the introduction of lead into glass mixtures, this glassware was of a soda lime silica variety similar to Venetian cristallo glass. Sir Thomas Roe, who led an embassy of James I to the court of Mughal Emperor Jahangir, recorded in his journal under the year 1616 a gift of, quote, 6 glasses gilt. While mirror, i.e. looking glass, and glazing glass were not in demand in India, fine quality drinking vessels in the Façon de Venise style were throughout the 17th century. William Hawkins, an English merchant who resided at the Mughal court from 1609 to 1611, recorded that there were 200 rich glasses in the imperial treasury in Delhi. European glass imports continued to arrive in India during the reigns of Mughal emperors Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and Aurangzeb, with regular mention of such imports recorded in the India Office records from 1664 to 1709. The specific reference to imported flint glass, i.e. lead crystal glass, only starts to appear from 1684. These references refer to vessels intended for personal use by company members as traded items or gifts given to the Mughal court. These recorded imports coincide with an agreement that George Ravenscroft entered into with the Worshipful Company of Glass Sellers, whereby, on September 18, 1675, they agreed to grant him permission to export 400 pounds worth of flint glass, quote, to Ireland or any other parts. Ravenscroft's agreement also coincides with East India Company records documenting the import of glass hookah bases into Surat, a western port city in Gujarat. Referred to as hubble bubbles, the onomatopoetic name given to hookahs by the English, these were purchased by several Indian merchants and brokers. Indeed, a 1697 account credits a certain Indian merchant by the name of Aga Puri with purchasing 22 hookah bases from English factors. These records coincide with visual depictions of globular glass hookah bases dated to around 1690. Depicting Raja Kirpal, these illustrated examples bear a distinctive decorative pattern of vertical ribbing associated with the factory or followers of Ravenscroft. Several surviving examples of such hookahs exist, including one in the former Prince of Wales Museum in Mumbai. Another example with similar ribbed patterning is a basin bearing the seal of Ravenscroft, the head of a raven, now in the Corning Museum of Glass. Originally catalogued as an Indian spittoon, this object is almost 3 times the size of all other Indian glass spittoons. Nonetheless, its seal and patterning confidently connect it and others of similar decoration to Ravenscroft and his followers. However, a shift occurs during the second quarter of the 18th century, whereby glass starts to appear in India office records not as company merchandise, but as a privileged trade. Starting in 1716, broken flint glass, lump glass, and ingots are recorded in the private papers of company officers. The earliest recorded reference of imported broken flint glass comes from Captain James Osborne, who on September 19, 1716, requested permission to carry 4 tons of broken flint glass worth £100. When corroborated with Charles Hardy's A Registry of Ships, we learn that Captain James Osborne sailed upon the Hanover ship, which made 2 voyages in 1715 and 1716 from England to Bengal. On September 11, 1717, records to the court provided information of, quote, 6 tons and pieces of flint glass made in the form of a brick, traveling upon the Heathcote to Bengal. Several more references to the sale of lump glass exist in private papers, all accompanying voyages to either the Bay of Bengal or Madras. At this time, lead crystal production would have still been confined to a limited number of English and continental glass houses. Exporting this relatively guarded glass mixture would have therefore provided economic advantages, which would have certainly incentivized company members to sell or trade it in markets where glass making was less developed or more costly. The reference to glass in the form of a brick specifically refers to glass ingots, which were known to be included in the cargo of English ships traveling from England to India and China. To date, the only English glass ingots to have been chemically analyzed are those salvaged from the 1765 Albion wreckage, discovered in 1985. According to court minutes, the Albion had several officers on board who were appointed to Fort St. George in Madras, confirming India as one of the ship's destinations. Scientific studies conducted on the salvaged glass ingots revealed that the glass was of characteristically 18th century English potash lead silica variety. In 2001, energy dispersive X-ray analysis, EDS, was conducted on 2 18th century glass hookah bases currently in the Virginia Museum of Fine Arts, Richmond. The results revealed that the hookah bases were of an almost identical chemical composition to the Albion ingots. For the first time, this study scientifically confirmed what had previously been mere speculation. Indian glass comprised of English potash lead glass. While this study remains to date the only one whereby EDS was used to analyze Indian glass of this period, in 2015, a further 19 Indian glass objects were tested using X-ray fluorescence spectrometry, XRF. Each of these XRF tests supports the initial 2001 results. The major component was lead, with strong traces of potassium present. Our Mia spittoon was also most likely fashioned from imported ingots or cullet, which arrived into one of the main ports recorded in the India office records, the Bay of Bengal, Bombay, or Madras. Once imported, the cullet would have then traveled by either land or river routes to a glass workshop, one most likely associated with a court, where it was then melted, reworked, and decorated. This spittoon is made of free-blown cobalt blue glass comprising 2 elements joined at the center. The lower section is comparatively squat and cylindrical in shape, while the upper portion is splayed, extending outwards to a rounded rim. Standing nearly 12 centimeters in height, this example is well proportioned and similar in size to the small corpus of 6 surviving glass spittoons known in other collections. Spittoons, like hookah bases, would have been kept in the households and on the terraces of the wealthy elite. Often illustrated in paintings accompanying hookahs or other small objects, spittoons were used as spit containers, a common practice that occurred when chewing pan, betel nut. Referred to as pikdans in northern India, common sense would suggest that these containers, which were made to hold the abundant flow of brick red saliva created by this mildly stimulating habit, would not be made from clear glass. Indeed, all 6 spittoons are made of cobalt blue or emerald green glass. It has been suggested that the bottom portion of earlier spittoons were globular in shape, much like early hookah bases, and later changed to follow the bell shape of hookah bases. There is a precedent for the globular shape existing in spittoons, as seen in a much earlier Chinese example dated to the 10th century. For some time, the Viennese exceptional basin was misattributed as a spittoon. However, David Whitehouse dismissed this belief, proving that, based on its size and shape, it was a basin, which would have most certainly supported a similarly decorated ewer, such as those surviving examples in metalwork and beadry. The Mia spittoon is decorated in the reverse gilt technique, which places it in a select group of Indian glass objects with a similar decorative tradition. It is painted on the bottom portion and the interior of the upper section with a single wide register of running floral sprays, flanked by a thin checkered band. In shape, size, and decoration, the Mia spittoon corresponds most strongly to the example currently in the Jagdish Mittal collection, Hyderabad. Both examples are the only 2 spittoons decorated in the reverse gilt technique, which are also painted on the interior of the upper section and base. Both examples bear an upper portion that splays out widely. In comparison, the other 4 spittoons are all fashioned to form a similarly proportioned bell-shaped top and bottom. They are also only painted on their external surface. The combination of dark cobalt or emerald glass with gold and painted decoration creates a rich effect that helps to conceal the container's contents. Beginning in the early 19th century, industrial surveys mention the use of European glass cullet in the manufacture of blown glass vessels. These surveys were done in the Punjab, Bengal, Northwest Provinces, and Awadh, and the Khyar district of the Bombay Presidency. However, with increased foreign imports, the availability of resources, and the rise in industrialized utilitarian objects, fine quality luxury glassware in India declined throughout the century. While India's glass industry remained a stratified one, as it had for centuries prior, producing a range of glass objects from bangles to beads, mirrors, tile glazes, and blown objects, by the early 20th century, most Indian glass houses were European managed and producing a chemically different glass made almost entirely from locally sourced materials. The Mia spittoon therefore reflects a particular period in Indian glass whereby the importation of a chemically consistent material coupled with an insatiable appetite for luxury goods stimulated the production of fine glassware. Most probably made in a royal workshop in northern India sometime in the late 18th or early 19th century, this spittoon forms a small group today dispersed in collections in India, Kuwait, and London. Most certainly made at the height of Indian glass production, this fine example is one of approximately 250 known pieces of blown and decorated Indian glass from the late Mughal period. Made of imported English glass, this object represents a fascinating hybrid that reflects increased maritime trade, a transfer of technologies, and an appropriation of tastes. Thank you.
I would like to extend as well my special thanks to the organizers. I've attended the symposium maybe 3 times now, but I've never been on that side of the podium, so it's a great pleasure and a great honor for me to present my research today. In the early modern world, pilgrims from South Asia would travel by sea from South Asia to the Red Sea ports. Although the trip was difficult and dependent on the seasonal winds, it was nevertheless the time for South Asian merchants to travel with pilgrims to trade goods in the Red Sea and the Hijaz. During the centuries before, trade was already well established between the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean, with the port of Aden as a main port for exchanging goods, in addition to Jeddah that grew considerably in the 15th century onwards, and not mentioning as well, of course, the ports of Mukalla or Mocha. In the 16th century, a growing interest for Hajj started with the Muslim sultans of Gujarat, and later on as the Mughals took the province of Gujarat in 1573, setting the port of Surat as the main port for South Asian pilgrims, as well as taking charge by imperial decree of all the pilgrims' traveling expenses. Several accounts mention the Mughal ruling class going on Hajj from Fatah Sikri, as well as large donations to the holy sites and payments for the pilgrims who would perform the pilgrimage on behalf of the rulers who could not leave India in case of a coup. The development of Sufi orders in South Asia led scholars and students to leave India and get parts of their education in the holy cities. From an educational perspective, the religious connection between both regions intensified with the arrival of the Ottomans in the Hijaz, as I noticed that both Ottomans and South Asian rulers belonged at that time to the Hanafi madhab, while the preceding Mamluks were Shafi'is. The 17th and 18th centuries are also times for reform in Islam, and several Sufi orders set groups in the Hijaz to study and preach before getting back to India. The development of the two regions' connections coincides with the start of a production of documents and manuscripts related to pilgrimage, demonstrating the results of a cultural exchange of artistic craftsmanship and workshop productions from South Asia to Mecca and back. This presentation will introduce manuscripts of the collection of the Museum of Islamic Art in Doha, in particular, 2 copies of the Futuh al-Haramain, which I think set conventions for South Asian pilgrimage-related manuscripts, and in particular, a later pilgrimage scroll that is one of our recent acquisitions. These examples show recurring representations of the holy sites that conform to South Asian cultural and artistic trends that feature an interaction connecting the two seas through the pilgrimage nexus. The Kitab Futuh al-Haramain, or Revelation of the Two Sanctuaries, is the work of the Persian scholar Muhyiddin Lari, who died in 1526-1527, and who was a disciple of the philosopher Jalaluddin Muhammad al-Dawani. His work is probably one of the most important and widespread pilgrimage manuals, including prayers and paintings, demonstrating the different stages of the journey. Lari lived most of his life in Tabriz, and after completing himself the Hajj, moved on to the Gujarat, where he wrote this book that consigns his versified account on Mecca and Medina and the rituals of the pilgrimage, including some poetry of Jami. Written in 1506, it is dedicated to the Sultan Muzaffar bin Mahmud Shah of Gujarat, who reigned between 1511 and 1526. At that time, to give you a little bit more of a historical context, the Gujarati rulers had an active presence and numerous activities by donating money to the holy sites, among other things, which explains the context of creation of the Futuh al-Haramain by Muhyiddin Lari. Coinciding with a time of political struggle between the growing power of the Portuguese over the Red Sea and a shift between the Mamluk and Ottoman power in the Hijaz, it was certainly a way for Gujarati rulers to express their dedication to the holy sites as well. One important source is by the Meccan jurist and hadith scholar Jarallah Muhammad ibn Fahd, who completed in 1543 the Nukhbat Bahjat al-Zaman fi Imarat Mecca li Muluk Bani Uthman, which is a chronicle that describes the architectural changes in Mecca under the Ottomans. In his account, he attests the direct involvement of the sultans of Gujarat in Mecca before the arrivals of the Mughals there. He wrote himself many works, both Muzaffar Shah, for whom the Futuh al-Haramain was dedicated. In his Nukhba, he shares that Muzaffar Shah built a madrasa and a ribat for the Sufis in the city. alongside financially supporting the poor of Mecca and scholars who resided there. The description goes in details about the distribution of Gujarati funds, and what is interesting is that he calls these after Muzaffar himself. He calls them as Sadaqa al-Mudaffariya al-Hindiya. The MIA here in Doha preserves two Mughal copies of the Futuh al-Haramain, MS 171, which is a 17th century copy based on several seals that are enclosed in the manuscript, and MS 594, which is a dated copy, 1124 Hijri, 1712. Both of these manuscripts include 18 paintings. I will show you a few ones that are extremely similar. Similitude in structure between both manuscripts demonstrates the large diffusion of the Futuh al-Haramain as a popular guide for pilgrims. The same places are represented with the same flat projection and with very few differences between some of the mounts or the tombs that are visited. So here are a few of the images in those two manuscripts. Similar characteristics were highlighted by Milstein, who compared a corpus of 16th century Futuh al-Haramain. All included 15 to 20 illustrations of the sites visited during the Hajj. The first illustrations of the Futuh al-Haramain followed a fairly frontal topography and served primarily to provide information on the sacred sites. These illustrations have subsequently become decorative, symbolic, as well as having local features, probably because of their devotional function and the evolution of the artistic conventions. This text has been somehow privileged as an illustrated pilgrimage-related manuscript when compared with other pilgrimage guides that have been rarely illustrated, such as the Manasik al-Hajj. And in fact, the Manasik al-Hajj is up to the present day the book that is the mostly used by the pilgrims who go on Hajj. More than guides, the copies were also produced as gifts, whether before the pilgrimage in order to accompany the pilgrim and protect him on the journey, at the end of the pilgrimage, and some of them might be copied in Mecca, or for a personal devotional purpose. One may consider here as well the many markets, including those of Mecca, where manuscripts and sacred images were an essential part of the trade with pilgrims. It was also a place of interest for copyists who sought to bring legitimacy to the production of manuscripts copied in the Holy City. Some of the Mujawirun pilgrims who settled in the Hijaz and mainly coming from South Asia and Southeast Asia included artists and calligraphers who produced manuscripts and paintings as souvenirs in the Holy City. The numerous existing copies of the text also show that a shift occurs globally in the production of pilgrimage-related manuscripts that start to be illustrated in the 16th century onwards, with a clear transfer of models of representation. In the early Ottoman copies of the Futuh al-Haramain, the 16th century ones, and as well as, for example, this copy of the Shawqnameh, we have as well the same types of frontal representations of the holy precincts with very few differences. For example, this Shawqnameh has also other sites that are being illustrated that are not necessarily related to the sites that are visited by the pilgrims, like Jeddah, for example. They go through Jeddah, but it's not necessarily part of the rituals. And here is a copy of the Futuh al-Haramain, an early copy, an Ottoman copy, also from Central Asia that shows also the frontal representations. QM 2017-0369 is a scroll containing a series of paintings related to the Hajj and combined with the genealogical lineage, a silsila, from Adam to the Prophet, then mentioning the 4 rightly guided caliphs and the 14 Sufi imams, including, for example, the Suhrawardi, the Chistis, Naqshband, or Ahmad Yasawi. The Persian text in the margins includes different texts that start with the history of Adam and Eve, other prophets, the wives and children of Muhammad, and that of the 12 imams. Also included are instructions on the Hajj with a description of Mecca, as well as passages of poetry that could be from the Nata'ij al-Anfas, a Persian text attributed to the poet Jami, and in which are reported the stories of the 8th Shia Imam Ali ibn Musa al-Riza. and his supplications, his munajat to God. The presence of a silsila name in this scroll traces the spiritual lineage of the individual for whom the scroll was made, thus connecting it to the tradition of certificate making with the visual representations of the holy sites and the belonging to a certain Sufi circle. I'm showing you as well as I'm going through the cycle of representations that is very clearly drawn from the Futuh al-Haramain. Other earlier scrolls were either commissioned by higher members of the elite, who would sometimes get a certificate by proxy, and richly decorated scrolls. And here are some of the much earliest examples, one from the 13th century, and then this is from the Mia collection, MS267, which is dated 1433. Silsila names, whether in scrolls or bound volumes, are considered the oldest historical records of formal organizational structures that have guided the establishment, the functioning, and the spread of Sufi orders. If the scroll is not a pilgrimage certificate, then the depictions of the holy sites show a clear transfer of motifs from the Futuh al-Haramain tradition, in a way act as intercessors between the Sufi member and the holy sites to bring him legitimacy. The reference to Naqshband in the scroll, among other influential South Asian Sufi masters mentioned in the silsila, can also link the scroll to the close relationship between South Asia and the Hijaz from the 17th century onwards. Naqshbandi Sufis of Central Asia and India traveled to the Hijaz to study and preach a purer form of Islam. There was indeed a Naqshbandi colony in Mecca in response to the syncretistic form of Islam favored by the Mughals. Comparing the illustrations of the scroll with the previous illustrations of the Futuh al-Haramain, there is a clear connection in the schematic representations of the holy sites that are a reminiscence of what would have been produced in the earlier pilgrimage certificates that I've shown, and what would be used in the 16th century onwards in not only Futuh al-Haramain, but also in other texts like the Dalail al-Khairat or the Kitab Mawlid al-Nabawi. From a historical point of view, the Gujarati involvement in Mecca may have created a sense of financial and ideological competition between the Ottoman rulers and the implication of the Indian sultans. In this sense, the Ottoman copies of other texts, like, for example, here, the Dalail al-Khairat, which is an early copy from the Mia collection. The Ottoman copies include, in the painting of the Holy Precinct, a very interesting feature, which are the architectural projects undertook by the Ottomans, including the depiction of the domes installed by the Ottomans and the 7th minaret built by Sulayman the Magnificent in Mecca in 1565, which all follow an Ottoman style. When the Indian copies don't depict it, for example, MS171 has no indication of the 7th minaret. So if it's a late 17th century manuscript, it's actually quite intriguing. Or it shows real Indian architectural renderings. So a few words to conclude. The manuscripts presented provide a scale of the importance of interpreting pilgrimage circuits in artistic, religious, intellectual, and cultural transfers. The production puts in context the historical interest and involvement of the royal courts and elite in the production of works like the Futuh al-Haramain that would have been copied by hundreds. These documents are testimonies as well of the fact that the Hajj was performed at this period by the South Asian elite only because most people in South Asia at that time were not necessarily Muslims. And if they were part of a Sufi order, they would have been even had a more considerable impact in the hierarchy of their institution and in the chain of transmission of knowledge after going back to South Asia. The production shows how high members of an elite would finance and donate gifts to the holy sites and sponsor artists and works that could get their legitimacy from the visual representations of the holy sites, sometimes combined with the fact that they were copied there. The creation of the Futuh al-Haramain and its standardized iconography in the context of a political organization of the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean in the early 16th century coincides with the formation of a visual language and artistic conventions that circulated both ways and helped the development of a real popularity for the copying and illustration of this text and many others up to the 19th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the talks. And yes, I think we open up the discussion straight away. We are allowed 15 minutes, I was told. I have a few questions. If you don't have questions, I have actually several questions, but I'd like to, give you the first one. So please, go ahead.
So of course, wonderful, lovely topic. But Munya, I love what you did, of course. And I mean, I'm just wondering, as a discussion point, to talk about a question that I'm sure you've thought about as well, which is why, right? Why at this particular juncture we see the flowering of Dalail al-Khairat and Futuh al-Haramain, and I mean, so we see it in the early Ottoman period, as you were saying, right? And in the mid-Ottoman period. And then it continues with the South Asian and Mughal. It's just, I guess it's just tied to the rise of pilgrimage, right? I mean, because we talked about it, I just wondered if you had, more to say about it. It's such an interesting topic. Thank you for your paper, it was wonderful.
Can you hear me? Yes, that's a very interesting question. I'm not sure I can entirely answer. We had a discussion about this, in fact. I mean, I don't think the interest for pilgrimage or for pilgrimage-related manuscripts or materials starts really in the 15th or 16th century. I think it starts much earlier, and all the materials that were found in the Damascus Mosque show that interest from a higher member of the court who would send people to perform Hajj on their behalf. And so all these certificates, almost all of them are certificates by proxy. But that's true that after the 16th century, there is a clear rise of the production, and we have hundreds of Dalail al-Khairat, Futuh al-Haramain, and other texts that become the major manuscripts that are being taken for pilgrimage, but also like collected by people or probably bought as souvenirs as well, depending on the quality as well of the manuscripts. I think for the Ottoman, at least, it coincides with the fact that they take in the early 16th century the Central Islamic lands and become the Khadimin al-Haramain, which is very logical for them. They need to bring more legitimacy. I made this connection between South Asia and the Ottomans in the fact that they both belong to the same madhab, which I found quite interesting. And I don't know, there needs to be obviously more research on that at that particular point, but I think there's definitely a connection between not only the madhabs, but also the Sufi orders that settle as well in the Hijaz.
Just a quick follow on to that. So you're suggesting that the early period we have, maybe if they were extant, we would be seeing more. So we're talking about the pieces that you had, the black and white, which are in the Turk Eserler Müzesi. But there's only a very few, right? And then we have a gap. And so are you suggesting that maybe some of them just have not survived, and we would have had more maybe if the survival rate had been better?
Possibly.
Okay, yeah. No, it's fascinating. Thank you.
Thanks all of you for wonderful papers. This is partially for Marika, and I think also partially for Tara, because it's just both of you were talking in some way. I'm sorry about the lights there. Both of you are talking a little bit in some sense about objects, whether it's glass or whether it's worked emerald, that come to be indicative of a certain place when the evidence increasingly, in some cases, has always been obvious when it comes to emeralds in some ways, but the ingots show pretty definitively too from the chemical analysis that these are actually not quite raw materials, but sort of raw materials that are being brought in and then reworked, right? So I guess what I'm asking is if you can speak just a little bit more to that kind of problem of making objects that become sort of, in some cases, culturally iconic, but just making objects that become representative and that then in some cases become export objects even, but that are being produced out of what are quite clearly imported imported materials. And obviously that's a little different between glass and emerald, but any thoughts would be welcome.
No, that's a very good question. And in fact, in some ways, that gets to the heart of a lot of what my research has been. What is Mughal glass? Essentially, what constitutes something as being what we popularly classify it as today? I mean, the recycling of glass is not by any means new. It doesn't start in India in the 18th century. This is a phenomenon that has happened since antiquity, and primary glass centers have been making glass that has been sent across much of the Mediterranean, actually. But I think in this case, I would argue that irrespective of where the primary glass is being made, it's getting reworked, it's getting made in India, it's being decorated in India, and it's getting used predominantly by Indians. So there's no doubt in my mind that it's then Indian glass, or Mughal, however we want to define it in some shape or form. I don't know if that helps answer your question, but...
Well, these are certainly questions I've been thinking about as well. And at the present moment we're in, these are the kinds of objects that are going in museums, and we want to think about them in a certain way. And that's a different moment than we've been in at other times. But it is interesting to trace back even when these things were moving to Iran. That's how they entered the treasuries there, with these notations of where they had come from. So I think it was something about their moment of carving and setting that somehow solidified the connection with India, and then earlier moments of their production were lost, and it's an issue continuing into the present, that connection with India. But how we talk about India has more to do with the nature of museums and how we call geographic areas, and what we want to say about influences or not coming from other places, and how we want to talk about development of style over time. So it's just, these are our new methods of cataloging now.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. That was absolutely fascinating. I have a question for you, Marika. What's the evidence for emeralds in Elizabethan and the Stuart period jewelry? And is there any evidence for things coming from India to England, for example, or to Portugal? Do we know anything about that?
I know a little bit now, but not a whole lot. I think in that period, the emeralds were coming mostly from either Egypt or Austria, and it was just much rarer at that time. And that's where the testing comes out to show that really those were the main sources, and that there is a major change then with the Colombian sources. So a lot of the jewelry that earlier in Europe would have been made with emeralds from those sources. And as far as gems moving earlier than the sort of 18th century, I don't have a lot of information yet, but something to look out for sure.
I would like to ask also the my emerald question. Is of course, I mean, it adds on to Sean's question with the emeralds, especially with the emeralds, as they were such luxury product, and where all of a sudden had this, where with the coronation and regalia. I mean, we are now with the Mughal emperors, the emperors of the world. That a country which is so rich in diamonds and sapphires and all sorts of other stones, why all of a sudden the emerald is getting such a prominence? I find this intriguing.
Yes, I have to say I don't completely have the answer yet, but I was trying to understand along the whole process why, from the beginning, why did the Spanish even get interested in mining emeralds? They were
among the biggest things that they were procuring from South America were gold and silver. How much of a driver could emeralds have been in comparison to what they were able to extract on other fronts? Why was it being taken to India? How is there a presumption that there would be interest there? And then finally, why were the Mughals or other Indian courts interested? Yes, I'm still trying to figure that out. And I don't want to overstate the importance of emeralds. Certainly, it seems that the spinels and pearls also were among the highest ranked of the precious stones. And
pearls from outside too, of course.
Yes, that's true. More readily available. Diamonds were also very much prized. So that's why I was trying to think about the emeralds and maybe their association with a foreign land as being something of importance. And certainly with the spinels, we have the connection to the Timurids, and the inscribing of them makes sense in that way. We just don't. So that's why we've been able to write about them, but we don't have anything in the sources. So when we don't have that for the emeralds as well, it's a little bit harder to understand.
Yeah, hi. I wanted to also ask a question related to emeralds and the circulation of other objects and technologies and forms of knowledge in South Asia and beyond. And I wanted to sort of center this around the question of power and the extent to which the consumption, possession, and the ability to sort of enact these practices and possess these items is in some ways a sign of Mughal power or a sign of power on the part of the sultans of Gujarat or other entities, and how we might actually situate that in a conversation of that kind. This is certainly the kind of question that becomes very important when one begins to think about colonialism, which emerges a couple of centuries later. But how can we kind of talk about the Mughals and other entities as possessing a form or as expressing a form of early modern power where consuming things from other places in the world, Europe, the Holy Lands, or even, as you mentioned, the kind of sheen of newness attached to the alam-e-no of the kind of New World and the Americas, becomes a way of sort of performing global knowledge, understanding, and in that sense, a new kind of emerging form of power.
I certainly think that's a big factor emeralds are just one of the things that the Mughals, and it is important, as you also pointed out, to say that rulers throughout the Indian subcontinent to have access to these objects. It's not just them, but things coming from abroad. And I think that part of what I was also trying to look at is how they're talking about the rest of the world and the places these things are coming from. So that's a part of the research to be further developed. But I certainly even from the 14th century, you have accounts of the Bahmani kings sending out envoys to gather horses from one place, or gems from another place, or even people, slaves, women, so on. And the fact that they're all coming from different regions is of significance, and it's also documented on an official level. So I think that this process this is very much a part of the consumption process, and it has a long history in India, even much before the Mughal period.
I am very, very happy to welcome Yuka Kadoy. She's no stranger to Doha. Yuka studied Islamic art at the University of Kyoto and received her PhD from Edinburgh University under the supervision of Robert Hillenbrand. She has held curatorial and research positions in and out of the world of Islam. Currently, you're working in Kuwait also. You used to work in Doha, including the Museum of Islamic Art here and the Art Institute in Chicago, where she spent several years working on Persian art. You've also been awarded many fellowships and a lot of international research funding bodies. And your current book in Kuwait is on jade. So Yuka's research interests range from the art of pre-modern Islamic Eurasia, especially during the period of Mongol domination in the Islamic world, to the reception of Islamic art in modern times. So the development of Islamic art scholarship and connoisseurship. She is the author of the monograph Islamic Chinoiserie, The Art of Mongol Iran, published with Edinburgh University Press, and a number of edited volumes, such as The Reshaping of Persian Art, Art Histories of Islamic Iran and Central Asia, in collaboration with Ivan Santo, who is also here today, a volume on Arthur Upham Pope and a new survey of Persian art, published with Brill, and The Shaping of Persian Art, Collections and Interpretations of the Art of Islamic Iran and Central Asia, published with Cambridge Scholars Publishing. Today, Yuka will introduce speakers that are part of a panel entitled Encompassing the Eastern Periphery of the Muslim World, Islamic Art and Material Culture in East Asia. And please welcome Yuka Godoy.
Good afternoon. And first of all, thank you very much for staying until my panel. So on behalf of the panel speakers, I'd like to thank, first of all, the symposium organizers for inviting us to form this special panel. I am Yuka Godoy, the organizer and chair of the panel. Before I introduce each speaker, let me say a few words on the conceptual background of this panel. My primary research interest is the mobility of objects, images, and ideas across the different cultural contact zones. And I'm particularly fascinated with the dynamics and mechanisms of cultural exchanges between the Islamic world and non-Islamic world. When I first embarked on this topic, I began to trace the network of trade routes, both by land and by sea, known as the Silk and Spice Road. Here we have the familiar map of the Trans-Eurasian Trade Network on screen, but please note that this map untypically includes Japan, Korea, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Originally coming from the Far Eastern island country, it was quite natural for me to start looking towards the Islamic heartland of the Middle East from east to west when it comes to the cultural transfer, just like the direction of movement among camel riders, dhow ships, and an image of sea journey in Persian manuscript painting. Yet at the same time, I was thinking about the opposite direction of cultural transfer, namely from west to east, like the image of the donkey carrying luxurious items, and another image of the sea journey found in Persian manuscript painting. The main aim of our panel is to address the question of Islamization in East Asian art and culture. The questions we would like to address in this panel include how Islam or Middle Eastern culture became assimilated eastward into the land where a long pre-existing non-Islamic tradition existed. Our panel consists of 3 papers dealing with the 3 major languages of Asia, namely Chinese, Persian, and Arabic. Unfortunately, we are unable to include a paper dealing with the Turkish or Turkic sphere of Central Asia in this panel due to the shortage of space. Also, the main theme of the symposium is obviously the sea. Therefore, it makes sense to feature the 3 major languages of the Indian Ocean Trade Network in our panel today. Each paper deals with a specific medium or theme, but it touches upon the limits of cultural transfer so as to set up a methodological grounding for Islamic art and material culture in East Asia, well, if ever exists. And finally, we hope that our panel encourages anyone here to think freely and imaginatively in multidirectional ways of cultural exchanges, like Hokusai's great waves moving from right to left and turning back. So that's all about our panel, so namely the last one in the Doha Symposium on Islamic Art. The last panel is considered as the most important one in an academic meeting, so I'm very honored to present this panel with 3 distinguished speakers who have accepted my invitation to join forces to conduct an intellectual journey into uncharted field. On the other hand, the last panel should be as concise as possible, so my introduction to each speaker is kept in minimum, as their detailed biographies are found at the website. Instead, each of them will have more time for their papers. So now let's move on to our first speaker. So I'm now happy to introduce our first speaker, Marco Cabora. He is actually new in our field. He is a digital scholarship and archives manager, Li Shao Qi Library, Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. And he will take us to a cartographical journey of Islam from west to east. And please join me to welcome Marco.
Thank you to the organizer. Thanks especially to Yuka. When I've been asked to intervene in this conference, like I think many speakers, I just thought, well, I'm quite an outsider. I mean, my background is in classical Chinese, and now I'm doing Western cartography of China. But then I thought quite stimulating to just look at the content in the other direction, the East Asian cartographic representations of this area. I will basically cover mostly Chinese maps, but also maps from Korea, Japan, and Thailand. And it will be a very fast sequence of maps that you will just see. So please enjoy the images even more than the talk. I will just give extremely simple contextualization of how these maps are known to us, and many of them have not been studied properly at all. Some are known to anybody who is familiar with East Asian cartography, and some are not known even to people who are familiar with this topic. Now, the first part will talk about Chinese maps. And I will have a range of maps. Some will have the maritime Silk Road, some will cover Central Asia, the land Silk Road, and some will actually be maps of a wider area, even maps, basically world maps. Now, the first I'm going to introduce is simulating map. It has been printed in the 14th century, but it reached us in a 19th century reprint. Now, because the way I think maps are best looked at is by comparing them with other maps, I will soon give you a map of Central Asia of Iranian origin that is comparable to it. In fact, the two maps, now this is just an explanation of this map by Mustafi in Miller. Now, the two maps can be basically superimposed, and you basically see that the strategy is quite similar. The area covered is quite similar. They both are basically connected, it is believed, to the Mongolian Empire. In fact, Chinese historians of science call these Mongolian-style maps. Chinese maps are known to use the grid, but using the grid in such a way simply to point to slots in the grid is really something that only happened with this single map in Chinese cartography. My sequence is basically chronological. So I'm here dealing with the second map of my journey around 1389, basically early Ming. This map is held in the first historical archives in Beijing, This map is very famous. It's also famous in the later Korean incarnation that will show you, the Cognido map. The outline is very similar. Africa is shown here. Saudi Arabia is here. The title is Daming Hongito, the synthetic, the great synthetic or comprehensive, but basically combined map of the Ming. Now, this is a replica. This is a replica that shows you the size. I wanted to show you this replica also because this replica actually is the only replica outside of China. There is another one in Shanghai. Neither of them is a high-quality replica. They cannot be used that easily to study the original map. But this replica is in South Africa because of the depiction of Africa, and especially of the southern tip of Africa in this map. Now, obviously, this is the best one, but at the same time, this is the image that is now shown of this map, and this map has been used by the Chinese government also to basically assert a connection, a very long connection between China and Africa. And 1389, this is before the Zhenghe travels. Now, this is my only Korean map, and it is in fact just a copy of the Cognido, and it's a copy of a copy, because the original Cognido is 1402, but this is a later copy. They're all in Japan. All the Korean copies are in Japan. But basically, they follow a similar outline, but if you compare, you will obviously see that the Korea here is nowhere as detailed as the Korea in this Korean map. Obviously, Koreans added, just in the spirit of a composite map, added one more layer of composition. This is just from the Korean map, a detail about Africa and Arabia. I'm moving very fast to cover more maps. You can ask me more, or you can simply look at them. They're actually, these maps are very freely available. These are the road, sea routes of Zhenghe. Once again, they are printed. They are from printed source in the 17th century, but originally they're from the 15th century. And they show the routes from China into the Indian Ocean. Page where this section starts in a very large compendium of military operation, basically an encyclopedia of political and military affairs of the Ming, late Ming, where these maps have been reproduced from Nanjing sailing out. And this is a detail. This is a detail of the Persian Gulf, just blown up and with alphabetical rendering of the main places. So these maps basically are three maps that are quite widely known about connection between China and the Middle East. This is just another page giving details about the ships. Now, these other two maps I'm going to show you now are less well known. They became available to the public just in a couple of years ago. This map has been shown in Hong Kong last year. It's a scroll 30 meters long. It was actually all displayed in Hong Kong in the Science Museum, the only location that had the 30 meters corridor where you could actually have the whole scroll open. It's a fascinating scroll, but there is also an appropriation in the name of the map that actually comes from a Japanese collection. It has been acquired by a Hong Kong businessman and donated to the Palace Museum in Beijing. The scroll, as the title that was available from the around 1920s in Beijing, where it was sold to Japan, was the Mongol landscape map, Menggu Shanshui Ditu. But this map is now known as Sulu Shanshui Ditu, the Silk Road map. Now, what is the basis of this appropriation? Well, obviously, and very openly in the case of this map, there is a claim of connection within the present political and economical plan of mainland China, the One Belt, One Road, with the Silk Road. That has been very clear in the launching, in the media launching of this map. This is the coverage of the map. It has two parts, because in fact the scroll stops here, just basically in Egypt, past Mecca, which is represented. But from contextual evidence, we know the coverage was going to be beyond Istanbul. It was longer than 30 meters, but the rest of the information and the colophon are lost. The scroll is presumably high court painting, presumably for the emperor, even though we don't have a clear record for that. And it has landscape that starts with the mountain pass, the Jiaoyu Pass, that is basically the beginning of the Silk Road. It covers features like the Astronomical Observatory of Samarkand. Now, all these names have been sticked on top of the map. Something that is actually quite unusual, because the previous map I show you, the Ming Hongyitu, the early Ming map, had stickers. The stickers were Manchu writing stickers that allowed the Manchu dynasty to read this Ming dynasty map as they were still using it. This is a different case. These are stickers over locations that are actually quite uniform across these 30 meters. Just to give the names. Now, some stickers have fallen, and some stickers might even be misplaced. This is Shiraz. You know, the first 5 meters are fascinating. The other 25 look exactly like the first 5. It's 30 meters, it's a long map. But towards the end, it reaches Mecca, here, Tianfanguo, and the sea. So here we reach the sea. Another map that is also not that well known is in Taipei at the Palace Museum. This is a much smaller size, and something that is unconventional for Chinese maps is that there are people and animal in it. But the starting point is the same. This is Jiaoyu Pass, Jiaoyu Guan, and the scroll goes on, and it goes on to Mecca, Tianfanguo, and the well, and Istanbul. Now I just gave you some representative parts. Now these two maps are actually quite recently gone into the public. They're really not that well known. And depictions of Mecca in Chinese sources, visual representation, are extremely late. Otherwise, this is a copy at the Aga Khan Museum, and it's late 1800s. Now, I will quickly go through this Chinese map, also in terms of appropriation. Actually, this is basically map of China, now extremely famous. There are 2 books of wide circulation about this map, one being called The Seldom Map. It's basically a kind of a portolan chart view of the coast of China from north to south, including Indonesia, and with sea routes. Quite similar to a map that is actually in our own collection in my university, University of Science and Technology, and another copy at the Vatican, at the Jesuit archives in Rome. So clearly, these Chinese maps of early 1600 has features from Western maps. At the same time, a Western map like this has already used data from Chinese maps. So there is a circle of cartographic information here. The world maps that were available in China in 1600, and that obviously are based on Western models, and in this case, made by Westerners, cover, well, America, the world. They come basically from prototypes that are late 1500 Flemish prototype, the Ortelius world map. But they also give source to slightly later Ming Dynasty maps that actually, in a certain sense, replicate the previous one. You said the Ming Hongyitu, meaning this is Europe at the top. I mean, maps of China, as always, a very large map of China at the center. But here at the periphery, this is Europe, this is Africa, and Arabia. So there is even here a syncretic element that combines Western cartography, Chinese cartography, and covers the Middle East as well, in terms of what was still understood as map of Tianxia, whatever is below heaven. It's the empire, but it's also a map of the whole world. Now, covering the last two maps in our collection, in my overview, basically, maps of Japan and Thailand. Now I get to the Japanese one. Obviously, perfect. Chinese maps would use information that one way or another was either connected with Chinese exploration of the Indian Ocean, commercial contact with the Middle East, or Jesuit cartography. This Japanese map is very strictly based on a Dutch sea chart. And the way a Japanese map of this kind covered the Middle East is through Dutch sea chart information. At the same time, the Japanese had, in the early 1600s, very extensive views of Western sources, and specifically this map with this typical Dutch Golden Age display of city views has been adapted for a very large screen map in 8 parts. This is the front, this is the back. The front is a map of the world. The back has a sequel of important cities. Now, the cities, 2 of them are relevant to us. And these city views are taken from the Dutch map. And by the way, these city views were circulating not only in the corniche of maps, but they were actually circulated in very popular city view atlases, like Hogenberg, Franz and Hogenberg in the late 1500s. The last map I'm showing you, just to get a more complete coverage, and then I will show you a diagram that makes it clear, is a Thai map. Is much later. The map is from the 18th century. But it might be based on earlier sources. This is just an illustration of basically of a cosmographical treaty that treats the whole universe and then goes down to locate Ayutthaya in the middle of the Indian Ocean with China and the West. This is the way you can basically plot it, and this is the way that you can decode it. So actually, China here and Constantinople and Egypt here and Arabia here. Now it's a sea view. It's a sea view. It's a very comprehensive sea view, and it remains to be understood how much is based on Chinese sea chart and how much it is based on Dutch sea charts. Both elements seem present. So, sorry? This actually comes from a book recently published, Le Monde Vu d'Asie, that has this information. I can give you the reference. What I basically wanted to show you is just a large overview. I mean, all these maps are composite. The Chinese one have certain degree of appropriation of data that might come from Chinese explorer or merchants. The other are all based on sources that are either Chinese or Westerner. But they just allow us to visualize this complex relationship in all these formats, and also with the different kind of appropriation, present appropriation connected mostly with the expansion of China, claims of the Silk Road, claims of Africa. Thank you.
So now I'm happy to introduce our second speaker, Noran Ben Anzona, Associate Professor of Islamic Art History at the University of Strasbourg. And she will take us to a Quranic journey from west to east. And please join me to welcome Noran.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and especially Marissa and the chair of this panel, Yuka, for inviting me. So as you know, the Muslim communities that settled in East Africa from the Umayyad or Abbasid period onwards left many traces of their presence. In this paper, I would like to focus on the founding text of Islam, the Quran, and these historical remains. I think that it is interesting to consider the Quran in both epigraphy and manuscripts because these two types of objects are rarely examined in relation to each other, while they raise some common questions. I will focus on China, starting with the oldest known documents, which are often quite difficult to date, and will try to go up to the end of the Ming period. This framework is both limited and very broad. My presentation will therefore provide only a few insights into a largely underexplored topic. I will start with the Quran in epigraphic document before moving on to Quranic manuscripts, and I will try to give you a very quick overview of the sources of information, the corpus of objects available, the state of knowledge, and the questions raised by this material. I would also like to point out that I am not a specialist of East Asia, and this topic is quite new to me, so I'm very honored to present and to submit my very preliminary remarks and observations to the expert eyes of the many specialists of East Asia who are present, and Islam in East Asia who are present today. Scholarly interest in Islam and Muslims in and from China emerged in the second half of the 19th century out of contacts between European, especially German and French diplomats and scholars, and Chinese Muslim communities, and especially monuments, such as the Great Mosque of Canton and its Arabic inscriptions. Since that time, many Chinese Islamic inscriptions have been discovered in monuments, cemeteries, and archaeological contexts before being studied and published. Among these studies, special mention should be made of Da Shensheng's work, and special mention should also be made of the recent book edited by George Lane on the Phoenix Mosque. To date, over 350 inscriptions are published in the Thésaurus d'Épigraphie Islamique, which formed the main basis of my research for the purpose of the present study. The first Chinese Islamic inscriptions are datable to the 10th, 11th century, but most of them are dated or datable to the Yuan and Ming periods, from the 13th up to the 17th centuries. These inscriptions can be divided into three main groups. First, historical inscriptions documenting foundation, construction, or restoration works of monuments, especially mosques. Two, epitaphs. And three, inscriptions on portable objects, mainly in metalwork and porcelain. The interest of most of the researchers who have worked on this material has been and is still mainly focused on historical inscriptions and information, so that although many inscriptions contain Quranic excerpts, these are rarely commented on, which is actually the case not only in China, but also elsewhere in the broader Islamic world. In this regard, I would like to mention two projects that ran counter to this general trend. First, a project on the history of the reception, and notably the material reception of the Quran, which was initiated by the late Andrew Rippin, and I think it has been resumed by the Institute of Ismaili Studies. And second, a project of a textbook on the Quran and its reception by Anne-Sylvie Boisliveau. So the material reception of the Quran appears as a new and promising avenue of research because it informs us not only about the holy text as an abstract ideal, but about how it was understood and used in various social and cultural contexts. Surprisingly enough, in the corpus under consideration, the presence of the Quranic excerpts is not systematic, even in places where this might be expected, such as construction and restoration inscriptions in mosques and epitaphs. Quranic inscriptions are, however, still very numerous and widespread in both space and time, but the selected verses can appear rather limited. I could find circa 100 different verses in the corpus. The epigraphic programs of mosques show the greatest variety. Only a few passages appear in different contexts. The most recurrent ones are on the screen. These selections are relevant for the places where they are set. For instance, the famous verse of light, which is a key Quranic passage, evokes God as, I quote, the light of the heavens and the earth, the parable of his light is a niche, and within it a lamp, etc. End of quote. This verse was probably one of the sources of inspiration for the introduction of the mihrab niche into the architecture of the mosque in the Umayyad period. In any case, it is common in mosques, especially in prayer halls, on qibla walls and on mihrabs, as well as on the so-called mosque lamps from different parts of the Islamic world. In Masjid al-Ashab in Guangzhou, the deep rectangular mihrab is flanked by 6 other niches, 3 on each side. Thus, the whole qibla wall in its entirety is treated like a wide mihrab. The qibla wall, its 7 niches, and verses 24, 35 to 38, which are inscribed on the 2 rightmost niches, evoke divine light, creating an analogy between God and his light, which guide, Yahdi, and the qibla wall, which also guides, not only by emphasizing the direction of prayer, but also through its inscriptions, which mention God's light and parables, mosque attendance, prayer, and other Muslim rites, as a protection against the risk of losing oneself in material matters. Other verses usually evoke mosques, prayer, and other rites such as zakat, and are therefore most appropriate in mosques. As for tombstones, the selected verses are less numerous, more repetitive. The most common ones are on the screen. They recall the mortal nature of man as opposed to the eternity of God. Some presenting death as a return to God, such as Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, are today commonly used in expressions of condolence. And the last verse you see on the screen, this last verse prays for the soul to enter paradise. So all these verses are therefore perfectly suited for funeral inscriptions. However, some choices are more surprising. For instance, a fragment of a tombstone that was found in a village near Guangzhou is engraved with verses 18, 100 to 101, which evoke hell. I quote, "And on that day we shall present hell to the disbelievers, to those whose eyes had been under a covering from my reminder and who could not hear." End of quote. Another stele, which was found in Dongdase Mosque in Xi'an, and which is dated 952, 1545, 46, is inscribed with the following verses. ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر. The mutual rivalry for piling up worldly things diverts you until you visit the graves. So this verse, the part until you visit the graves, has been interpreted mainly in 2 different ways. Either until you visit the graves means is interpreted in the sense of counting the graves, so counting the number, showing off by having a very large family and being part of a large community, or more frequently, until you visit the graves is understood as until you die. However, in Xi'an, in the following line, these verses are interpreted in a very strange way to encourage visits to cemeteries. I looked for the other occurrences of these verses in the Thésaurus d'épigraphie islamique, but I couldn't find anyone. And I tried to find whether this verse has ever been used in the discussion about the legal discussion about visiting cemeteries, and I couldn't find any trace of that. So this is very strange, and it raises the question whether the use of such unusual verses in funeral contexts is a mistake, or whether it indicates a certain weakness in the theological knowledge of the Quran and tafsir in the context under consideration of a misunderstanding or probably a manipulation of the meaning of the verse. From the material point of view, the techniques used are numerous. Most of the inscriptions are engraved on stone, but there are also inscriptions that are engraved or painted on wood, not to mention porcelains and metal objects, where Quranic excerpts are, however, much rarer. There are more Persian inscriptions on objects. As mentioned earlier, Quranic passages often appear along with other types of inscriptions, historical, exegetical, many hadiths. In addition, Chinese Islamic inscriptions often stand out due to their bilingualism and even multilingualism, with Arabic being used together with Persian, Chinese, and sometimes other languages. Quranic inscriptions are often singled out thanks to special layout. They appear often at the beginning of the document on a separate square space, or on the first line of the document, or even on one side of the stele, whereas the rest of the text is engraved on the other side. But this is not systematic. Many Quranic inscriptions are written in the middle or at the end of texts. In some cases, the Quran is distinguished by one or several different scripts, as in this 1324 stele, where the holy text is written using 3 different scripts, an angular script around the border, a very rounded style on the first line of the same side, and a kind of muhaqqaq on the reverse. But very often, the Quran blends into the rest of the text. So before discussing the stylistic characteristics of these scripts, I would like to say a few words about Quranic manuscripts. As far as I know, the most systematic source of information about Chinese Qur'ans available so far is Muzaffar Bakhtivar's article on China in the World Survey of Islamic Manuscripts, published in 1994. As with epigraphic documents, information on the Qur'an here is scattered, and it clearly appears secondary to information on other texts. Indeed, Quranic manuscripts are not even precisely enumerated or even mentioned as individual manuscripts. A few Chinese Qur'ans appear in manuscript catalogues, such as that of the Khalili collection. In addition to these general publications, special mention should be made of a couple of articles, in particular an article by Yi Jin, The Quran in China, published in 1982, an article by Geneviève Imbert and Annie Vernet-Nourry on some Chinese Qur'ans and their papers, published in 2006, and on East Asia, more generally speaking, I must mention Annabel Gallop's work on Qur'ans from Malaysia and the Philippines. The fact that publications on the topic are recent and rare is not only due to a lack of interest from researchers, but also to the late appearance and discovery of this material. For instance, the Chinese Qur'ans of the BNF and those of the Khalili collection were acquired from the 1990s. Hundreds of Islamic manuscripts in China disappeared, were destroyed, stolen, hidden, and or lost during the Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 76, but also later in the 1980s and 90s. It's obvious that many were offered for sale, and as such, one of the main sources of information on Chinese Qur'ans is auction catalogs. The oldest extant Qur'ans date from the late medieval period up to the Yuan dynasty. As far as I can tell, there are 4 of them, 3 of which were or are still kept in mosques or shrines in China. The 2 oldest ones are somehow legendary, because they are associated with emblematic figures of Sunni Islam. The first was discovered some 20 years ago and presented as a spectacular discovery, and as such widely covered by the media. It is believed to be, I quote, the oldest copy of the Holy Book found in China, produced under the direct order of the 3rd Caliph Uthman, handwritten by Arabian Muslims, end of quote, and at the same time it's attributed to, I quote, present-day Uzbekistan between the 8th and the 13th century, end of quote. Following its discovery, this Quran was restored and installed on permanent display at the Jezi Mosque in Qinghai province, northwest China. The images available show both bound and isolated sheets, 2 types of layout with 5 or 11 lines per page, and at least 2 different hands, which raises the question of whether this is a coherent and complete Quran or just a set of sheets from different origins united at some point. Another comparable manuscript is a Quran, which according to tradition was brought to China by another significant figure of Sunni Islam, a nephew of famous 12th century Sufi Sheikh Abdul Qadir al-Jilani. It was kept in a shrine dedicated to the saint near the village of Dawantu, Gansu province, until it was destroyed during the Cultural Revolution. So we have no reproduction of this, nor the following Quran, but I have to mention the following Quran because it is the oldest dated Quran known so far. So this is a 2-volume Quran signed by Muhammad ibn Ahmad ibn Abd al-Rahman al-Sarai in 1318, and presently housed in the library of the Dongxi Mosque in Beijing. Although provided with the colophon, this Quran raises the question of the very definition of what a Chinese Quran is. It was copied by a foreigner from Sarai, the capital of the Golden Horde. Bartvar indicates that it is copied in excellent calligraphy, but I couldn't see it, so I don't know whether this Quran was like the previous ones, made in West Asia and imported to China, or made by a West Asian following the tradition of his region of origin in the broader Middle East, or his region of adoption in China. The second oldest dated Quran was offered at auction at Christie's in 2006. Its colophon is signed by Muhammad ibn Mahmud ibn Ahmad, known as Hussam al-Usburki. The nisba is not so clear. It's dated to 737. This manuscript is also signed by an illuminator, Mahmud ibn Muhammad ibn Hussein, known as Fathallah al-Bukhari. So once again, nothing in the signatures indicates China. The oldest Quran that can be securely considered as Chinese, thanks to its colophon, is now part of the Khalili collection. It's a Quran in 30 volumes, the 29th of which indicates that it was copied by Haji Rashad ibn Ali al-Sini, the Chinese, in the Great Mosque of Khan Baler, Beijing, in 804-1409. I could compile a list of circa 80 Qurans, either complete or fragmentary, and in one or several volumes. Qurans provided with the colophon are exceptional. Signed Qurans generally have typically Muslim Arabic rather than Chinese names, even though a few, actually 3 Qurans, are signed by copyists bearing the nisba as-Sini, the Chinese. This reminds us that many, if not most, of the deceased mentioned in the stelae evoked earlier are foreigners. This is evident not only from their names, but also from the widespread use of hadiths such as Man mata ghariban faqad mata shahidan, whoever dies as a foreigner dies as a martyr. Many Muslims who died and were buried in China are West Asians. So this underlines once again the importance of West Asian contributions to Chinese Qurans. In this regard, the nisba as-Sini itself is quite interesting. Indeed, in Islamic nomenclature, the nisba is often very specific, and it shows a very precise association, most often with the city. However, here the nisba as-Sini appears very broad. In my opinion, this suggests that this nisba is more intended to introduce the copyist and his work to non-Chinese Muslims, whether inside or outside China. This is particularly striking in comparison to the few signatures that appear in engraved inscriptions, such as the funeral text dated 952 mentioned earlier. This document presents a long Arabic text, which is followed by 2 signatures. The first one in Arabic is that of the author of the text, and the second in Chinese is that of the engraver, Xiao Chang or Chang'an. So I do not know why there are no Chinese signatures, no Chinese names on these Qur'ans. In this regard, it's important to note that many Qur'ans, especially from the 16th century onwards, have interlinear complete or partial translation, not into Chinese, but into Persian. The use of Persian reminds us that Islam in China has strong Iranian and Persian roots. The Quran in China was mainly approached through Persian, notably through Persian tafsir works, such as the tafsir by Vaiz Kashifi. But the most characteristic feature of these Qur'ans is their paper. At first glance, the paper looks different from traditional Chinese papers, which are lighter, thinner, and more transparent than so-called Arab papers. It gives the impression of being typically Arab. However, if we take a closer look, we notice a particular production technique. Indeed, each sheet is made of at least 3 very thin sheets superimposed on each other. Moreover, Humbert and Vernet-Nourry have noted that, I quote, "The leaves are not made of whole leaves overlapping over their entire surface, but of paper strips inserted between whole leaves," which is, end of quote, which is actually very clear when you look at the actual manuscript. Sometimes the strips are even placed both vertically and horizontally on the same page, as you can see here. So here you see, you can see that there is one horizontal strip placed on the upper part of the page. You can see the joint here. This is, as far as I know, this is not attested anywhere else. Traditional Chinese paper is made to be written with a brush on one side only. The ink usually goes through, leaving traces on the other side. Pasting 3 or 4 sheets is therefore an adaptation that allows writing with a qalam on both sides, like in West Asian codices. Finally, I would like to add only a few words on the scripts used. These show a great diversity in terms of both styles and qualities. The majority are large-sized scripts, even in manuscripts, which are usually small, ranging from 20 by 15 to 30 by 20 centimeters. There are angular inscriptions, but the majority are rounded, and it's possible to distinguish between 2 main families of rounded scripts, both in epigraphy and in manuscripts. Some are rather rigid, evoking muhaqqaq with its characteristic tails, which are very pointed and sharp, and others are more rounded, reminiscent of thulth, or even more curved than thulth. We can note in particular the abundance of unconventional ligatures in the upper part of the letters, which actually is very uncommon in epigraphy. It is more reminiscent of Chancery scripts, which raises the question of whether these scripts were inspired by Chancery documents from West Asia. And some inscriptions and some Qur'ans stand out due to the very round, bold, and highly decorative scripts, which seems to have been executed not with a qalam, but with a brush, pointing to still another source of inspiration, maybe in Chinese calligraphy. So to conclude, these inscriptions and manuscripts appear as a mixture between many different sources of inspiration, ranging from West Asian manuscripts and Chancery documents to Chinese calligraphy. And we must also note the existence of different levels of craftsmanship, which also raises the question of complex circulation of models and skills. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now I'm very happy to introduce our last speaker of not only my panel, but also the whole symposium today, Ivan Santo, Associate Professor of Iranian Studies at Erdős Roland University, known as ELTE in Budapest. And he will take us to a Persian journey from west to east. Please join me to welcome Ivan.
Thank you, Yuka, and thank you for all the organizers to make it possible for me to be here for the first time at this event. And also, I would like to thank for all the audience to endure for so long and still awake. There is a chance that within a few minutes, some of you will be already in deep slumber, but I apologize for it. Being the last presenter, some may expect to have some conclusions, some general conclusions from within this single presentation. Unfortunately, all what I can offer are a few question marks, not even for the whole conference, but even to my specific topic, to add to the already numerous number of these question marks. So let's move quickly to my main objects that I'm going to talk about as a case study. And this is an interesting item from the 16th century. The object itself is not as interesting as the inscription on it, which is a very rare Persian poetic inscription for the period. And I would like to start out from this by quoting the text, at least its beginning, because it's a longer excerpt. سنت عشاق چیست؟ برگ عدم ساختن. گوهر دل را از زتف مجمر غم ساختن. What is the way of lovers? It is to fill the page of nothingness, to forge heart's essence from the flames of the censer of sorrow. The poem goes on, and I'm not going to quote the rest. The author of this poetic excerpt is the 12th century Persian poet from today's Azerbaijan, Haghani Shirvani. Given that the object displays the starting couplets of the Qasida, one may surmise that the erudite readers would have been able to continue and recite the rest of it. One of the concluding passages, not quoted on the object, brings the poem back to Haghani's native Shirvan and its capital Shamahi, and addresses its Persian-speaker audience with the following words. Destiny may have cast you into Shamahi, which is like the deep well of Joseph. But then, if you emulate Joseph, you can turn Shamahi's name into the Egypt of Persia. To denote Persia, Haghani uses the word Ajam, to which we will return in a moment. Instead of any further passage, I would, and there's also an Arabic, more generic blessing. I wouldn't go into details about that. These are more generic. And these are repeated both on the upper and on the lower part of the object. The inscription and the lotuses, which are placed intermittently, are in the same hue, possibly by the same hand. And judging by the insecure flow of this somehow rather reminiscent of Mohaqqaq calligraphy, the text was written by someone with a less than outstanding command in Islamic calligraphy and penmanship in general. On the other hand, it attests to an intimate familiarity with Persian poetry. The length and choice of the text shows more concern for its legibility and content than its impeccable layout. What makes the decoration unusual is the complexity of this Western Asian setting, Arabic text, Arabic script, Persian literature, and Mohammedan blue, so to say, which envelopes the Eastern Asian object. Unusual as it may be, it is not unique. We know more objects with these kind of mixed Persian-Arabic inscriptions with Persian poetic content, like these ones here. Being a writer's implement, here we see the emphasis on literacy rather than calligraphy more clearly than on the censer. The simple Persian maxim reads here as Elm dorist nike ba qiymat, jahl dardi sakhte bi darman. Knowledge is an invaluable pearl, ignorance is an incurable pain. This is it's quite difficult to locate the origin of the text, but it first appears in a historic chronicle from the Delhi Sultanate. So it's an Indian in origin, maybe coming from an earlier source. This inscription, as we can see, is recurrent on this type of object, implying that the latter belongs to a class of semi-industrialized porcelain manufacture, which was intended for a group of people who were striving for a synthesis of these Sino-Islamic scribal traditions. And we must admit that we do not know who these people were. Such traditions have developed of different times in various Chinese Muslim communities, especially during the Yuan dynasty, when Persian was employed as one of the official languages of administration. In this period, permanently settled Muslim communities have reached as far as Korea from Central Asia, or maybe from further west, as commemorated by Arabic but not Persian inscribed tombstones. Japan, to add, however, seems to have been beyond reach for permanent settlers, even during the Mongols, which is reflected by the virtually total lack of native Arabic, let alone Persian documents. Following the peak during the Yuan dynasty, the role of Persian quickly declined after the fall of the Mongols in China, although the early Timurid and the early Ming empires still regarded it as their primary vehicle of diplomatic correspondence. Subsequent Chinese Muslim communities eventually applied their own Arabic-based scripts, but it seems that interest in medieval Persian literature, including locally copied and preserved divans of Haghani, for example, were quite rare, and though for me they were unavailable. I mean, Haghani's divan in China, but it may be available. It might obviously have been available. Generally speaking, the appearance of Persian on characteristically Chinese shapes seems to be at odds with the material heritage of Chinese Muslims. Out-of-context artifacts like these do not offer clear answers to basic questions an art historian shall ask. Who was their audience? What made their choice? Were they individual commissions? Were they made for export or for Persianate East Asians? It's notable in this respect that these blue and white porcelain surviving in Iran, most notably Ardabil, does not offer anything comparable. Persian inscriptions, for example, on the Ardabil material, are limited to a few words on the underside, not intended to be visible, or locally engraved text, Iranian owner's marks, and endowment inscriptions. In some cases, the inscription on the bottom are barely legible to the extent that readings in different languages, other languages, can also be suggested for them. The Ardabil material and much of the blue and white in West Asia were destined for a wide international audience, not specifically for Persians or Muslims. In contrast with our Persian inscribed examples, their accumulation in collections such as Ardabil was a gradual process, and it took place already in Central Asia, often several centuries after a given object was made. Reports about Ardabil-style Chini khanes or porcelain houses date back to the late Timurid Samarkand and Herat, from where the Safavids seem to have brought the mode to Western Iran. In fact, we know next to nothing about the pre-Safavid provenance of Ardabil objects themselves. Thus, the most important lesson we can draw from Ardabil with regard to these humbler Persian-inscribed porcelains is that the latter were probably intended for different patrons, and most clearly for different patrons, and that they may not have been manufactured for a view with the West, but specifically for Chinese residents. While the Ardabil material represented China in West Asia, these lion vessel and the related material brought a Persianate idiom to the East. For more clues, one may consider briefly the choice of Haghani, a Caucasian poet confined to Shirvan, calling his land Ajam, longing for Egypt, and quoted in China. While Haghani is not the only Persian author to be quoted in Chinese, on Chinese objects, his appearance is still unexpected. Haghani has been popular within the narrow confines of the Persianate world, including India. But his poetry occurs in art far less frequently than, for example, Sadi or Hafez, even in Persia or Central Asia, let alone across the Indian Ocean or in East Asia. And when it does, it may have a specific significance. Among the examples, a couplet from his Tuhfat al-Iraqain, referring to the Ayvan-e Madain, the Sasanian royal palace in Ctesiphon, is quoted in a roundel in the interior of the mausoleum of Shah de Malek in the Shahezenda necropolis in Samarkand, which may be the easternmost occurrence of Haghani in architectural decoration. Cutting across the Persianate sphere, Haghani himself belonged to the westernmost periphery of the Persian-speaking lands. He was born, as I said, in Shamahi, in what he called the Egypt of Ajam, and he has been specifically linked to this Ajami literary culture, which has been emphasized that in the Eastern Islamic intellectual horizon, Ajam was the most cohesive social, political, and cultural congregation. In the term Ajam, We should not see merely a synonym of Persia, but it should be understood as an imaginary landscape which Persianate literati between East Europe and East Asia could regard as their common spiritual homeland. As observed by Eaton, the Persian cosmopolis, like its earlier Sanskrit equivalent, lacked a geographic center, and it is characterized by an astonishing portability, as we can see here. The main interest in Haghani for both his Persianate readers and modern literary historians lies in his trademark genre, to which this particular verse loosely belongs to, the prison poem or hapsia, which juxtaposes the constraints of physical confinement with the boundlessness of literary expression. Although the poem on the blue and white censer does not belong strictly to this genre, the framing of the physical Shamahi within a metaphysical Egypt invokes a typical trope of that genre. It is to this vehicle that the Ajami Hapsiya owed its portability, a quality through which it could transcend its own geographies and create a universal domain for the Persianate literary elite. In this respect, Haghani's Christian upbringing also needs mention. His mother was a Christian from Dagestan, and this explains the poet's unparalleled flexibility to switch between insider and outsider perspectives of the Perso-Arabic world. This long literary excursus on the epigraphic aspect of these blue and white objects will serve to hypothesize the cultural background of their commissioners or recipients. It can be argued that they formed a learned community which shared Haghani's peripheral experience and for whom his poetry rang with a particular resonance. Possible members of this learned community could be long-term Iranian, though not necessarily Persian, settlers in China, who were brought there by the mechanisms of transcontinental connectivity. We know little about them before the growth of modern seafaring and land routes, of course, but they must have been numerous and influential enough to leave behind a material heritage of their own. These Sino-Iranian objects could be part of that unclaimed heritage, items that were both native and foreign, and represented an Ajami mindset that was extremely well adapted to communicate between worlds. Returning now to the Ardabil collection, we know about the last stage of its formation and its last owner before its donation to the Safavid Chini Khane. He was Karachagay Khan, a Muslim Armenian, originally from the Caucasus region. What we do not know are, on the other hand, here is this is Haghani, and here is Karachagay Khan. What we do not know are, on the one hand, the earlier provenance of the material, and on the other hand, the social status of Caucasian Muslim converts outside the Safavid court, in which they were deeply integrated as gholams or imperial slaves. Yet, as Karachagay's example suggests, the 16th, 17th century Armenian elite, including the commercial diaspora, counted among its ranks not only Christians, but Muslims as well, who had become invariably Muslim or Persian in the eyes of any external observer. And very often they are confused. For example, my compatriot Alexander Choma de Köreş, in an article written in 1833, misidentified 4 Armenian merchants visiting Tibet as Muslims from the 17th century, simply because they were mentioned as Hajj, bearing the name title of Hajj, which made them Muslims for this author in the 19th century. Karachagay Khan could not only rise to the highest military position of the Safavid state by becoming its first Sepah Salar, or commander-in-chief of slave origin, but he could confer his wealth and power on his family and descendants as well. Uprooted from his native Yerevan, he nevertheless could forge his own personal network on the intersection of the Safavid government and the Armenian merchant elite of New Jolfa. New Jolfan traders are primarily known as silk traders, but they must have been also closely involved in porcelain, as attested by depictions of Chinese porcelain in the tile revetments of New Jovan edifices, including churches. In the later 17th century, they may have been instrumental in the development of locally made imitations in the Isfahan area, and it can be argued that the meteoric career of Karaçagay Khan, his prodigious porcelain collection, and the Armenian jostle for a position in the China trade are inseparable. While clear reference to their medieval presence in Chinese ports is lacking, Armenians and Caucasians in general were already established in Hormuz, the main point of entry from South and East Asia to Persia by the early 16th century. An Armenian presence in Hormuz implies further colonies along the Indian Ocean coast, including the main Hindustani gateways of Cambay and Surat. Their permanent settlement in Hormuz during the early Safavid times anticipated the imminent loss of Hormuz's sovereignty to the Portuguese and the gradual encroachment of the Safavid state on the coast. An aspect of Safavid expansionism, Caucasian ascendancy in southern Iran and thence to the oceans unfolded gradually at the expense of previous protagonists in the area, and I will not enter on this part now. What were these participants that were superseded by Armenian merchants in the late 16th century, and especially in the 17th century. So instead of going through this part, I would like to jump to the conclusion, which would show that in this late 17th century and early 18th century, Chinese-inspired ceramics filled the Persian market made locally under, for just a moment, these localities like Lar, for example. In the late 17th century, these ceramics filled the Persian market made locally under Armenian supervision around Isfahan, including Shahreza, but can be found also in southern Iranian centers towards Hormuz and Bandar Abbas, which includes Armenian and Persian inscriptions occasionally. A century later, Armenian settlers commissioned in China porcelains for themselves and also for other recipients, custom made in Jingdezhen and decorated in Canton, including again Persian and Armenian inscription. The final chapter of this story of the Sino-Armenian commissioners or collectors of Chinese porcelains within China is well represented by the dispersed Hong Kong collection of Sir Paul Hachik Chater, a descendant of Isfahani Armenians. Our search for the first phase eludes us, but Haqqani's lines at least are a reminder that already in the 16th century there were people in China whose Persian erudition, longing for the Caucasus, or at least an interest in Caucasian poets, and love for blue and white were inseparable. Thank you.
First of all, it's a kind of radical question, but do you think there's any potential for this subject? What is Islam in these materials we have been discussing so far? I mean, Islamic art exists in East Asia. That's what I want to ask for you.
Well, in the range of maps I presented, I mean, there may be one of, I mean, clearly the Daming Hongyitu, the composite map of the Ming that presents Africa, uses Arabic sources. That's uncontroversial. Besides using sources, mostly the visual elements are integrated into a Chinese mold. But one of the scrolls I showed actually had human figures that are extremely unusual, human figures, animal. That doesn't mean that they come from Islamic sources. Certainly they're not Chinese either. That's everything I can say.
What I would call it Chinese Islamic art, because what I find is interesting is that there are really very strong connections with West Asian, especially Iranian art from different periods, but at the same time a strong identity and a lot of specificities. So I think it has its own identity, which could be called Chinese Islamic.
I think to the extent to which Islamic art in general exists as Islamic art or Persian art, for example, if we are talking about definitions, strictly defining these categories, to that extent, I think this would also apply to East Asia. So in that extent, Islamic art exists, of course, in East Asia.
Okay. Thank you very much. So now I want to ask, let's open the floor for questions.
Very, very interesting papers. I learned a lot since I was trying to argue similar points yesterday, but question to Marco and then to Noreen. Marco, one of the very infamous maps you did not show is the 1418 so-called Chenghe map that Liu Kang revealed in 2006. And the reason I'm asking about is because we consider that map to be a fake. So the two lesser known maps that you showed, what are the provenance of those two maps? Where do they come from? And why shouldn't people say the same thing about these two maps as well? Noreen, I think your study of the calligraphy is really fascinating. I was wondering if you have compared the tombstones, the calligraphy on the tombstones in South India, which are almost at a similar time, to the ones in Central, and see if there are certain similarities. There is certainly a movement of people from southern India to Central, going back and forth, wondering if some of them were buried in Central as well. And also the connection to the Uyghurs and the Han Chinese. We talk about Persia, but the Uyghurs converted to Islam in the 11th century. So I was wondering if there is a connection between the Uyghurs and the Han with regarding Islamic influences.
Okay. I will address the provenance of the two items first. Well, the second less known map that I showed from Taipei, from the Taipei Palace Museum, the one colored with humans and animals, actually they overlap in the coverage of the Silk Road. The second has been in the Imperial Collection and is actually just the second part of basically a gazetteer of Shanxi from the 16th century. So actually the problem is not problematic for that. And there are matching, that's hand color, but there are matching editions also in the same collection. Now the so-called Silk Scroll, formerly titled Mongolian Scroll or Mogul Scroll actually, we can trace it back to Beijing in the 1920s, then it was sold to a Japanese museum, and then it was bought basically by an intermediary and then sold to the Palace Museum in Beijing. There are records of a scroll of that features, that length, and that, not the same title, but with the same description and same length in the Imperial Catalog. And the features match written sources, and there doesn't seem to be any sign that it is materially fake or it has been tampered with. But in a certain sense, I'm just relaying information that scholars working on this, besides for the first one, the Taipei one is just uncontroversial completely. This is called a Silk Road Scroll, Mongolian Scroll. I'm just relaying the information I've been given by one, actually, by Li Xiaozong when actually he visited. We saw the scroll together and he vouched for its authenticity. And he's a major historian of Chinese cartography. So for the time being, I think we can consider it accurate. The information is nothing particularly revolutionary as such. It's a visualization of that unified stretch that is surprising and has been used in a propaganda feature recently.
And do you think the 1418 map is fake?
Yes.
Yes, there are connections between tombstones and manuscripts as far as the calligraphy is concerned. I'm interested in connections from the point of view what exists and what doesn't exist as well. And sometimes, for instance, I was struck by the fact that we have Quranic selections in the monuments and the tombstones, but not in the Qur'ans, contrary to West Asia and the Maghreb, for instance, where there are manuscripts of excerpts of the Qur'ans, notably the An'am type in Turkey. And in China, there are only complete Qur'ans and no manuscripts of selections of the Qur'ans, which raises questions also about how the Qur'an was used. It seems to me that this tells us that maybe I have the feeling that the manuscripts in China were mainly used to study the Quran as a basic approach or knowledge, and really to learn the text. While, for instance, the practice of selecting passages, and sometimes we find the same selections in monuments and in manuscripts in West Asia, tells us about ritual readings that are organized on an official level, which I couldn't find an equivalent of that in China. Regarding South India, I don't know, and actually this material still awaits detailed paleographic analysis on it itself before comparing it to material from South India. And regarding the Uyghurs, another striking thing in these manuscripts, especially because the manuscripts seem to come from everywhere in China, from the coastal areas, but also from northwest China. And despite being from distant regions, there is a real homogeneity in the manuscripts. And so this also needs to be explained. I have no answer for the moment.
Any questions?
So I have one right here, Yuka. Someone's given me the microphone. It's here.
Oh.
Thank you, Yuka, so much for convening such a panel that's very stimulating. And I wouldn't quibble, actually. I would say to the speakers, throw away your caution and actually push ahead with ideas, because I think what you're doing is very exciting. You can sort out the details later. May I make one comment to Nuran? I think that the suggestion that the calligraphy at the end of your talk that you suggest has connections to Chinese brush calligraphy, I think this is very rich. The texts on Chinese calligraphy published in the mid-14th century are very open-minded towards non-Chinese scripts and actually include commentary on Nagari script and Mongol script, as well as Chinese script. And the reasons that they're expressing interest in this is because of the qualities of the line. That all suddenly stops as soon as the Ming take over. And so it's not widely published in English, but I can give you some references. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen. Not so long, short.
I'm glad that question was asked earlier by Tansen. So I was wondering, like, the second of the two looked a little bit later in dating of the two new ones you were talking about. And you haven't mentioned the dates. And the second thing is, since you can need some nice closing question, let me ask a semantic question, which is, why do we care so much about world maps? Why don't we care as much about detailed regional maps? So, I mean, for me, when I look at East Asian Chinese, but other formats as well, but especially, going back all the way to the ancient period, and I'm sure Shane can speak to this as well, it's the incredible detail for the small spaces that sort of expand, but like that transistor radio internal looking image, like looks like the inside of a transistor radio of I think it's Chang'an from the 9th century. But there's some incredible printed maps. I mean, and so I just, why do we care so much about world maps? Why do we put all the estimation on world maps? And in doing that, aren't we privileging a particular Western emphasis
Well, going back to the dating of the first map, because we have no provenance, the colophon must have been in the missing part. On art historical arguments, it's dated between 1520 and 1550, the Silk Road Mongolian map. The one in the Palace Museum, actually a specific date, is around 1540. It's dated because the text is printed, so I didn't give you the exact date, but the date is known and I can provide it. Now, the world maps or not world maps, I mean, I covered a wide range of maps, many of them Chinese and some not Chinese. And the Chinese one, when that, I mean, only show China, they wouldn't show you this region. So if you want to have wide range maps that show you this region, they are often boundless. They are sea route maps or maps of the Silk Road. However, we want to conceptualize a Silk Road, that is obviously a Western concept and so on. But it's not that strange for Chinese maps. It's not so the fact that now maps appear that seem to basically almost too closely match our concept of the Silk Road from the Jiaoyu Pass to Mecca, Istanbul, is now alien to text about the Western region that were written in China since all the time, and especially in early Ming. How we want to define world maps? Well, my main enterprise is actually to deal with Western maps of China, and when obviously, even the concept of Western maps of China is very much changing. I mean, the first Western maps of China are actually maps of southern China, and then they include Tartary, and then they gradually shrink to the China we know, and then they expand it again to Xinjiang. But the second step is to match them with Chinese maps. But the issue is when you match them with Chinese maps, there are some Song Dynasty grid maps that really match very nicely with our concept of China, and others are really including much more than that. They're including Jianxia, they're including the world as it was conceived, as being oriented towards China, but much beyond China, even though the space occupied by China is generally 80 to 90%. So I don't have a strong point of view about the fact if we call them a world map or not, but there is certainly a mismatch between the category that is an atlas category for printed maps, Western printed maps of China, and the printed maps of China in China that just go beyond that border and are conceptually different. They are mostly not meant to be the same China that is represented in Western maps. They are intended to represent an empire whose internal borders are the provincial administrative regions. And these internal borders are always shown. And the external borders are never shown. They're just like irradiating from the center, and the periphery, which is actually most of the rest of the world, is shown just at the margins. Now we want to call them world map or maps of all under heaven or global maps. This is a terminological question that might become relevant when the comparison is made.
Thank you very much, Yuka, and all the speakers on this last panel. In closing, I'd like to have you just very briefly turn to the inner first page of the program, where we have the Surah, the second Surah, verse 164, that says, "In the sailing of the ships through the ocean for the profit of mankind." And I would say that undoubtedly the symposium has, at the very least, been profitable to all of us in terms of dissemination of knowledge. I want to again thank everyone here on behalf of my co-chairs, as well as Marissa, our program manager, VCU Arts Richmond, VCU Arts Qatar, to all the panel chairs for organizing such wonderful panels, to all the speakers, to the fellows for coming here and presenting, and to all the attendees for making the symposium such a great success. I also want to remind everyone as we go to the closing reception just out in the hallway that the exhibition is still open if you'd like to take one final look. An announcement about the publication that will emerge from the symposium. This will be with Yale University Press. And all the participants in the symposium will receive an email within the next couple of weeks providing you with more information about that. Finally, also, the videos for all the panels will be put up on the symposium's website by, I think, the middle or end of January, and you'll receive an email about that as well. So again, in parting, all I say, again, on behalf of all of the co-chairs and the organizers here, thank you very much, and safe travels to shores, both proximate and distant. Thank you.